The following is a presentation of Westwood One Sports. If it's the NFL, it's on Westwood One.
Mahomes again from the gun, takes the low snap, looks left, pump fakes, throws over the middle, completes. It's Kelsey at the 30. Kelsey breaking free. 15, 10, 5. Kelsey is in for the Kansas City touchdown. And the Chiefs have won it in overtime.
Herbert under center, takes the snap, play action fake, screen, left side Eckler, blocking in front across the 10, down to the 5, cuts right, into the end zone, touchdown Chargers. Austin Eckler's second touchdown of the game, and that will put LA in front.
Shotgun, Burrow, looks, floats, left side, caught, Jamar Chase, touchdown, Cincinnati.
Tom Brady goes back to work. He'll throw on first down, sets up in the pocket, zips it to his left. Mike Evans has got it, breaks one tackle along the sidelines, and then he flips it to the end zone. Touchdown, Tampa.
With the script right out of Hollywood, the star-studded Los Angeles Rams are a hit. They have won Super Bowl 56 in dramatic come-from-behind fashion.
Every primetime game.
I am whatever it takes.
All season long.
The only thing matters is a win. That's it.
The road to Super Bowl 57 is on Westwood One.
Let's go, man.
Now, it's time for Sunday Night Football. Let's head to the stadium and join Ryan Radke and Mike Golick.
We welcome you to Lambeau Field in Green Bay, Wisconsin for the NFL regular season finale with playoff implications as the 8-8 Green Bay Packers host the 8-8 Detroit Lions. Tonight's broadcast of the National Football League on Westwood One is sponsored by Jack Links, by AutoZone, by Wrangler Jeans, by Barbasol Shaving Cream, by Navy Federal Credit Union, and by NFL.com. Hi, everybody. I'm Ryan Radke along with Mike Golick. Scott Graham will join us shortly from our Westwood One studios. 270 games in the books, one more to go. And the scenario for this one is very simple. If the Packers win, they are the 7th seed in the NFC. They'll play at San Francisco next week. If the Lions win, the Seattle Seahawks will make the trip to Northern California. Mike, let's start with the Packers. You and I were in Philadelphia Thanksgiving weekend when the Eagles quite literally ran over the Packers in that game. It dropped Green Bay to 4-8. They looked absolutely dead in the water. Since then, they've won 4 straight games, and now tonight, they control their own destiny.
Yeah, I think it's Aaron Rodgers just wanted to be a little more dramatic this year. 13-3 wasn't good enough because they could never close the deal, so they would try and backdoor it now and have to win in the last game of the regular season. But it is all about how you're playing at the end of the season, and you get to control your own destiny. Winning, you're in. Because in Seattle, after them pulling off the overtime win over the Rams, now they have to have a watch party. Now they have to hope something else happens where it's in the hands of the Green Bay Packers, and that's all you want as a player. So I'd imagine they'd come out fired up. They've won 4 in a row. They played extremely well in those 4 games, so I see nothing changing with their approach in this game.
And so much talk all season long about Aaron Rodgers and the young receivers, and no doubt that's been important. But
Sure.
Really, I think the catalyst, Mike, in this 4-game winning streak has been their defense.
Well, it really has. I mean, 12 turnovers in the 4-game winning streak. The fact that they're giving up 7 less points in this 4-game winning streak. So it's odd to say, but with Aaron Rodgers, a walk-in Hall of Famer, this team is winning with defense and the running game, the two-headed monster they have in the running back position. Now, it's not like Aaron's not doing anything. You know, he and Watson and Christian Watson have really gotten on target with each other. And we always thought they were going to get better through the year, but it seemed to take longer than we thought. And we believe they were out of the playoff hunt. But now here they are right here again. But make no mistake, they're going to want to run the ball, though. I'll get into a little bit why they may pass early, but the defense definitely leading this team.
All right, Lions now know they can't get in.
Right.
How do you think that impacts them, their effort going into the game tonight?
Yeah, I mean, this is tough. You find out 45 minutes before the game, now you don't have a shot for the playoffs. You don't control your own destiny. And after this game, you're cleaning out your locker and your season's over. So this one falls to the leaders of the team and to Dan Campbell, who I think the players absolutely love. They have bought into what he is selling, and this team is playing really good to springboard to next next year. So he is in there just saying, guys, there would be nothing better than to end the season to knock out a division rival from going to the postseason. That is your crowning moment tonight because that's all it can be, but make the most of it.
Much more to come from Lambeau Field as we approach kickoff between the Green Bay Packers and the Detroit Lions. But when we return, Scott Graham joins us from our Progressive Insurance Studios. For a job you'll love, visit progressive.com/careers today. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
I hate the struggle of tough, greasy messes on my stovetop. So I just freak, wipe, and I'm done.
When I'm frustrated with stubborn bathtub soap scum, I just freak, wipe, and I'm done.
Mr. Clean Clean Freak delivers an innovative cleaning experience with a powerful deep cleaning mist that starts working on contact to break down tough messes in seconds.
Just freak,
Wipe,
done.
Welcome to the Sunday Night Football pregame show on Westwood One, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Scott Graham from our Westwood One studios as we get you ready for Green Bay Packers and the Detroit Lions tonight. Let's get you updated on everything that's happened today to set us up for what we have in front of us just a few moments from now. Seattle and the Rams came down to the closing seconds today. Seattle trying to stay alive and eliminate the Detroit Lions. They missed a field goal attempt off the right upright as time expired in regulation, but in the overtime period, Jason Myers got a second shot.
Can Myers win this one in overtime for the Seahawks? There's the snap. There's the spot. The kick is away. And the kick is good! The Seahawks win the game! The final regular season game of the year. They win it at home against the Rams. And now the playoff chances still live for the Seahawks.
Steve Rabel set it up for me perfectly on Seahawks Broadcasting. 19-16, the final score. Rams finished their season at 5-12. Philly won today. They knocked off the New York Giants 22-16, so the long-awaited clinching of the NFC East and the number one overall seed goes to Philadelphia. The Giants are already in the playoffs as the 6th seed. They finish at 9-7-1. San Francisco is wrapped up with a 10-game winning streak in the regular season all over Arizona today, 38-13. Arizona finishes their season at 4-13. Earlier today, Minnesota beat Chicago 29-13. Minnesota wraps up at 13-4. They, of course, were already in the playoff field. The Bears, what do they win today? Well, the number one draft pick for the first time since 1947 as they wrap up at 3-14. Tom Brady experiences his first losing season, but he still got a division title. Atlanta beat Tampa Bay today, 30-17. Brady just played half the game. Bucs, of course, already NFC South champs and the number 4 seed in the NFC. Dallas was knocked off today by Washington, 26-6 the final score. Washington ends at 8-1, Dallas at 12-5. So Philly has the bye, San Francisco the 2, Minnesota the 3, Tampa Bay the 4, Dallas the 5, the New York Giants the 6, and the winner of tonight's game, either Green Bay or Seattle, is the number 7 seed in the NFC playoffs. Over in the AFC, Buffalo brought the opening kickoff back for a touchdown. In fact, Nyheim Hines had 2 of them on the day. They beat New England 35-23. Buffalo sews up the 2 seed and knocks New England out of the playoff race. Pittsburgh stayed alive, although briefly. They knocked off Cleveland 28-14 today. They once again make sure that their head coach Mike Tomlin has never had a losing season as they wrap up 9-8. But Miami got a game-winning field goal from Jason Sanders, 50 yards out with 18 seconds to go. They win 11-6 over the New York Jets today. Miami qualifies for the playoffs and knocks the Pittsburgh Steelers out. Cincinnati wraps up the 3 seed as they knock off Baltimore 27-16, and now there will be no coin toss for their matchup that's coming up in the AFC playoffs next week. Meantime, Houston scored late, a touchdown on a 2-point conversion, and the team that had the number 1 draft pick all year long loses it on the final day of the season. The Houston Texans win in Indy today by a score of 32-31 to wrap up 3-13-1. As we said, the Bears have that number 1 overall pick. Indy wraps up their season at 4-12-1. Carolina got an Eddie Pinheiro game-winning field goal as time expired in New Orleans today. They beat the Saints 10-7. Both teams end at 7-10. And it was Denver over the Chargers, 31-28. The final score. Denver gets a much-needed win. The Chargers weren't playing for anything in this ball game at 10-7. They, of course, are in the playoff field. And you know about the AFC? They were set some 4 hours ago. Kansas City, the number 1 seed. They have the week off next week. Buffalo is the 2. Cincinnati is the 3. Jacksonville the 4. The Chargers the 5. Baltimore is the 6th seed. And the Miami Dolphins sneaking in today are the number 7 seed in the AFC. That's the NFL scoreboard, sponsored by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. As we continue with the pregame show, we're going to get you ready for tonight's matchup at Lambeau. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
The college football season is over.
Alabama does it. National championship number 18.
Where will the top college players take the field next season?
We're the first pick in the NFL draft.
Join Rhett Lewis Thursday night at 7 Eastern as he talks to the top prospects and NFL draft experts.
He's still raw. He's a special guy. You cannot teach that finish.
Not very twitchy.
The guy can get open.
On ESPNU Radio, Sirius XM 84, and streaming on the Sirius XM app. Free to most subscribers.
Oh my goodness, a little showtime.
The greatest tournament in all of sports is coming back.
What a shot! From ruin to redemption.
Every dunk.
He will slam it with one hand.
Every upset.
Count it!
Every buzzer beater.
The ultimate upset has happened.
From the first 4 on March 18th till they cut the nets on April 5th.
Got it! Got it! Got it!
March Madness lives on Sirius XM. Sirius XM.
There are no rules for the Pat McAfee Show.
This is potentially going to lead you on a path of destruction of yourself.
He's outrageous.
Get your asses back in those Zoom classes and get off the call.
Damn it! Yet relatable.
That's exactly why you have a lot of fans too, though. So hey, live by the sword, die by the sword.
And he's on Sirius XM. Catch Pat McAfee and his friends.
Ladies and gentlemen, Aaron Rodgers, Barry Sanders.
Weekdays at noon Eastern on Mad Dog Sports Radio, Sirius XM 82, and on Amazon Alexa, Google Assistant, or however you stream in your house.
The college football season is over.
Alabama does it. National championship number 18.
Where will the top college players take the field next season?
We're the first pick in the NFL draft.
Join Rhett Lewis Thursday night at 7 Eastern as he talks to the top prospects and NFL draft experts.
He's still raw. He's a special guy. You cannot teach that finish.
Not very twitchy.
The guy can get open.
On ESPNU Radio, Sirius XM 84, and streaming on the Sirius XM app. Free to most subscribers.
Football on Westwood One from the Progressive Insurance Studios. I'm Scott Graham. Drivers who switch and save with Progressive save nearly $700 on average. Call or click today to find out if Progressive could save you hundreds on your car insurance. Getting one step closer to kickoff time for the Detroit Lions and the Green Bay Packers tonight. Of course, this has been an amazing ride for the Detroit Lions, a team that struggled early, but since the calendar page turned over to November, they have been an awfully difficult team to beat. Dan Campbell, the head coach of this team, realized that he was pointed toward Lambeau Field, a showdown with Aaron Rodgers, and potentially a game to play his way in. I asked him this week, what do you tell your team?
Our guys are looking forward to playing in the spotlight, man. Night game at Lambeau against one of the greatest quarterbacks that ever played for a team that's run this division for years, and that excites our guys no matter what happens before our game. So with that, we've got some veterans that have been here. They've done that. They understand the atmosphere. But I also kind of feel like we got enough young guys that they're young, they're hungry, they're a little naive in a good way. And it's, they don't know any different.
Well, they came into this game tonight, got dressed, and thought they might be playing for something. They found out with Seattle's game-winning field goal in overtime, they were eliminated from playoff competition, but it probably is not going to change the way they approach this game. The Packers' approach has been very interesting because they started 4-8, but have won 4 straight games coming into this one to put destiny in their own hands coming into tonight. I asked Green Bay's Adrian Amos about what it was that brought them back from the brink this year.
When you look around the locker room, not too many, heads down and we're, taking it in or anything like that. We just put our head down and grinded. We kept our spirits up. We practiced hard, and we knew it was a matter of time because we have the guys in the locker room, and we knew it all season that we had it. But we wasn't winning the games we were supposed to win. We wasn't executing when we were supposed to execute. And then we started getting on a roll, and things started clicking, and we started playing better and together as a team. So I think that's a tribute to the character of the locker room of everybody just having that no quitting mentality. And if we're going to go down, we're going to go down fighting.
Now, the first time you played this team, you guys did eliminate big plays in a lot of ways. And this is a pretty explosive offensive team you're facing here. When you take a look at them and what they've been able to do and all the points they've been able to put up, you take what you did the first time around. What do you see getting ready for this one on film?
They're a good team. They have a lot of weapons. They have a lot of ways to get the ball downfield and in the end zone. They have a very good offensive line. So they're complete offense. We got to be sharp. You know what I'm saying? We have to key in on everybody, and we have to play complementary football. And I think that's why we lost the last game when we played them. We didn't play complementary football. Everything wasn't gelling with offense, defense, and special teams all together. And I think that's been our formula these last couple of weeks. All three phases have been playing together, working together, and that's why we've been stringing off these wins.
You get this game, and you get it at Lambeau. And this is effectively a playoff game for you guys. That's an element of it, too. The fact that you guys have the home field, not just the home field, but the support that you have in Green Bay. Is that something that you guys feel right from when you step out on the field?
Yeah, and I feel it's the, being comfortable at home, not having to do the travel part and everything, and being used to, your own environment. And then you have the fans on your side and things like that. So it's always, a great feeling being home. And then, as you said earlier, as far as the playoff atmosphere and things like that, when you put yourself at 4-8, you've been in the playoffs for a long time. That's the same thing this week. It's really win or go home. I think that's already been in our minds. So it's no different this week than last week or the week before because it's been like that for so long.
Here's the other thing that Adrian Amos and the Packers have on their side. Aaron Rodgers. Yes, it may be a down year statistically, but Rodgers 5-0 in his career in win and you're in games, including one of them against the Lions back in Week 14 of 2020. Opening kickoff is coming up. We're going to rejoin Ryan Radke and Mike Golick at Lambeau Field when we return. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Football season is underway, so now is the perfect time to download FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Because right now, new customers get a no-sweat first bet up to $1,000. That's free bets back. If your first bet doesn't win, just sign up with the promo code WIN. FanDuel has all your favorite bets from the money line to point spreads to player props. So sign up today with promo code WIN for your no-sweat first bet. Make every moment more this season with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL.
Must be present in state where lawful to wager. 21 plus in select states. First online real money wager only. Refund issued as non-withdrawable free bets that expire in 14 days. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Visit fanduel.com/RG. Colorado, Iowa, Michigan, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Illinois, Virginia. 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT-STEP to 53342. Arizona 1-800-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org/chat. Connecticut 1-800-9-WITH-IT. Indiana, Kansas 1-800-522-4700 or visit ksgamblinghelp.com. Louisiana 1-877-770-STOP. New York 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. Tennessee Redline 1-800-889-9789. Wyoming, West Virginia 1-800-522-4700 or visit 1-800-GAMBLER.net.
Welcome back to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One. It's time for another memorable moment in football history, sponsored by NetSuite by Oracle.
Second down and 4. Here's Favre with another pass. Now he's going to run with the ball. He throws it away into the end zone. That's a touchdown. That's a touchdown to Sharp. With 55 seconds left, a 40-yard pass play for a score. The third of the day for Sterling Sharp. How in the world did they let him get away?
The marvelous voice of Jack Buck on CBS Radio Sports exactly 29 years ago today. Magic of Brett Favre on full display in that play, hooking up with Sterling Sharp in the final minute of the game when the Packers faced the Lions in the 1993 NFC playoffs. In addition to the 3 TDs from Favre to Sharp, George Teague intercepted an Eric Kramer pass and returned it, an NFL playoff record 101 yards for a touchdown in the Packers' 28-24 victory at the Silverdome. The Lions have not hosted a postseason game in Detroit since that contest nearly 3 decades ago, and in fact, that remains the only time the Lions have ever lost a home playoff game in their 93-year history. They were 5-0 in games played in the Motor City prior to that. That's today's memorable moment in football history, sponsored by NetSuite by Oracle, the #1 cloud financial system. Head to netsuite.com/touchdown for a one-of-a-kind flexible financing offer. That's netsuite.com/touchdown. So Green Bay faces the situation now, winning they're in, and they hold their breath in the Pacific Northwest getting ready for this one. Let's get you back to Lambeau Field. Ryan Radke and Mike Golick, guys.
All right, Scott, thanks very much. The fans in green and gold know all about it. You just mentioned it. Win, and they're in. For the Lions fans that made the trip, disappointed the playoffs are not on the table for them, and yet they would love nothing more than to beat the Green Bay Packers, sweep the season series to finish off this year. Let's talk about Mike Golick's keys to the game. Mike, let's start with the Detroit Lions. The playoffs are not an option now, but winning this game is. How does Dan Campbell's team get it done?
Well, listen, this offense has been one of the top offenses in the league. When is the last time we said that about a Detroit team? Since they beat Green Bay 15-9 in Week 9, they have never scored less than 20 points since then. Mainly in the 30s. They've been in the 40s once as well. So keep building off that. And I'd imagine they're going to take some shots down the field today. Detroit defensively, they do not rank well at all, but they have a handful of rookie contributors. What I'm looking forward to is a rookie, James Houston, an edge rusher who just started playing 6 games ago, has 8 sacks in those 6 games, with Aiden Hutchinson with 7.5 sacks on the other side. So seeing those edge guys get after it, and the other rookies that are contributing for a defense where the arrow is going up, even though the stats don't look great now.
Yeah, been a Lions defense that struggled, but those edge rushers have certainly been a bright spot. Let's talk about the keys for the Green Bay Packers. Win, and they're back in the postseason. Keys for Matt LaFleur's team tonight.
Well, again, it doesn't matter, how you start, it's how you finish. 4-game winning streak, just under 30 points a game during that winning streak. They do have a big run game, as I had talked about, but I may expect Aaron Rodgers to come out and throw the ball early, because for a team that's not playing for anything like Detroit as far as the playoffs, jump on them early. Try and score early to take the wind out of their sails. As far as Green Bay defensively, in the 4-game win streak, they've 12 turnovers, 7 points less than they've given up the rest of the year. 17 interceptions on the year. This is the matchup I'm looking for, Ryan. 17 interceptions on the year. That's 3rd in the league. But Jared Goff hasn't thrown a pick in 8 straight games. That'll be a great matchup.
Last pick he threw, Jair Alexander, in that game at Ford Field a few weeks ago. The Lions won the toss. They have deferred their option to the second half. So we will see Aaron Rodgers and the Green Bay offense out first. Lions wearing the all-white uniforms tonight. They have the white jersey with the numbers in the Honolulu blue. They have the white pants, silver helmets with that Lions logo on either side. For the Packers, the iconic look, the green jerseys, white numbers, gold pants. They have the gold helmets with that green G on either side.
Did you go Honolulu blue when it's 17-degree wind chill here? Is that
I'm just
trying to warm us up? Is that
just
it?
Trying to warm you up a
But you're
bit.
tough. I got to say, you opened the window on your side of the booth here. You're the tough guy of this group.
One guy has his window open. He's a professional. The other one is cowering in the corner with his window closed.
That's me.
21 degrees as we get set for kickoff tonight, and it feels like 11 according to the wind chill. The folks in Green Bay, they think it's balmy. We're freezing up here, but we're happy to be here. Game 271. What a way to end the regular season, Mike, with a win and in. We had kind of selfishly hoped, no offense to the folks in Seattle, selfishly had hoped it was going to be a win and in for either team, but still, we know what's on the line for the Packers tonight. And I do believe this Lions team, while they are disappointed, would love to spoil Green Bay's party.
This will show a lot of the character of the Detroit Lions, and if anything like the character of their coach, Dan Campbell, I expect this team to come out and really try and be on fire early.
Jack Fox is the punter and the kickoff man for the Lions. He will kick it away from our right to our left. Keyshawn Nixon is back deep. 105-yard kickoff return for a touchdown last week against Minnesota. The regular season finale is underway with a high short end-over-end kick. Nixon racing left, has it at the 10, cuts right to the 15, lane to the 20, runs into his own man, and he's dropped at the 21. So just as it looked like things were opening up for Keyshawn Nixon, he banged right into his own player. Josh Woods eventually gets down to make the tackle for Detroit, and the Packers will have it at their own 21, 1st and 10. Aaron Rodgers, not very Aaron Rodgers-like numbers in a lot of ways. 3,490 yards, 25 touchdowns, 11 picks, 12th in the NFL in passing yards this year. Aaron Jones and A.J. Dillon split the carries. Alan Lazard, Romeo Doubs, Christian Watson, the wide receivers, and Robert Tonyan is the tight end. Packers start 1st and 10 at the 21. 2 receivers right. I formation behind Rodgers. Takes the snap back. He'll flip it to Watson. End around running left. Out to the sideline 25, and he's upended out at about the 26, maybe the 27. Mike Hughes makes the tackle on the outside. They'll give Watson progress out to the 27-yard line. It'll be a gain of 6, and that'll bring up 2nd and 4.
I always love first drives for both teams when you have those scripted plays of just how many different variations of things you see to let the other coaches see from the defense, and then what you're eventually going to settle into.
6th rush of the season for Christian Watson. 2nd down and 4 for the Packers at their own 27. Ball is on the far side left hash. They're moving left to right. Rodgers under center with receivers left and right. Jones is the single back. Rodgers changing something at the line of scrimmage. Play clock at 6. Here's the snap. Handoff. Jones running left. Cuts back right. Stumbles across the 30. He's got a first down to the 33. 34 being shoved forward to the 35. And finally, forward progress is stopped. So Aaron Jones with that cutback run, they're going to give him progress all the way to the 36. Deshaun Elliott on the stop. And Aaron Jones rips off a run of 8 and a Packer first down.
Yeah, I mean, one of the two-headed monster they have in the running back position, over 1,000 yards rushing this year. And this is what it still feels weird to say, living off your two running backs in your defense and not as much Aaron Rodgers as we've seen. You gave his numbers. They're just not as good as they've been.
Trips to the right, 1st and 10, Green Bay quickly out of the huddle. Here's the snap. Rodgers back on a play fake, rolling left, throws short, got Watson across the 40, 45, far sideline, out of bounds with a first down. He took a shot at the end, no flag on the play. Kirby Joseph, the rookie out of Illinois, made the stop, but it's a 13-yard pickup for Watson, and the Packers have something going on the opening drive.
Yeah, and they're going a little up-tempo as well, trying to jump on Detroit here. They were to huddle up now, but I still think it's amazing, Ryan. Christian Watson, the first long pass of the game in the first game of the season, he dropped it, and to where he has been now into production, he and Aaron Rodgers have had together and what they can build on.
Packers have it at their own 49, 1st down and 10, opening drive of the game. Receivers left and right. A.J. Dillon is the single back. Rodgers under center, takes the snap, back on a play fake, sets his feet, has time, surveys the field, going deep, right side, trying to find Allen Lazard. Diving attempt, and he can't make the catch. And a flag comes in right around the 2-yard line. Jerry Jacobs was in coverage.
Pass interference. Defense, number 39. Ball's placed at the spot of the foul. Automatic first down.
Brad Rogers is our referee tonight. Looks like they're going to put it down at the 5-yard line. It's going to be 1st and goal, Green Bay.
So the problem, Lazard had a step on Jacobs, and Jacobs was playing catch-up, and he never got a chance. He looked back for the ball once, and then just was trying to play catch-up, and had his hands on Lazard. He grabbed Lazard's left arm. That's what did it. His left hand grabbed the left arm of Lazard right out in the open, and that's what the ref saw. That's why he threw the flag, because there wasn't a ton of contact outside of that, but he restricted that arm.
So a 46-yard penalty. Packers have it 1st and goal at the 5. 2 receivers stacked to the left, 2 tight ends in the game. Rodgers in the gun with Jones to his left. Rodgers wants the snap. He's got it. Handoff. Aaron Jones starts right, cuts back left, and not much there. Maybe got a yard to the 4. Alex Anzalone, leading tackler for this team, was there to wrap him up. Isaiah Buggs was involved as well. It'll be 2nd and goal after a gain of a yard for Aaron Jones.
Yeah, Buggs was first there, 4th-year player out of Alabama, and then Anzalone helped clean him up there. But nice play right up the gut there. 2nd and goal, though. I mean, it's been a nice drive by Green Bay. Going to show a little bit of the moxie here. The Detroit Lions try and hold them to a field goal attempt.
Packers changing personnel. Aaron Jones limping a little bit as he comes off after that run. He was waving to the sideline to get A.J. Dillon in the game. Rodgers in the gun, Dillon to his right. 2 receivers right, single man left. Lewis, the tight end, in motion from right to left. Rodgers takes a look over the defense. Play clock down to 2. Rodgers has the snap, holds it out for Dillon, gives it to him straight ahead. Not much there. Maybe got a yard to the 3. Again, it was Isaiah Buggs, the free agent pickup from the Steelers. On the stop, it'll be 3rd and goal for the Packers.
Buggs doing a great job of making penetration, just slicing right off the offensive lineman, beating the combo blocks and making excellent plays in the backfield, using his hands extremely well.
Packers trying to get into the end zone here. They have not been great in the red zone this year. 23rd in the NFL scoring touchdowns. The Lions have given up a ton. They're 27th in red zone defense. Shotgun snap. Rodgers back. Slides left. Steps up in the pocket. Now moving to his right. Rodgers throws late. Incomplete. Thought maybe he was going to tuck it and run. At the last second, he tried to flip it to A.J. Dillon, and the pass was behind him, and the field goal team is coming out.
Boy, excellent job in coverage, especially Randall Cobb came out of the left side of the formation, and he was picked up right away. That's exactly where Rodgers wanted to go. He made the smart decision throwing that away because Anzalone was coming there to clean him up.
So Mason Crosby, the veteran, will come on for a field goal attempt from 22. Trying to give the Packers the early lead. Pat O'Donnell, the punter, will hold it. Jack Coco is the long snapper. Crosby takes a look, says he's ready to go. Here comes the snap. Ball is down. The kick from Crosby is on the way, and it is good. A reminder that for every field goal made tonight and throughout the remainder of the season, Barbasol will make a donation to Kurt and Brenda Warner's Treasure House, a living community for adults with disabilities. Barbasol shaving cream, an American original for over 100 years. Close Shave America, Close Shave Barbasol. 11:21 to go in the first quarter. Packers 3. Lions will have it when we come back. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Oh my goodness, a little showtime.
The greatest tournament in all of sports is coming back.
What a shot! From ruin to redemption.
Every dunk.
He will slam it with one hand.
Every upset. Every buzzer beater.
The ultimate upset has happened.
From the first four on March 18th till they cut the nets on April 5th.
Got it!
March Madness lives on Sirius XM. Sirius XM.
There are no rules for the Pat McAfee Show.
This is potentially going to lead you on a path of destruction of yourself.
He's outrageous.
Get your asses back in those Zoom classes and get off the call.
Damn it! Yet relatable.
That's exactly why you have a lot of fans, too, though. So, hey, live by the sword, die by the sword.
And he's on Sirius XM. Catch Pat McAfee and his friends.
Ladies and gentlemen, Aaron Rodgers.
Barry Sanders. Weekdays at noon Eastern on Mad Dog Sports Radio, Sirius XM 82. And on Amazon Alexa, Google Assistant, or however you stream in your house.
The college football season is over.
Alabama does it. National championship number 18.
Where will the top college players take the field next season?
We're the first pick in the NFL draft.
Join Rhett Lewis Thursday night at 7 Eastern as he talks to the top prospects and NFL draft experts.
He's still raw. He's a special guy. You cannot teach that finish.
Not very twitchy.
The guy can get open. On ESPNU Radio, Sirius XM 84, and streaming on the Sirius XM app. Free to most subscribers.
Oh my goodness, a little showtime.
The greatest tournament in all of sports is coming back.
What a shot! From ruin to redemption.
Every dunk.
He will slam it with one hand.
Every upset. Every buzzer beater.
The ultimate upset has happened.
From the first four on March 18th till they cut the nets on April 5th.
Got it!
March Madness lives on Sirius XM. Sirius XM.
The NFL playoffs are here, and it all starts next Saturday. 12 teams, 6 games, 3 days, and one epic weekend. Super Wild Card Weekend presented by Verizon, Saturday through Monday. Visit NFL.com/schedule later for full details. Now, the Green Bay Packers hoping to be a part of Super Wild Card Weekend. Win tonight, and they are in. They would head to San Francisco to take on the 49ers next week. 3-0 Green Bay after his 7-play, 75-yard drive. And now Mason Crosby with a low liner. Justin Jackson will watch this one bounce at the 2, skip into the end zone. And the Lions will have it at the 25-yard line. Jared Goff has had a career renaissance year. 29 touchdown passes for Goff this year, tied for 4th in the NFL. 6th in passing yards. He makes his 100th career start tonight. Jamal Williams, the former Packer, leads the NFL with 15 rushing touchdowns. DeAndre Swift also a big part of the run game. Josh Reynolds, Amon-Ra St. Brown, DJ Chark are the wide receivers. Brock Wright headlines the tight end group. 1st and 10, Detroit at its own 25. They move right to left. Ball is on the near side, left hash. Goff under center. 2 receivers right, single man left. Here's the snap. Goff will hand it off to Williams, running between the hash marks, angling out to the right. And he gets a couple of yards out to about the 28. Quay Walker, the rookie out of Georgia, leading tackler for the Packers, wraps him up after a gain of 3. It'll be 2nd down and 7.
Really interesting with Goff, who comes here from the Rams, and Stafford, who goes to the Rams. Stafford has the year last year, wins the Super Bowl, then has a bad year this year and has an injury. Goff has a bad year last year, and this year looks like he's having a bit of a resurgence.
Officially a gain of 4 to the 29, 2nd and 6. Goff in the gun, trips left, 2 receivers to the right. Goff looks over the Packer defense, waits for the shotgun snap. He's got it, back to pass, looking right, throws short right, incomplete. Trying to get that one to Khalif Raymond. The throw was low and away. Adrian Amos, the safety, was in coverage. It'll be 3rd down for the Lions.
Boy, that looked like either weather and or release had something to do with that throw. That was just low and away for an open receiver. It should have been 3rd and very short right now.
Well, Jared Goff, a California kid, he's 0-2 in his career here at Lambeau. He is 1-2 in his career when the temperature is below freezing, which, as we mentioned, it is here tonight. 3rd down and 6. Trips left, 2 receivers to the right. DeAndre Swift, who had been wide to the right, now motions into the backfield. Goff left foot in front of right, bends at the waist, waits, has the shotgun snap, back to pass, looking left, throws left side, and that's incomplete. Flag goes down at the end of the play. Yep. That throw was intended for Josh Reynolds. It was low, and we'll check on the marker.
I think we're going to get a roughing the passer here, possibly, or a hold. Not punter coming out, so probably a hold.
And Lions headed off the field. Brad Rogers will tell us who the hold was against. if in fact that's what it is.
It looked like they picked up the flag.
I guess they did, yeah. That flag was laying. I think it was Kingsley Enagbari that went over and picked it up and said, here you go.
Yeah, there's no penalty here. Nothing to see here. Let's move it on.
Move on. So Jack Fox will punt. Nixon is back standing at the 30-yard line. Well, the Lions don't go 3 and out very often. 15.7% of their drives this year ended 3 and outs, and that's what they start with. Here's a spiraling kick driving Nixon back inside the 20. He's got it around his 17. Straight ahead across the 20-yard line. Hit shy of the 25. Dropped at the 23. Well, excellent special teams coverage that time by the Lions, and it was Josh Woods again, already with a couple of special teams tackles in the ball game tonight. And the Packers will have it inside the 25, a 54-yard punt. We'll step aside with 10:27 to go in the first quarter. Packers 3, Lions nothing. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood 1.
Football is a game of inches, and while we've advanced the ball down the field, our efforts to achieve equality are still far from the goal. But we are in it for the long haul. For years, P&G has used its voice to shine a light on inequalities and bias, and through their Take On Race platform, actionable change is being made. P&G is dedicated to investing in the future of boys and men of color, supporting the success of black women entrepreneurs, funding efforts that will improve the child care industry in the U.S., and much more. So we invite you to join P&G and take action to ensure the home field advantage is everyone's advantage. Go to pg.com/takeonrace to learn more. That's pg.com/takeonrace and engage in a quest for a more equitable world for everyone.
New Jack Link's Barbecue Pork Tender Bites. A mouth-watering, sweet and savory bite-sized barbecue snack. Because if barbecue wants to be a flavor and a patio appliance, Jack Link's is good with it. Available at a store near you.
The Venture X card from Capital One gives you premium travel benefits, perfect for seeing Taylor Swift The Eras Tour. Presented by Capital One. Oh, I do love her. Earn 5 times miles on flights and 10 times miles on hotels through Capital One Travel.
Enjoy your stay in Suite 13.
Whoa, 13? That's Taylor's lucky number. The Venture X card from Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Welcome back to Lambeau Field, where it's time for the Dell Small Business Fact of the Game. This is the 6th time in Aaron Rodgers' career he has played in a win and in situation. In his previous 5, he is 5-0. It's our Fact of the Game, sponsored by Dell Small Business. Dell Technologies provides growing businesses with the tools to do incredible things. For advice on smart PCs powered by Intel vPro that's built for business, call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL.
Yeah, while this hasn't been a career year by any stretch for Aaron Rodgers, he's money when it you need it the most to get into the playoffs. Still looking for, a lot of people feel, needs those multiple Super Bowl wins to put himself in some of the categories some of the other all-time greats are.
Packers with their second possession after forcing a 3 and out. I mentioned not something the Lions have done very much this year. Just the 27th time all year they've gone 3 and out. Packers will start at their own 23, 1st and 10. Rodgers in the gun, 2 receivers left, single man to the right. A.J. Dillon in the backfield to Rodgers right. Now Aaron Jones in motion. They'll hand it off to Dillon running left along the hash marks. He gets hit immediately, but drives forward, falls out to the 25. 2-yard pickup. Benito Jones, second-year man out of Mississippi on the stop. And that'll bring up 2nd down and 8.
We've done Green Bay a couple of times, Ryan, and we've seen these backs get to the second level before they're being touched. We've already called Isaiah Bugg's number a couple of times. Benito Jones there. These D linemen are getting hands on the running backs before they're building up any steam early on.
2nd down 8 from the 25. Trips right for Green Bay. Rodgers in the gun. Jones to his right. Now Rodgers will shift him off to the left. Rodgers gets the snap, back to pass, looking, throws over the middle, caught by Cobb across the 30 out to the 31, and he is dropped right there by Kirby Joseph. Packers will be a little bit short of the 1st down, gain of 6 on the throw, and a 3rd and short now for Green Bay.
Try and get a big stand here for Green Bay for Detroit as Green Bay is going to go up tempo.
Packers will line up with Rodgers in the gun, trips right, single man left, 3rd down and 2. They need the 33 for a 1st down. Jones off to Rodgers left, who now walks up to the line of scrimmage, changes something. Jones will move to the right side. Rodgers back of the guns, bends slightly at the waist, takes the snap, handed off Jones, hit in the backfield, drives ahead, he's close to the 1st down. Mentioned he needed that 33. John Kaminsky on the stop. Let's see where they mark it. It looks like they've got him short. He needed the 33. The nose of the ball is short. It's going to be 4th and inches, and right now the Packers offense is staying on the field.
I was surprised a little bit at that spot. They're going to go right up and go for it. I thought they might challenge it. We'll see if he just tries to hard count him.
2 receivers right, single man left. Rodgers rarely sneaks. He is under center, goes to the hard count. Lions don't jump. Play clock is at 10. Rodgers stands up, yells out some signals, puts his hands back under center again. Play clock at 5. Here's the snap, handed off Lazard, running left, hit in the backfield and dropped. They brought Lazard in motion from right to left, and Anzalone blew it up. Loss of about a yard on the play, and the Lions will take over at the Packers 31.
What that is film study, because you saw when that motion started, Anzalone started to go that way. That's knowing it's either going to be the dive up the middle, but Anzalone actually got a jump on the play once the motion started. Again, these are division opponents. You know each other well. He sniffed that one out for the get-go and then needed to make that one-on-one tackle, which he did.
Well, the Packers have really struggled on 4th down this year. They are now just 11 of 30. It's one of the worst marks in the league. And now the Lions have it at the Green Bay 31. DeAndre Swift is the single back. Goff under center. 2 receivers left. Single man to the right. Here's the snap. Goff fakes the handoff. Throws right side. Caught by St. Brown along the numbers across the 25. Down to the 20. And he's got a first down to the 19. Adrian Amos on the stop. They will mark him at the 20-yard line, so it's a gain of 11 on that quick pass to Amon-Ra St. Brown. Catch number 101 on the year for him.
And he got open and free to run because Penei Sewell, the right tackle, got out there and put a nice block on Quay Walker and let St. Brown cut right underneath it.
1st and 10 for the Lions at the Green Bay 20. Goff is going to line up in the shotgun with Swift to his right. 3 receivers left, single man to the right. Play clock down to 11. Goff looking over the defense, sends Swift in motion to the left. Here's the snap. Goff back to pass, looking, throws down the right side, incomplete. Trying to find St. Brown. Rasul Douglas was in coverage. That one had no chance. It'll be 2nd down and 10.
Yeah, I don't know. That you either throw that one high, like a long, go, or the back shoulder, and that was neither. That was inside and short. Other than that, it was perfect.
Amon-Ra St. Brown, a guy that has had a heck of a season for the Lions. 7th in the NFL in catches, 12th in receiving yards coming into tonight. 6 more catches. He'll have the most by any player in their first 2 years in NFL history. 2nd and 10 from the Green Bay 20. 2 receivers right, 1 left. Goff back in the shotgun. Gets the snap, holds it out for Swift, gives it to him, starts left, cuts back to his right, and not much. Got maybe a yard. Quay Walker led the charge for the Packers, and now it'll be 3rd and long for the Lions.
And again, overall for the year, this Green Bay defense has not been very good against the run, but we talked about that 4-game winning streak where they've been playing a lot better on that side of the ball. You saw it right there.
3rd and 9 from the 19. Walker coming off the field, urging on the Lambeau faithful to make some noise. Goff in the shotgun, 3 receivers left, single man to the right. He's got a back in the backfield. It's Khalif Raymond who is to his right. Play clock at 8. Goff looks over the defense, hands in front of his chest, takes the shotgun snap, back against a 4-man rush, under pressure, throws short, incomplete. Trying to get it to Raymond at the 15-yard line. There was some contact from Darnell Savage. The Lions thought it was early, but there's no flag on the field. And the field goal team is coming out for Detroit.
Yeah, Dan Campbell not happy about that one. Thought Darnell Savage did get there a little early, broke on the ball, timed it up pretty well to break up that pass. Saw it coming on the in route, and that was just good coverage. I thought it was contact right as the ball was getting there. Well, maybe a hair before. When you see it in slow motion, you can say it's a little before.
37-yard attempt for Michael Badgley. His kick is on the way, and it is good. With that field goal, Barbasol will make another donation to Kurt and Brenda Warner's Treasure House, a living community for adults with disabilities. Barbasol, the trusted choice for a close, comfortable shave. Close Shave America, Close Shave Barbasol. 7 minutes to go in the first quarter. Packers and Lions tied at 3. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers high-quality supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as access to product specialists who have the knowledge and experience to answer your toughest questions. Plus, their commitment to being your safety partner can help you keep your facilities safe and your people safer. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, Maria in Miami, and Jules in Troy. Taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with high-quality supplies for every industry, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you bundle your renters and auto insurance with Progressive, you could save money, but it doesn't cover any terrible memories living rent-free in your head.
Remember when one of your best players got injured, but not like on a play or anything? He got injured celebrating a play, and it's not like it was a game-winning play or in the playoffs. And he was out the rest of the season because he was injured while celebrating? Yeah.
Sorry, we can't save you from that memory, but we could save you money bundling your renters and auto insurance with Progressive. Coverage from Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Renters insurance and bundle discount not available in all states or situations.
Ryan Radke, Mike Golick here in the Grainger broadcast booth at Lambeau Field. For all the jobs you do, count on Grainger for supplies and solutions that help you get more done. Call, click Grainger.com, or stop by one of over 250 Grainger branch locations. So the Lions get good field position. Only managed 12 yards. They do get the field goal from Badgley from 37 yards out, and we're tied at 3.
Yeah, we know, obviously, in Green Bay's point of view, win and you're in, lose and you're not. So we know what they're playing for. For Detroit, now that they're not playing for the playoffs, I'm telling you what Dan Campbell is going to do is he's going to show highlights or lowlights of this game to start next year when this team gets back together and says, how did you play when there was nothing on the line? What were you doing? Because the motivation, again, is to knock off your division opponent from making the playoffs. But what effort did you put out there? That's kind of Coach Dan is. Dan will use this game to show next year on how these guys played.
Keyshawn Nixon back deep to return the kick. Nixon, number 1 in the NFL in kickoff return yardage this year. Jack Fox on the approach. High end-over-end kick. Nixon will have a chance to return this one. He's got it at the 4. Straight ahead across the 10. Over the 15. Left side numbers 20. Out to the sideline 25. Stiff arms a man to the 30. And he dives out to about the 33-yard line. Well, Keyshawn Nixon has been a shot in the arm for this Packers team, Mike.
Oh, he really has. I mean, giving that field position and just anytime he gets the ball, this is one of these games where it's not overly windy, but could be windy enough going this way right to left where the ball's not going in the end zone and able to get some returns.
29-yard return. Anthony Pittman made the stop. Now the Packers will start at their own 33, 1st and 10. 3-3 game, 6:53 to go here in the first quarter. Green Bay with 2 receivers left, single man to the right. Aaron Jones is the back. Rodgers will start under center. Rodgers pointing at the Lions defense, puts his hand under center now, brings Lazard in motion from the left. Here's the snap, handoff Jones, hit in the backfield, jump cut to his left across the 35, and an ankle tackle brings him down up at the 39. Mike Hughes made the tackle, but some nifty feet by Aaron Jones, picks up 6.
Really was, because Josh Pascal from the Detroit was just coming right down the line as the end man on the backside and just went a little too far, and the jump cut by Jones was fantastic to get around him.
Well, Mike, we talked about how this Green Bay defense has improved. You look at the Lions, weeks 1 through 8, they were giving up over 32 points per game. Since week 9, they've dropped it all the way down to under 21 a game. 2nd down and 4. A.J. Dillon is the single back. Now DeGuara motions into the backfield. He'll line up as the fullback. Receivers left and right. Rodgers has the snap. Handoff A.J. Dillon straight ahead along the left hash, and Dillon's got the first down, it appears. Leaning forward out to the 43. Malcolm Rodriguez along with Anzalone combined on the stop. It's a gain of 4 and a Packer first down.
Yeah, that's why I expect, again, a lot of rushing and running the ball by Green Bay. Detroit giving up almost 150 yards a game. That's 29th in the league. I'm with you, though. They played better as of late, but overall, the defense, without question, has been a weaker part of this game. But they do have a handful of rookies that are out there contributing, which is really a good sign going forward for them.
Yeah, I mentioned Malcolm Rodriguez, one of those guys, 6th-round pick out of Oklahoma State. He has been terrific for him this year. 1st and 10 Packers at their own 43. Receivers left and right. Shotgun snap to Rodgers. Handed off. Dillon running between the hash marks. He's across the 45-yard line and out across the 47. Gain of about 5 on that run for A.J. Dillon. Benito Jones with the stop. Tune in to watch all the excitement of the NFL playoffs next weekend on CBS. Check your local listings for game and time in your area. Catch the NFL playoffs on CBS. Well, the man you call Quadzilla, A.J. Dillon. I know you're a big fan of the way he runs, Mike.
I'm a big fan of the quads, too, yeah. I mean, obviously the man squats. He doesn't skip leg day.
Just giving you something to shoot for. Second down 5 from the 48. Rodgers in the gun, takes the snap, back to pass, bouncing in the pocket, looking, going deep, got Watson wide open, makes the catch at the Detroit 25 and driven out of bounds. Rodgers given time to survey the field and finds Christian Watson all by his lonesome in the secondary for 27.
You know, we talked about the youth here, the edge rushers, and how well they've been doing, but overall, they're 18th in the league with just 37 sacks, and that one, Aaron Rodgers had all the time in the world against his zone defense. Watson just found that one hole, and Aaron just dropped it in with all kinds of room. That's a great job of protection up front.
Clock running, 4:15 to go first quarter, 3-3 game. Packers have it to the Lions, 25, 1st and 10. Receivers left and right. Rodgers under center with Aaron Jones, the single back. Play clock at 3. Rodgers has the snap. He's going to fake the handoff, flip it to Lazard, end around, coming left, cuts it up, and gains just about a yard to the 24. Rodriguez with the tackle. Deshaun Elliott was there as well. It'll be 2nd down and 9. So that's the 3rd time now we've seen the Packers, all of them to the left side. They've given 2 to Lazard, 1 to Christian Watson. First one worked great, the last 2 not so much.
Yeah, and I mean, when you're running those, you're expecting to chunk them a little bit, and they have not at all. They're really trying to force the issue there on running these. And again, Detroit reading them extremely well when the motion comes back.
2nd down 9 from the Lions 24. Romeo Doubs splits out wide to the left, 2 receivers right. Quick snap, Rodgers on a play fake, rolling to his right. Looking, throws to the right sideline. It's caught by Randall Cobb. It'll be a short gain out of bounds at about the 20-yard line. Jerry Jacobs was in coverage. Give him a gain of 4, and now it'll be 3rd down for Green Bay.
So again, when you see that half rollout like that, play action roll, know there's a short route, medium route, and usually a longer route. In Detroit, an excellent job of coverage there on all of them. You'll give up that throw and give them a couple of yards any day of the week to make it now 3rd and 5.
3rd and 5 from the 20-yard line. Packers this year 17th in the league on 3rd down, just under 40%. Lions have given up almost 46%. That's 30th in the league. Packers go empty, 3 receivers left, 2 to the right. Rodgers back in the gun, goes to a hard count. Lions don't jump. Rodgers surveys that defense. Play clock at 2, now at 1. Here's the snap. Rodgers back to pass, looks right, pumps, throws to his left. He's getting chased, and he's sacked. The ball came out. The ball is out. They're going to say he was down back at around the 31. It was Aiden Hutchinson that came off the edge and got him. 8.5 sacks on the season for Aiden Hutchinson. That's a loss of 10 yards.
A great rush by both he and Houston on the outside. It looked like Houston was getting held by Bakhtiari, and Aaron was able to break outside, but Hutchinson has that 100-mile-an-hour motor, just kept going. Now 19.5 sacks for rookies on Detroit, the most since Tennessee had 19 back in 1999.
This is a 49-yard attempt now for Mason Crosby. Here's the snap. Ball is down. The kick is on the way, and it is good. Had just enough to get it through. Mason Crosby in the cold hits from 49, and the Packers have the lead with 1:54 to go in the first quarter. It's Green Bay 6 and Detroit 3. So the Packers have to settle for 3. They'll take it. We'll step aside. Back to Lambeau in a moment. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Looking for a perfect post-holiday pick-me-up? Well, treat yourself to a $5 pot pie from KFC. For a limited time, pot pies at Kentucky Fried Chicken are now just $5. Each KFC pot pie is made with a delicious mix of tender chicken, savory sauce, perfectly cooked veggies, and topped with a golden flaky crust. It really is the ultimate $5 comfort meal. only at KFC. That's finger licking good. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Tax extra.
A reminder, you can hear Westwood One's coverage of every NFL postseason game streamed live for free. Catch all the action on the NFL app via Westwood One station streams on WestwoodOneSports.com or by asking Alexa to open Westwood One Sports. All sponsored by AutoZone. Free battery testing, free battery charging, and replacement batteries that fit your needs. That's what makes AutoZone America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone, AutoZone. 49-yard field goal from Mason Crosby. The Packers have a 6-3 lead with 1:54 to go in the first quarter.
So I'm going to say this again just to make sure everybody understands this. 19.5 sacks by the rookies for Detroit combined. The NFL record was Tennessee had 19 in 1999. So these contributing rookies on defense have been fantastic. The rookie rushers, 87 pressures, #1 in the NFL. 24 tackles for losses by rookies on this defense, #1 in the NFL. So, again, the future is bright here. The rankings aren't great, but I think the future is bright for the contributors that they have.
Crosby ready to kick it away to Justin Jackson, waiting at the goal line. Crosby on the approach. Here's the kick. Another low line drive, end over end. Jackson's got it at the 2. Across the 5, angles right to the 10, 15, weaves back left across the 20, and he dives out to about the 24-yard line. So Justin Jackson getting a chance to return. And the Lions will have it up at the 24-25-yard line. Isaiah McDuffie with the special team stop. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood One, your home for Sunday Night Football.
JT the Brick here. You want fast and energetic sports talk? Tune into my show, Brick at Night, every Sunday through Tuesday night, only on SiriusXM Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82.
Lions 1st and 10 at their own 24, trailing 6-3 with 1:50 to go in the first quarter. 2 receivers stack right, 2 receivers left. Jared Goff up near the line of scrimmage, hands under center, takes the snap. He'll hand it off. Jamal Williams running right, hit in the backfield, stood up by the Packer D, and shoved backwards. Got back to the line of scrimmage. It was Quay Walker leading the charge again. No gain on the play. That'll bring up 2nd and 10. Talk about a guy who has improved as this season has gone along.
He definitely struggled early on, but one thing that was consistently good out of him, Ryan, is he didn't miss tackles when he was in place to make them. He made certainly some mistakes as a rookie, but leading tackler, and he is pretty a sure tackler in one-on-one situations.
2nd down 10 from the 24. 2 receivers stack right, single man left. Goff in the gun, takes the snap, back to pass, looks, throws short left side. That's caught just shy of the 30 by Raymond, who gets banged down as he leans across the 30 to the 31. Jair Alexander was in coverage. And now 3rd down coming up. That was a gain of 7. It'll be 3rd and 3.
It's good to see a nice on-target pass because Goff had been off a little bit already today, and that was a nice one right in motion to catch the ball and keep running. Wasn't the biggest gain in the world, but I was more happy, at least for the Detroit fans should be, that the pass was on target the way it was.
Goff just 2 of 6 to begin. Lions 0 for 2 on 3rd down now. This is 3rd down. They need about 3 yards. Goff in the gun. He's got 2 receivers right, single man to the left. Play clock is at 8. Goff hands in front of his chest, takes the snap, back to pass, looking, throws over the middle. Diving catch made by St. Brown. Gets to his feet. He's across the 45 and brought down at the 46. Darnell Savage with the tackle. Amon-Ra St. Brown laying out for the fingertip grab, a gain of 15.
Boy, he saved Goff on that one because he was open cutting across the field, and Goff almost threw it too wide. St. Brown, what a great diving catch.
Lions going hurry up now. But we've got a stoppage. I think Green Bay is going to take a timeout.
Or is it referees running over to Matt? Is he challenging?
Oh, maybe
that
he is.
Catch? Maybe challenging the catch.
Green Bay is challenging the ruling on the field of a completed catch.
So they're going to take a look and see if Amon-Ra St. Brown made this catch. A diving attempt. Caught it out on his fingertips. This Close Shave Instant Replay Review is sponsored by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Choose Barbasol Shaving Cream for a thick lather and close, comfortable shave. Barbasol, the American original for over 100 years. Better by Barbasol. With the score, the Packers 6, the Lions 3. 8 seconds to go in the first quarter. We've got timeout. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
with a Peppermint Frosty. Time to enjoy yourself is built in. You're welcome. They're so rich and creamy, a straw just won't cut it. And finishing one, it's not something you can speed through. So check your watch. Is it Frosty time yet? And by that, we mean, is it time for a moment with just you and your Frosty kicking back and doing whatever goes best with the chillest treat of the season? These Peppermint Frosty treats are going fast, so when it's time for Frosty time, choose wisely, choose Wendy's.
Did you know Nissan EVs have traveled 8 billion miles? Just a quick trip to Pluto and back. And what did we learn along the way? Well, that an EV can take on the world, like the Nissan Leaf. It can move racing forward and take your breath away, like the all-new Nissan Ariya. We learned to make EVs that electrify. 8 billion miles driven by Leaf owners globally since 2010. Ariya not yet available for purchase. Expected availability late fall, subject to change.
By now, you know that sound. It's the sound of the Home Depot. But what about that sound? You're listening to a set of GE appliances, complete with all you need to keep food fresh, dishes clean, and everything else stress-free. Making this the sound of savings on top brand appliances. The Home Depot. How doers get more done. Get up to 25% off select GE appliances right now. Offer valid January 5th through January 25th, 2023. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
Let's hear about if this is going to be a completed pass. Brad Rogers is off the headset. Mike, real quick, what do you think?
I think it's incomplete. The right hand was not underneath it, and the ball hit the ground, and both hands were on the side of it, so I think it's going to be incomplete.
Lions offense is still out there. Packers defense is still out there. Brad Rogers is going to tell us. Well, now it looks like they're moving the sticks.
Yeah, they're going back with them. Yep.
Yeah, I think Brad Rogers' mic may not be working. Here we go.
After review, it is an incomplete pass. It's fourth down.
The goalless streak remains intact.
We're at 247. 247 calls.
Mike, let's talk about what you saw on that replay, because this was really, really close.
Well, his right hand at first was underneath it, and as he was hitting the ground, both his hands kind of separated, and then the ball was on the ground and no hand was underneath it. Again, the ball can be on the ground, but if you're controlling it, it would have been complete, but it was not. So this was a good reversal. That was incomplete.
So it takes away the first down. The Lions go 3 and out again. Jack Fox is on to punt. Keyshawn Nixon standing at the 30-yard line. Here's the snap. Fox has it, gets away, low kick. Nixon waiting, has it at the 30, straight ahead 35, cutting left, looking for a block. Outside the far numbers 40, up to the 45, and he's down at about the 46-yard line. So that low line drive kick turns into a nice return for Keyshawn Nixon of about 16 yards. Malcolm Rodriguez made the stop. A reminder that Westwood One is the only place for exclusive audio coverage of every NFL postseason game from the wild card round all the way to Super Bowl 57 in Arizona. The NFL playoffs are on Westwood One. Log on to WestwoodOneSports.com for more details and to listen to the live stream for free. So they put more time on the clock with that incomplete pass. 17 seconds remain in this first quarter. They have moved the ball back to the Green Bay 45. That's where the Packers have it, 1st and 10. 2 receivers left, single man to the right. Rodgers under center. Dillon is the back. Here's the snap. They're going to hand it off to Watson running right side. Out to the sideline, cuts it up to the 50, and he's into Lions territory at the 49-yard line. So that's the 4th time the Packers have handed off to a wide receiver. Anzalone on the stop. It's a gain of 6, and that'll bring up 2nd down and 4 when we come back for the second quarter. End of 1 here at Lambeau Field in Green Bay. With the score, the Packers 6 and the Lions 3. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean. I hate the struggle of tough, greasy messes on my stovetop. So I just freak, wipe, and I'm done.
When I'm frustrated with stubborn bathtub soap scum, I just freak, wipe, and I'm done.
Mr. Clean Clean Freak delivers an innovative cleaning experience with a powerful deep cleaning mist that starts working on contact to break down tough messes in seconds.
Just freak,
wipe,
done.
The NFL playoffs are here, and it all starts with Super Wildcard Weekend. 12 teams, 6 games, 3 days, and one epic weekend that kicks off with a Saturday doubleheader, followed by a Sunday tripleheader, and ends with a second annual Wildcard Monday.
That's big time there.
The road to Super Bowl 57 starts now. Super Wildcard Weekend, presented by Verizon, Saturday through Monday. Visit NFL.com/schedule for the full schedule.
Ryan Radke, Mike Golick here in the Grainger broadcast booth at Lambeau Field. Knowledge and experience matters. Grainger has answers to help you get jobs done, plus supplies and solutions for every industry. Call, click Grainger.com, or stop by. Field Goal Fest in the opening 15 minutes, 6-3 Green Bay.
I don't know if I've seen 4 jet sweeps in one quarter, but that's exactly what Matt LaFleur has called here for the Packers offense. 2 to Watson, which gained, I think, 5 and 6 yards, respectively, and then 2 to Lazard, which basically did nothing. I feel, Ryan, like they're trying to set Detroit up a little bit for a pass off of it, some sort of fake, some sort of trickeration off the jet sweep fake.
Well, Christian Watson coming into tonight, 5 carries all year, 2 in the first quarter. Lazard had not had a carry all year, 2 in the first quarter for him. The Packers with a 6-3 lead, second down and 4. They will start at the Detroit 49. Again, here's the scenario. Packers win. They are in as the NFC's 7th seed. They would go to San Francisco next week. Packers lose. The Seattle Seahawks are in as the number 7 seed. Should we have a tie here tonight, the Seahawks would be in as the number 7 seed and play in San Francisco. By the way, the Packers have only been the final seed in the NFC one time. It's 2010. They won 4 straight games and won Super Bowl 45.
Well, listen, why not? They were the number 1 seed the last few years, didn't do them anything. Why not try the other way, huh?
What do you make of, Mike? You know, there was a lot of talk this week about how unfair this was to Seattle. For them to play this afternoon, and now the Lions know they're out of it. What'd you think?
It was a little surprising. Again, they normally like to keep those at the same time so you know what's going on at the same time. So I was a little surprised this game got flexed to tonight.
Second down and 4. Ball at the Lions 49 on the far side, right hash. Packers moving right to left. Rodgers under center, takes the snap, back on a play fake. Looking, throws left side. Lazard's got it, makes the catch, and then dropped it, I think. They're going to say it's a completed catch at the 33-yard line of Detroit, and now they are going to say incomplete. Yeah, it certainly looked to me like Lazard dropped
Ruling
it.
on the field is an incomplete pass. 3rd down.
It was the official all the way across the field that came back and said that's incomplete. Lazard had it, and then as he was going to the ground, it just squirted out of his hands.
This is reminiscent of early in the year when there were a lot of drops going on. He caught the back end of the football, and then as he was twisting, the ball came out of his hands. He was trying to shift it into one hand.
So instead of the Packers having it at the Lions 33, they're back at the Lions 49 for 3rd down and 4. Rodgers will line up in the shotgun. Packers 0-3 on 3rd down in the game. They've got 3 receivers left, 2 receivers out to the right. Rodgers, left foot in front of right, slight bend at the waist, takes the snap, back to pass. Rodgers looking, going deep down the right side for Tonyan, makes a leaping grab inside the 31st and 10 Green Bay. Rodgers just kind of floating that one up there, and Robert Tonyan going high over to Sean Elliott, brings it down at the Lions 29. It's a gain of 20.
So again, Tonyan is the one that sees the ball. Elliott doesn't, and it's a little underthrown, and he just comes back and goes over the top of Elliott. Elliott turns back as the ball was already coming over his head, so he never really had an idea of where it was, while Tonyan was able to high point it back behind Elliott.
Tonyan, who actually began his NFL career with the Lions, undrafted free agent back in 2017, eventually finding his way to Green Bay, where he has been a valuable receiver for them the last couple of years. 1st and 10 from the 29. Here's the snap. Rodgers handoff to A.J. Dillon, running out to the right side numbers. He leans across the 25 to the 24-yard line. Alex Anzalone with the tackle, gain of 5. It'll be 2nd down and 5 for Green Bay with the clock moving. 13 minutes, 50 seconds to go first half. Packers lead the Lions 6-3.
Another opportunity here for Detroit as a defense to do the bend but don't break. Try and hold to a field goal attempt, even though there's 6 yards basically gained on that first down play.
Mason Crosby with a couple of field goals tonight. He's hit from 22 and from 49. 2nd down and 5 Packers. Ball is on the far side right hash of the Lions 24. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. Rodgers in the shotgun. Here's the snap. Rodgers will fake the handoff to Dillon. Back to pass, moving left, looking down the field. Now heads back to his right. Rodgers throws right side, caught by Dillon. He was open right at the 20-yard line, and the ball hit him right in the hands. And Rodgers staring in the direction of A.J. Dillon after that one. That should have been an easy completion. And if not a first down, get the Packers within a yard of it. Instead, it'll be 3rd and 5.
Yeah, the stares earlier in the season were going to the rookies who were dropping the ball. Here's some serious vets on this drive that have dropped the ball that have been right in their hands.
Well, we always hear about the gloves the guys wear today and how sticky they are. Hasn't helped Lazard and Dillon on the last couple. 3rd and 5 now from the Lions 24. Rodgers in the gun with Dillon to his right. 3 receivers left. Single man Watson out to the right side. Rodgers looking to his left, takes the shotgun snap. He's back to pass, looking, pumps right side, hit in the backfield, flag is down, and Rodgers is sacked again. 2nd of the game for Hutchinson. He got him back at the 30. The marker is against Green Bay. It's a hold.
Boy, oh boy, excellent pass rush.
Offense, number 73, 10-yard penalty, 3rd down.
Oh, this is interesting from Dan Campbell. Aiden Hutchinson is saying we want to decline the penalty, and now maybe he's changed his mind.
Has elected to decline this foul. It's 4th down.
Okay, so they are going to decline it. They'll make it a long field goal. I was just thinking, Mike, normally you decline that, but maybe after Crosby hit that one, they were thinking, let's move him back, but they've decided they are going to decline it, and Crosby's going to come out again.
I don't give Aaron Rodgers another chance to throw the ball. I think that this is the right move here.
So Crosby, who hit from 49 in the other direction, will come out and try this one from 48. In between the hash marks. Crosby this season, 24 of 27. His long on the year, 56, that came last week. And it was in this direction. Coco to snap it. O'Donnell puts it down. Crosby's kick is on the way, end over end, and it is good. He's got enough again. Crosby with his 3rd field goal of the first half. His 2nd long one, and the Packers lead by a score of 9-3 with 12:56 to go in the 2nd quarter here at Lambeau Field. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
There are no rules for the Pat McAfee Show.
This is potentially going to lead you on a path of destruction of yourself.
He's outrageous.
Get your asses back in those Zoom classes and get off the call.
Damn it! Yet relatable.
That's exactly why you have a lot of fans too, though. So hey, live by the sword, die by the sword.
And he's on Sirius XM. Catch Pat McAfee and his friends.
Ladies and gentlemen, Aaron Rodgers, Barry Sanders.
Weekdays at noon Eastern on Mad Dog Sports Radio, Sirius XM 82. And on Amazon Alexa, Google Assistant, or however you stream in your house.
The college football season is over.
Alabama does it. National championship number 18.
Where will the top college players take the field next season?
We're the first pick in the NFL draft.
Join Rhett Lewis Thursday night at 7 Eastern as he talks to the top prospects and NFL draft experts.
He's still raw.
He's a special guy.
You cannot teach that finish. Not very twitchy.
The guy can get open. On ESPNU Radio, Sirius XM 84, and streaming on the Sirius XM app. Free to most subscribers.
Oh my goodness, a little showtime.
The greatest tournament in all of sports is coming back.
What a shot! From ruin to redemption.
Every dunk.
He will slam it with one hand.
Every upset.
Count it!
Every buzzer beater.
The ultimate upset has happened.
From the first 4 on March 18th till they cut the nets on April 5th.
Got it! Got it! Got it!
March Madness lives on Sirius XM. Sirius XM.
There are no rules for the Pat McAfee Show.
This is potentially going to lead you on a path of destruction of yourself.
He's outrageous.
Get your asses back in those Zoom classes and get off the call.
Damn it! Yet relatable.
That's exactly why you have a lot of fans too, though. So hey, live by the sword, die by the sword.
And he's on Sirius XM. Catch Pat McAfee and his friends.
Ladies and gentlemen, Aaron Rodgers, Barry Sanders.
Weekdays at noon Eastern on Mad Dog Sports Radio, Sirius XM 82. And on Amazon Alexa, Google Assistant, or however you stream in your house.
Time to check the schedule of games coming up on Westwood One, sponsored by Hulu Plus Live TV. We've got Super Wildcard Weekend covered for you. 2 games on Saturday beginning at 4 p.m. Eastern. Then on Sunday, 3 games. Our coverage begins at 12:30 Eastern. And then Monday night at 7:30 p.m. Eastern, we'll have the final game of Super Wildcard Weekend. Did you know Hulu Plus Live TV has over 75 live channels with sports like NFL games? It also now comes with Disney Plus and ESPN Plus. Live TV plan required. Restrictions apply. Access content from each service separately. You can learn more at Hulu.com. 9-3 Packers. 12:56 to go second quarter. Mason Crosby will kick it away to Justin Jackson. He's got it at the 1-yard line. Jackson angles left across the 10, now to the 15-yard line, over the 20, and he's out to about the 25-yard line on the far side left hash. And that's where the Lions will start this drive. First down and 10. A Lions offense that has been great all year, but struggling so far in the cold tonight, Mike. They've gone 3 and out twice, and then they had another play given great field position. Managed just 5 plays, kicked the field goal.
You talked about the low percentage of 3 and outs. That's, as you mentioned twice, kudos to the Green Bay defense and also Detroit defense. You know, bending, not breaking, holding Green Bay to field goal attempts and nobody getting in the end zone. This is a defensive night so far.
Receivers left and right, first and 10 from the 25-yard line. Goff under center. Jamal Williams is the single back. Tight ends on either end of the line. Goff looks over that Packers defense. Crowd here making some noise. Goff takes the snap. He'll hand it off. Williams straight ahead. And again, not much. Stood up by that Packer defense. Adrian Amos from his safety spot sticks his nose in there. Gain of about 2. It'll be second down and 8.
Love seeing safeties come up and play in the line of scrimmage. I think it has to be the most versatile position in the NFL now. That changes from time to time from edge rushers and such. Now I think it's safeties to play coverage, you know, play slots and play at the line of scrimmage.
Receivers left and right, second down 8. Lions have it at their own 27. Goff under center, Williams the single back. Here's the snap, Goff back to pass, looking to his left, nothing there, throws right side, and a tumbling catch made at about the 34. Packers are trying to say no, but the officials say yes. That was James Mitchell, the 5th-round tight end out of Virginia Tech, that made the grab. Darnell Savage was in coverage, just short of the first down. It'll be 3rd and a yard.
3rd and short. Let's see if, like Green Bay, we get a jet sweep, or maybe just like, a run up the middle, or a quarterback sneak.
Well, you know, Rodgers doesn't sneak much anymore.
No, he doesn't.
Jared Goff might. Goff 6'4", 217 pounds. Lions line up in the eye. Jamal Williams is a great short yardage runner. They're going to hand it off to him. He's going to pitch it back to Goff on the flea flicker, going deep down the middle of the field, and it's caught, racing across the 30, down the far sideline, 20, 15, 10-5, touchdown, Jamison Williams. Jamison Williams with just his 2nd catch. They've both been touchdowns. This one from 66.
Oh, coming back.
And it's coming back.
10-yard penalty, 3rd down.
A hold on the Lions is going to bring it back. Oh, my. Matt Nelson, the 3rd-year man out of Iowa, called for a hold, and that erases a highlight play for Detroit.
So he's an extra O-lineman actually coming in for short yardage like it's going to be a run. And quick penetration is made by...
It was Jaron Reed.
Jaron Reed made the penetration. He got him right around the neck, got called for it. I was just going to say, why are you calling a play like that? Then it's a touchdown, but now called back with the holding.
So they'll move it back to the 25. It is 3rd and 10 now. Lions with 3 receivers left. Single man to the right. Justin Jackson is the back. He's off to the right of Goff. Shotgun snap. Goff back to pass. Looking. Throws short right. Caught by Jackson across the 25. Over the 30. Breaking tackles, and he's got the first down. Jackson across the 35 to the 36. Rasul Douglas on the stop, but Justin Jackson just powering through tacklers, moves the sticks.
I'll tell you what, if you're on the defensive side, that's embarrassing. I mean, that's embarrassing. Darnell Savage and Rasul Douglas are both there to make a play. 2-on-1, and they can't do it.
From the 36-yard line, 1st and 10. Shotgun snap to Goff. He'll hand it off. Jackson running straight ahead. And he doesn't get much, a yard or 2. Big Kenny Clark jumped on his back and brings him down. It'll be 2nd down and 8.
Really trying to see if any offense can really get one going here. I know Green Bay has the 3 field goals, but just to get something consistent going, get in the red zone and get close to the end zone.
By the way, that catch by Jamison Williams didn't count. Williams has 2 touches this year, a 41-yard touchdown catch and a 40-yard run. Goff under center on 2nd down and 8. Receivers left and right. DeAndre Swift is the running back. Goff will fake it to him. Back to pass with time. Throws right side, and that is caught by Josh Reynolds. Somehow hanging on. Defenders all over him. He's down at the Green Bay 46. Douglas made the tackle. That's a heck of a job by Reynolds with Douglas yanking at the football and his jersey.
Well, Douglas had great coverage. I'm going to tell you why he made the catch, and this is great for all young players out there. Caught it with his hands, got his hands out in front of him. If he'd let the ball come to his chest, that might have been deflected by the defender. Great job of using the hands.
Gain of 16, 1st and 10. Lions in an offset eye. Williams is the tailback, Cabinda the fullback. Receivers left and right. Here's the snap. Williams straight ahead, right hash, big hole across the 40. And he's down to about the 38, maybe the 37-yard line. Quay Walker made the stop, but for one of the few times tonight, Jamal Williams took the handoff and saw open field in front of him. That'll be a gain of 9.
What a year Williams is having. You mentioned he leads in rushing touchdowns with 15. Most rushing TDs through 13 games when they were there in Detroit history, one more than Barry Sanders. When you're starting to be called with the same name as Barry Sanders, it's pretty impressive.
Trips left, single man right, 2nd and 1, ball at the Green Bay 37. Goff in the gun, takes the snap, back to pass, steps up in the pocket, hit from behind, ball is out. Goff, it goes down on top of it, but that'll be a Packers sack. Devontae Wyatt, the rookie out of Georgia, with his first full sack of the year. He brings him down back around the 42.
Did you mention just a half sack on the year, 14 tackles on the year? He wanted to go deep to Goff, so it was going to take time to develop. Gave Wyatt more time to finish that pass rush off.
Loss of 5 on the sack. It's now 3rd and 6. Goff in the gun with Swift to his left. Slot left, single man to the right. Play clock at 6. Goff hands in front of his chest. Takes the snap. He's going to hand it off. Swift straight ahead across the 35 into the secondary. He's got a first down all the way down to the 31-yard line. Darnell Savage with the tackle. It's a gain of 11 on the handoff to DeAndre Swift right up the gut, and the Lions keep the drive alive.
Great call by O-coordinator Ben Johnson. You had the edge rushers wide. You had both interior rushers, Ryan, on the outside eye of the guards. So there was a big hole up the middle. The linebacker was expecting pass. There was nothing but room in the middle.
1st and 10. Lions have it at the Green Bay 31. Jamal Williams, the single back. Goff under center. Now Cabinda motions into the backfield. Lions will go out of the eye. 2 receivers to the left. Here's the snap. Goff back on a play fake. Pressure coming. Backpedals and throws it into the ground. Incomplete. Cabinda was in the area. That's going to save Goff from an intentional grounding. Preston Smith was applying the heat. It'll be 2nd down and 10 Detroit with 7:42 to go in the second quarter. Packers leading 9-3.
He needed to let that ball go to Jamison Williams, who was going into the deep corner to the end zone. He needed to just trust it and throw it. He had him, but he hung on to it too long.
10th play of the drive coming up for the Lions now. 2nd down, 10. Ball in between the hash marks at the Green Bay 31. Goff in the gun with Swift to his right. 2 receivers stacked to the left, single man to the right. Goff gets the shotgun snap. He's going to hand it off to Swift, trying to bounce outside left. Tripped up and dropped. Savage, the safety, coming up in run support, made the tackle back around the 35. DeAndre Swift trying to bounce outside, and Darnell Savage said, no, sir. Loss of 4 on the play. It'll be 3rd and 14.
So Savage will get the tackle, but it was Jaron Reed who made the play. That play was supposed to go up the middle. Reed just swam the O-lineman and was standing right there in front of Swift, so he had to break to the outside where Savage did the rest.
3rd and 14. 2 receivers stacked left, 2 receivers right. St. Brown will go in motion from left to right. Goff in the shotgun. Play clock down to 6. Goff waiting, gets the snap, back to pass, looking, throws short left, caught in the numbers at the 30-yard line by Swift. He lowers his shoulder, and he powers his way down close to the 27. Quay Walker on the stop. It's a gain of 8. That'll bring up 4th down, and the field goal team coming out. Lions are a very aggressive bunch, but Dan Campbell does not want to go for it on 4th and 7. He'll give Michael Badgley an opportunity.
Listen, if all these possessions have been ending in touchdowns, you go for it. They're ending in field goals. You take the points now. Get the points when you can get them.
Badgley, 19 of 22 on the season, signed by the Lions prior to week 5. 3rd different kicker Detroit has used this year. This will be a 46-yard attempt from the left hash. Scott Daly is the long snapper. Fox, the punter, will hold. Here's the snap, ball down, kick is on the way. It is no good. He missed it wide to the left, and the lead remains 6 for the Green Bay Packers. So Michael Badgley unable to do what Mason Crosby did, and Green Bay maintains the 9-3 lead with 6:13 to go in the second quarter. We'll step aside. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood 1.
Getting a tattoo of your team's mascot on your arm and your back and your face. Who's the mascot now? Jack Link's is good with it. Pick up Jack Link's at a store near you.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers high-quality supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as access to product specialists who have the knowledge and experience to answer your toughest questions. Plus, their commitment to being your safety partner can help you keep your facilities safe and your people safer. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by.
Scott Graham from our Westwood 1 studios. Week 18 scoreboard. Seattle gets a field goal in overtime to keep their hopes alive. They beat the Rams 19-16 today. Philly sews up the 1 seed in the NFC as they beat the Giants 22-16. San Francisco wins their 10th in a row, closing out the regular season with a 38-13 win over Arizona. Minnesota over Chicago 29-13, but the Bears get the number 1 pick in the draft next year. Atlanta over Tampa Bay by a score of 30-17. Washington beat Dallas 26-6. It was Buffalo over New England, knocking the Patriots out of the playoffs 35-23. Pittsburgh won but missed the playoffs to beat Cleveland 28-14. Miami got a late field goal. They are in. They beat the New York Jets 11-6. Cincinnati over Baltimore 27-16. Houston got a win in Indianapolis 32-31. It was Carolina on a late field goal beating New Orleans 10-7, and Denver over the Chargers 31-28. For Super Wildcard Weekend, Kansas City has the bye. It's Miami at Buffalo, Baltimore at Cincinnati, and the Chargers at Jacksonville. On the NFC side, Philadelphia has the bye. The winner of this game will be at San Francisco, the Giants at Minnesota, Dallas at Tampa Bay. We hope to have dates and times before the night is done. Back to Lambeau Field. Ryan Radke and Mike Golick.
All right, Scott, thanks very much. 6:13 to go in the first half. Packers 9, Lions 3. Michael Badgley missing from 46, and you could hear the groans from Seattle.
Oh, you could.
As that one missed wide left.
Again, Seattle hoping for a Detroit win or tie tonight. That would put them in the 7 slot and travel up to San Francisco next week.
Packers will start this drive at their own 36-yard line. Mason Crosby tonight is hit from 22, from 49, and 48. Aaron Rodgers, 5 of 8 for 71 yards. He's been sacked a couple of times. He's also had a couple of key drops. Rodgers under center on 1st and 10. 2 receivers to the left. Aaron Jones, the single back. They'll fake the toss to him. Rodgers rolling right, throws short right. Caught by Watson across the 40. Far sideline 45 out of a tackle to the 50, and he hops out of bounds. Boy, Aaron Rodgers came out of that fake. He had pressure right in his face, but dumped it short to Christian Watson, who gains 15 yards up the right sideline to the Lions 49.
And it's always interesting when that quarterback who isn't looking that way fakes it and turns around of how quickly there's going to be a defender in his face, and it was pretty quickly there. James Houston was there, but Watson was wide open coming across.
1st and 10 for the Packers now at the Lions 49-yard line. Packers out of the huddle will go with 2 receivers left. Tunyon, the tight end, also on that side. Single man to the right. Rodgers back in the shotgun. Samori Toure goes in motion from left to right. Aaron Jones is the running back. Rodgers takes the snap, and we've got whistles, a timeout taken by Green Bay.
Yeah, the play clock was just about to run out. We know Aaron Rodgers basically takes that play clock down almost to 0 every time.
And maybe a little confusion there as the Packers came out of the huddle. All the guys went to the right, then they had to shift off to the left. So Matt LaFleur takes the timeout. Tune in to watch all the excitement of the NFL playoffs next weekend on Fox. Check your local listings for game and time in your area. Catch the NFL playoffs on Fox. While we have just a moment, Mike, I know everybody's talked about this today, but want to make sure we get a chance to talk about how unbelievable it is to see the progress DeMar Hamlin has made. So happy for him, his family, the Bills family, the NFL family. I mean, just remarkable, and continuing to pray for DeMar and his family, but man, it's been awesome to see the progress he's
greatest news of the week. And then when he FaceTimed the Bills players and did the double bicep pose, I mean, what emotion that had to be.
Packers 1st and 10 at the Lions 49 after the timeout. 2 receivers left, 2 tight ends right. Rodgers takes the shotgun snap. He'll hand it off to Jones running left, and not much there. He might have lost a yard. Benito Jones closing that one down. They'll say no gain on the play, and that'll bring up 2nd down and 10. Boy, just a wall of those white Lions jerseys waiting for Aaron Jones.
Said this earlier, the D-line playing well against the run for Green Bay right now. And good to see Jones back in there. He'd been in and out a little bit, was limping early on, went back in, was out again, now back in a must-win situation for Green Bay. So you know he's going to give it all he has.
I think you can make the case, Mike, that he's been the MVP of this Packers offense this year. Second down, 10 from the Lions, 49. Two receivers to the right. Single man left. Tunyon motions from right to left. Rodgers gets the shotgun snap. Back to pass. Looking right. Blitz coming. Throws short left. Caught by Tunyon to the 45. Covers up the football and works his way ahead to the 44. Aiden Hutchinson on the stop. Gain of 5. And it'll be 3rd and 5 coming up. And yep, Aiden Hutchinson, who's already got a couple of sacks tonight, gets downfield and tackles the tight end.
Boy, he really does. But we did see the blitz from Detroit. They blitz 35% of the time. The league average is 27. Aaron Glenn, the D coordinator, will bring his guys. Though, since James Houston has come along in the last 6 games and they have those 2 edge rushers, they haven't had to need it as much, but they have been doing well when they blitz.
3rd and 5 for the Packers now. They need to get to the Lions 39 to keep this drive alive. 3 receivers to the right side. A.J. Dillon is in the backfield, lined up to Rodgers' left. Play clock is at 3, now at 2, now at 1. It hits 0. Rodgers gets the snap, and they're going to throw a flag for delay of game.
Delay of game. Offense. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
Oh, Aaron is not happy. He looked back at the back judge and kind of gave a little motion to him like, are you kidding me?
Greg Steed is now off the Aaron Rodgers Christmas card list. Well, I know they talk about it all the time, but the mechanic is you look at the play clock. When it shows 0, then you look down to see the snap. I thought Steed made the right call that time. There was about a second that elapsed. So they back it up to the 49. It'll be 3rd and 10 now. 3 receivers right, 2 to the left. Dillon is outside the numbers on the right side. Rodgers back in the shotgun, left foot in front of right, surveys the Lions defense. Bends at the waist, takes the snap, blitz coming up the middle, quick throw left side, caught by Tunyon. He's upended at the 45-yard line. Great tackle by Mike Hughes. The veteran corner gets right into the legs of Robert Tunyon as soon as he caught it. And now on 4th and 6, there has been no movement yet. The Packers offense is still out there.
I'll tell you what, if they didn't have that delay of game penalty and they ran that play, they'd had the first down. Now they got backed up, and now they're 4th down, and it looks like they're going for it again.
This might be the area where you see Rodgers go to that hard count, see if he can get a free 5. 4th down and 6. 3 receivers right, single man left. Rodgers goes to the first hard count. Lions don't jump. Play clock at 6. Second hard count. Lions jump that time. Unreal. Rodgers has a free play. Now they're blowing it dead. They're saying no play. Rodgers took a shot down the right side, but they blew that one dead at the snap.
Yeah, they'll say unabated to the quarterback and blow it dead.
Infraction. Defense number 95. 5-yard penalty. Still 4th down.
Romeo Okwara, 7th-year man out of Notre Dame, jumping into the neutral zone. And so now, instead of 4th and 6, it'll be 4th and 1. I don't know if any quarterback in NFL history has done that as much as Aaron Rodgers has.
I'm just amazed at how he pulls that off. You know he's going to do it, and yet you still fall for it. And that was James Houston who jumped there. They got the number wrong. That was Houston who came off the edge.
And by the way, the reason they blew it dead is because Bakhtiari came out of his stance reacting to it, and so that's why they blew it dead. So trips to the right, Packers going for it now on 4th and 1. Rodgers in the gun with A.J. Dillon to his right. Rodgers takes the snap. He'll hand it off. Dillon left side, dives ahead for the first down. Needed a yard and got 2. Mike Hughes on the tackle. Didn't get it by much, but he got it, and that's all that matters for the Packers.
Well, when you get Dillon at 240-some pounds, one-on-one on Hughes is 191. Hughes did exactly what he should, go low, because he's not going to be able to tackle him high. And Dillon ended up going airborne for 2 yards past the first down marker.
Clock running, 2:11 to go in the first half. Packers run to the line. We'll see if they snap it before the 2-minute warning. 2 receivers right, single man to the left. Rodgers back in the gun, going to that hard count again. Lions don't jump, and this one is going to tick down to the 2-minute warning. So they'll blow it dead. We have reached the 2-minute warning here at Lambeau Field, sponsored by Mr. Clean Magic Eraser. Mr. Clean Magic Eraser powers through tough household messes like magic, so it only looks like you spent hours cleaning. Mr. Clean Magic Eraser, it makes cleaning look easy. 2 minutes to go in the first half. Packers 9, Lions 3. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood 1.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean. Of course I use Mr. Clean Magic Eraser to clean tough messes off my stovetop and bathtub. But then I discovered I can also use it to easily clean my patio furniture and even my shoes. I'm hooked.
And when wipes won't cut it, I use Magic Eraser Sheets. They're thin and flexible erasers, perfect for everyday messes, like gunk on my counters and sinks. They really are magical.
The reviews are in. Mr. Clean Magic Eraser and Sheets make cleaning look easy.
You could save big when you bundle your home, auto, and other vehicles with Progressive. Now that we've covered something you could do, it's time for sports stuff you definitely could not do.
You could not have hit that field goal. Sorry, but it's true. 37 yards doesn't sound very far, but you'd be lucky to cover even a fraction of that. And that's in perfect conditions without 11 giant men trying to fold you like origami.
But you definitely could save big when you bundle your home, auto, and other vehicles with Progressive. Coverage from Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Bundle discount not available in all states or situations.
Next week, Westwood One will have all the excitement of the Super Wildcard round of the NFL playoffs. A doubleheader on Saturday, January 14th. A tripleheader on Sunday, January 15th. Then one final game on Monday night, January 16th. Log on to WestwoodOneSports.com for more details or to listen to the live stream for free. From the wildcard round all the way to Super Bowl 57 in Arizona, the NFL playoffs are on Westwood One.
So, it puts him in that good position was the hard count by Aaron Rodgers, and everybody in the world knows that's coming. Now, but remember, James Houston, who has been played great the 6 games he's been playing with 8 sacks, he didn't play the first time against Green Bay, and he's a rookie. So he's never played against Aaron Rodgers. So you could tell him, hold your water, until you're out there and hearing it for that first time, that hard count of his. It can get difficult because I hear it all. Listen, I've jumped off sides more than a few times. Just about every player will during your career, and it's always like the ball's right there. How do you get faked out? And you just get caught up on the sound more than the ball movement, and because you want to get a jump on the snap.
And Mike, I would think for a guy like Houston who's played so well, but you get that sack against Aaron Rodgers. That's just something a little bit more you can brag about. Hey, I got 12. In the book. And so I would imagine a guy like that wants that so bad.
A little more into it, and part of his rush is a quick jump off the ball. And, the Aaron Rodgers hard count, it's got another victim.
1st and 10, Packers have it at the Lions 38. They lead 9-3. A Green Bay win puts them in the playoffs at San Francisco next week. A Lions win would put the Seahawks in. Rodgers in the gun, Jones to his right, Dillon to his left. 2 receivers right, here's the snap, handoff, Jones running left, he's across the 35-yard line, and Jones body surfing his way down to about the 32. Malcolm Rodriguez on the tackle, gain of 6 for Aaron Jones. It'll be 2nd down and 4, clock moving, each team with 2 timeouts, 1 minute 42 seconds to go here in the second quarter.
A lot of that play based off what we've seen, the motion of the jet sweep. So you see that defense, especially the linebackers, shifting to the motion. Then you run back the other way, find a little bit of room to make it 2nd and 4.
Packers will go empty, trips right, 2 receivers left, including Jones, who's outside the numbers. Rodgers back in the gun, takes the snap, quick throw, left side, caught by Jones, gets a block across the 30, down to the 25, hit from behind. The ball is out. It's loose, and the Lions try to jump on it, and they do. Inside the 15-yard line. Will Harris is the man that recovered it, and the Lions get the turnover and keep the Packers off the board.
On the field is a fumble recovered by the defense. 1st down, Detroit.
So here's what's going to be really interesting is his butt, quite honestly, was out of bounds when he recovered that ball, I thought. So when it gets reviewed, I'll be interested. No, I think he did have it. Yep, he did have it before he went out.
1:16 to go in the second quarter. 9-3 Packers. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Get in zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Changing your oil. An oil change is a great way to get more MPGs. Right now, you can enter for a daily chance to win a $200 AutoZone gift card when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 Full Synthetic and an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $38.99. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com. Get in zone, AutoZone. No purchase required.
Looking for a perfect post-holiday pick-me-up? Well, treat yourself to a $5 pot pie from KFC. For a limited time, pot pies at Kentucky Fried Chicken are now just $5. Each KFC pot pie is made with a delicious mix of tender chicken, savory sauce, perfectly cooked veggies, and topped with a golden flaky crust. It really is the ultimate $5 comfort meal. Only at KFC. That's finger-licking good. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Tax extra.
Did you know Nissan EVs have traveled 8 billion miles? Just a quick trip to Pluto and back. And what did we learn along the way? Well, that an EV can take on the world, like the Nissan Leaf. It can move racing forward and take your breath away, like the all-new Nissan Ariya. We learned to make EVs that electrify. 8 billion miles driven by Leaf owners globally since 2010. Aria not yet available for purchase. Expected availability late fall, subject to change.
A reminder to stay with us for the Sunday Night Football halftime report on Westwood One, sponsored by Jack Links. Our savory protein friends at Jack Links want to remind you, if you want to wear team color face paint while watching the game at home, Jack Links is good with it. Pick up Jack Links at a store near you. Scott will check all the scores and highlights from Week 18 of the NFL season. That's coming up at the half. Well, it looked like, worst case scenario, Packers were going to get another field goal, but John Kaminsky forced the fumble from behind on Aaron Jones. Will Harris recovered it, and the Lions are going to have it at their own 15-yard line with 1:16 to go in the half and 2 timeouts to work with.
A couple things. So the ball was by the sideline, so they were seeing if a player touched it, which would have been Robert Tonyan, the tight end, trying to reach for the ball. He never did touch it, but what was impressive there to me is Benito Jones coming over and blocking Tonyan, who was trying to slide for the ball, and Benito basically said, "You're not getting anywhere near the ball. I'm not getting the ball, but neither are you, and one of my teammates will," which is exactly what happened.
I think it was McNeil 54.
You're right,
not
it was.
Jones 94. But yeah, I mean, did not touch it. And then Will Harris, he was able to secure it, as you said, going to break before he went out of bounds. So the Lions have it at their own 15, down 9-3, 1:16 to go in the half, 2 timeouts. Goff in the gun with Williams to his right. 2 receivers left and right. Goff left foot in front of right. Hands in front of his chest. Gets the shotgun snap. He's back to pass. Looking. Throws short left side. And that is caught. A diving catch made at the 20-yard line. Gain of 5. Lions will hustle up to the ball. Darnell Savage made the tackle. Khalif Raymond with the catch. Goff in the shotgun. 2 receivers left and right. Inside a minute to go now. Goff waiting. He's got the snap. Back to pass. Looking. Throws right side. Knocked down. Incomplete and almost intercepted. Boy, Darnell Savage broke on that. He had a pick 6 last week, and Mike, for a minute, I thought he had another.
Yeah, that was far hash out route to the far side of the field, so the ball's going to be in the air for a while, and Savage had great coverage coming over the top on that one.
Goff is fortunate. He put that where it needed to be. If that ball had been behind Amon-Ra St. Brown at all, Savage was going in. So 3rd and 5 now. 52 seconds to go in the half. Ball is at the Lions 20. It's on the far side left hash. 2 receivers left, 2 to the right. Goff in the shotgun. St. Brown in motion left to right. Here's the snap. Goff back, looks, throws right side. Caught by St. Brown at the 25, and he's ridden out of bounds by Savage. That'll be a first down. They'll give him progress to the 26. It's a gain of 6 yards. Clock stops with 47 seconds remaining in half number 1.
That was huge on 2 folds. Here, Detroit obviously keeping the ball, but if they didn't make that, you'd have been punting to Aaron Rodgers with 40-some seconds to go and 2 timeouts, which could be very dangerous. Lions really with 47 seconds still all day because you have 3 timeouts, so the whole field is, or 2 timeouts, the field is completely open.
2 receivers left, 2 to the right. Goff back in the shotgun with DeAndre Swift to his left. Goff motions to his right side. Raymond in short motion. Here's the snap. Goff back to pass. Screen. Right side Swift. Outside the numbers. Across the 25 and out of bounds up at about the 29-yard line. So they gained 4 on that play. Devondre Campbell ran him out of bounds. 41 seconds remaining in the half. Gain of 3, actually. 2nd down and 7.
Yeah, they're going to have to start putting more yards together for this. You're not going to live on those. Getting out of bounds is fine, but 3 or 4 yards at a time isn't going to do it.
Ball on the near side right hash now. 2nd down and 7 yards to go. Goff is in the gun. 2 receivers left, 2 receivers stacked right. DeAndre Swift remains the running back. He's off to Goff's left side. Here's the snap. Goff back, looking right, throws right on the slant. Caught by Raymond, takes a hard hit from Amos in the middle of the field. He's down at the 40-yard line, and the Lions will take time out with 35 seconds to go. Gain of 11 yards and a first down. Lions have 1 timeout remaining. Oh, Adrian Amos putting that shot on Khalif Raymond. And now the Lions stop it. 35 seconds left. 1st and 10. Ball is at the 40-yard line in between the hash marks.
Yeah, I think it was just a 30-second timeout, but that's a nice gain right there. As you said, when you have timeouts left, you have time to still go with the ball in the middle of the field.
They did put 1 second back on the clock, so 36 seconds to go now. Lions back in the huddle. They'll come out with 2 receivers to the left, single man to the right. Goff back in the shotgun. The Lions do have 2 timeouts left. Scoreboard here had them with 2. Here's the snap. Goff back, throws short right. That's caught by Swift, and he's tackled at the 45-yard line. Douglas and Campbell combine on the stop, and the Lions will take timeout with 29 seconds to go. Gain of 5. The scoreboard here said the Lions had 2 timeouts, but then when they called that first timeout, it never moved. So apparently they did have all 3. You were right. I was wrong.
Wow, that takes a big man for you to admit that.
I knew you'd enjoy it that I admitted that.
I figured some excuse was happening, like me when I was late this morning getting to the car.
You were very late, but your fine is going to help pay for the crew party at the end of the year, so we're very excited about that.
That is what I'm talking about. That's money well spent.
Oh, the elevator's too busy.
It really, and one was out.
Take the stairs.
I had my bag.
2nd down 5 from the 45-yard line. 9-3 Green Bay. 30 seconds to go here in the second quarter. Goff in the shotgun. 2 receivers left, 2 receivers right. Goff brings Swift in short motion from the right. Packers bluffing a blitz. Here's the snap. Blitz coming from Campbell up the middle. Quick pass. Swift has it at the 50. Turns back inside. Packer 45 down to the 40. And he dives his way down to about the 37-yard line. Clock moving. 19 seconds to go. Amos and Rudy Ford combine on the stop. Lions getting lined up here. 13 seconds. 12 seconds. Goff in the gun. 3 receivers left. Single man to the right. Here's the snap. Goff back to pass. Looking. Throws down the middle. Incomplete. Threw it behind his tight end Brock Wright. Campbell was in coverage. 5 seconds remaining here in half number 1.
I get why they did that. That way they could still use the middle of the field with that 1 timeout left. Now you put yourself kind of a difficult situation here where the ball is. Badgley as long as 59 yards. And he did that back in 18, I believe.
Yep. So with the ball at the 37, 1 timeout. Whatever the Lions do here, they better do it quick. 2 receivers left, 2 receivers right. Swift is the back. He's off to the right of Goff, who's in the gun, and now the Packers are going to take a timeout. They wanted to see the alignment for the Lions. So Green Bay will take their second timeout. They have 1 left.
So, I mean, you wonder at this point it would be about a 56-yarder. And we saw when Crosby kicked it this way, I mean, he kicked a 44-yarder and barely cleared the crossbar on that one. So you wonder, they had the 2 stacks here. If this behind stacked receiver would do a quick out to try and get him 5 more yards and get down, give himself up and call timeout right away to try and get another 4 or 5 yards to make it just a little bit shorter.
Packers changing defensive personnel. Lions will come out of the huddle. Josh Reynolds goes wide to the right side. He's one of 3 receivers there, 2 receivers left. Goff is in the shotgun. Packers have just 2 down linemen on the field. Here's the snap. Goff, quick pass, right side. That's caught. St. Brown goes down just inside the 30 at the 29, and the Lions take timeout with 2 seconds to go. So a gain of 8 yards on the quick throw to Amon-Ra St. Brown. And now Michael Badgley is coming out. He's been good from 37. He missed from 46 in this direction. And this one is going to be right in that neighborhood. Lions are getting lined up here. This is going to be a 48-yarder for Badgley. It'll come from the right hash.
That was a great play call by Ben Johnson. A great execution by the offense to get the catch, get down, and save yourself time for this now field goal attempt.
So 48 yards for Badgley. The Packers have a timeout, and they're going to take it. And now a little pushing and shoving after the play. And there goes another flag. Somebody might have thrown a punch. The Packers took timeout, and Rasul Douglas just walked right down the line of scrimmage over the football. That led to some pushing and shoving, and it looked like somebody might have thrown a punch in there. Let's see. Yeah, Douglas walked in. He tried to pick the ball up.
Oh, wow. Well, if it's against Green Bay, it's going to make it a nice short field goal. If it's against Detroit, they don't have a field goal.
Personal foul. Defense, number 29. 15-yard penalty. First down.
Mike, I really don't know what Rasul Douglas was trying to accomplish by doing that.
You want to talk about just mental mistake. I mean, what are you doing? I mean, I know he's coming up on the outside.
Yeah, the Packers had already called timeout.
Oh, so what he was doing, the Packers called timeout. He didn't want Detroit to practice a field goal. So he went over and he kind of flipped the ball. So they couldn't practice that field goal when the timeout is called.
Okay, and that's fine. but then don't shove somebody and get a 15-yard penalty.
You're right. That's one thing. You're absolutely right.
So this is now a 33-yard attempt for Badgley. Snap, ball down, kick is on the way, and it is good. So Michael Badgley hits the field goal, and we've got a 9-6 Packer lead at halftime. 3 field goals from Mason Crosby, 2 from Michael Badgley, and that last one aided by a 15-yard penalty that just did not seem real smart from a guy in Douglas who's been in the league long enough to know better.
I'm with you. I don't mind the move to stop the practice kick, but then you're taking a swing at somebody? I mean, why even put, and he said he didn't because you can hear him through the microphone, why even put yourself in the position to make that close?
That's the end of the first half. With the score, the Packers 9 and the Lions 6. When we return, Scott Graham rejoins us from our studios with the Jack Links halftime report. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Introducing Barbasol 1919 Classic Shaving Cream, paying homage to the original invented over 100 years ago. This new non-aerosol formula features enhanced ingredients, an exceptional glide, and crisp fragrance for a winning shave experience.
Barbasol. The 2023 NFL playoffs are almost here. Witness the most exciting part of the season live in person.
Let's go!
14 teams, 12 games, 3 weeks. Don't miss your chance to be part of your team's journey to Super Bowl 57.
Oh my goodness!
Tickets to all playoff games are available now. Take your seat. Visit NFL.com/tickets to purchase your tickets today.
New Jack Links Barbecue Pork Tender Bites. A mouth-watering, sweet and savory bite-sized barbecue snack. Because if barbecue wants to be a flavor and a patio appliance, Jack Links is good with it. Available at a Walmart near you.
Welcome to the Sunday Night Football Halftime Report on Westwood One. Sponsored by Jack Links. Our savory protein friends at Jack Links want to remind you, if you want to wear team color face paint while watching the game at home, Jack Links is good with it. Pick up Jack Links at a store near you. Once again, here's your host, Scott Graham.
From our Westwood One studios, halftime right now at Lambeau Field in Green Bay. Packers trying to work their way into the playoffs, and so far neither team has gotten into the end zone. Battle of field goals so far, with Green Bay on top by a score of 9-6. Let's get you updated on what happened earlier today in the National Football League. The reason that Green Bay has the opportunity but Detroit doesn't is what happened at Lumen Field today. Seattle Seahawks taking on the LA Rams, and Seattle had a chance at the end of regulation to win the game with a field goal, but Jason Myers dinked one off the right upright as time expired. Then, in overtime, Seattle got an interception of Baker Mayfield. They pushed the ball down the field, and they gave Myers a closer shot from 32.
Can Myers win this one in overtime for the Seahawks? There's the snap. There's the spot. The kick is away. And the kick is good! The Seahawks win the game! The final regular season game of the year. They win it at home against the Rams, and now the playoff chances still live for the Seahawks.
Steve Rabel on Seahawks Broadcasting, 1916 the final, so the Seahawks crowd around the television set and radios to check on what's happening on Sunday Night Football. Rams season comes to an end at 5-12. Philadelphia Eagles did what they had to do today. They beat the New York Giants, who rested a lot of players in Philly, 22-16. With that win, Philly wins the division title in the NFC East, and they are the number 1 overall seed. So they have got the bye, and in theory, 2 home games to make it to the Super Bowl. The Giants, 9-7-1, knew they were locked in going into the day as the number 6 seed in the NFC. San Francisco can't get a whole lot hotter. They won their 10th straight game as they closed out the regular season today, knocking off Arizona 38-13. 3 more touchdown passes for Brock Purdy in this one. San Francisco ends at 13-4. Arizona 4-13. For Minnesota, a victory at Chicago today. 29-13 the final. Kirk Cousins only had to play a half in this ball game. Also limited time for Justin Jefferson. Jefferson just 4 catches for 38 yards on the day, but a couple of touchdowns for Alexander Madison as Minnesota, already in the playoffs, puts the victory in the win column for the final time in the regular season this year to end at 13-4. Chicago ends at 3-14. If it sounds bad, it really isn't, because they ended up getting the number 1 overall draft pick as Houston lost. We'll talk about that a little bit later. This is the first time Chicago's had the number 1 pick since back in 1947. By the way, speaking of things that don't happen very often or never, Tom Brady has a losing season for the first time in his career as a starting quarterback. But Tampa Bay had already qualified for the playoffs as NFC South champion, so today's 30-17 loss at Atlanta didn't mean a whole lot. It did for Desmond Ridder, who gets his first 2 career touchdowns on the day and his second career win. Atlanta wraps up their season at 7-10. Tampa Bay wraps it up at 8-9. They are going to be taking on a team that probably needed a little bit more in the tank today and just couldn't get it done. Dallas went into the day with an opportunity to potentially be the 1 seed or the 2 or the 5. They stayed at the 5 because Washington beat them today at FedEx Field 26-6. Sam Howell, his first touchdown pass on his first pass. He also had a rushing touchdown for Washington as they end the season 8-1. Dak Prescott threw a touchdown pass but also got picked off for a pick 6. Dallas ends their regular season at 12-5. So here's how it looks for the NFC. The bye week next week belongs to the Philadelphia Eagles. Dallas will be at Tampa Bay. The New York Giants will be at Minnesota. And San Francisco will be hosting either the Green Bay Packers if they hang on to win this ball game. Detroit comes back. San Francisco will be hosting Seattle. We'll find out more about all of that stuff that's coming up next week later on this evening. Our halftime score, Green Bay 9, Detroit 6. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
The college football season is over.
Alabama does it. National championship number 18.
Where will the top college players take the field next season?
We're the first pick in the NFL draft.
Join Rhett Lewis Thursday night at 7 Eastern as he talks to the top prospects and NFL draft experts.
He's still raw. He's a special guy. You cannot teach that finish.
He's not very twitchy.
The guy can get open. On ESPNU Radio, Sirius XM 84, and streaming on the Sirius XM app. Free to most subscribers.
Oh my goodness, a little showtime.
The greatest tournament in all of sports is coming back.
What a shot! From ruin to redemption.
Every dunk.
He will slam it with one hand.
Every upset.
Count it!
Every buzzer beater.
The ultimate upset has happened.
From the first 4 on March 18th till they cut the nets on April 5th.
Got it! Got it! Got it!
March Madness lives on Sirius XM. Sirius XM.
There are no rules for the Pat McAfee Show.
This is potentially going to lead you on a path of destruction of yourself.
He's outrageous.
Get your asses back in those Zoom classes and get off the call.
Damn it! Yet relatable.
That's exactly why you have a lot of fans, too, though. So, hey, live by the sword, die by the sword.
And he's on Sirius XM. Catch Pat McAfee and his friends.
Ladies and gentlemen, Aaron Rodgers. Barry Sanders.
Weekdays at noon Eastern on Mad Dog Sports Radio, Sirius XM 82. And on Amazon Alexa, Google Assistant, or however you stream in your house.
The college football season is over.
Alabama does it. National championship number 18.
Where will the top college players take the field next season?
We're the first pick in the NFL draft.
Join Rhett Lewis Thursday night at 7 Eastern as he talks to the top prospects and NFL draft experts.
He's still raw. He's a special guy. You cannot teach that finish.
He's not very twitchy.
The guy can get open. On ESPNU Radio, Sirius XM 84, and streaming on the Sirius XM app. Free to most subscribers.
Welcome back to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One from the Progressive Insurance Studios. I'm Scott Graham. Looking for a career path with flexibility, great pay, and benefits? Go to progressive.com/careers and apply online today. Bundle today at progressive.com. 3-point lead for the Green Bay Packers at halftime. You know, the story of the week this week was obviously about Damar Hamlin. And in Buffalo today, it was a very emotional beginning of the day as the team came out with the number 3 all over the place on jerseys, on flags, on hats. Then came an opening kickoff that came right out of a Hollywood script.
Bolt puts his foot into the ball. It's going to be short. Fielded at the 4 by Hines. Coming straight up the middle to the 20. Cuts it back in the 25. He's got an alley down the right sideline to the 40. 50. Down to the 40. 35. 30. 20. 15. 10. 5. Touchdown. Nyheim Hines. 96 yards.
Are you kidding me, Chris? They showed Josh Allen his arms on his head on the sideline. Sean McDermott, it appears, has tears rolling down his face. What a tribute to Damar.
Chris Brown, Eric Wood, WGR, Sports Radio 550 in Buffalo. That was one of 2 kick returns for touchdown for Nyheim Hines today. Buffalo wins 35-23. They knock New England out of the playoffs. They cement themselves in as the number 2 seed in the AFC. Pittsburgh tried to stay alive today. They made sure that Mike Tomlin still never had a losing season, winning at home against Cleveland 28-14. They finished their season at 9-8, but they didn't get all the help they needed because Miami Dolphins beat the New York Jets today 11-6. Turned out it was Jason Sanders' 50-yard game-winning field goal with 18 seconds left to go that made Miami 9-8 and vaulted them into the playoffs for their head coach Mike McDaniel.
I would say it feels tremendous. That doesn't mean that wasn't the goal, is just to get to the playoffs. However, understanding all involved, you're talking about people that have been within the organization for 30 plus years. You talk about a fan base that hasn't seen their team go to the playoffs since 2016. Very, very proud, be called the head coach of this team.
And they go on to the playoffs. The Jets finish at 7-10. Cincinnati beat Baltimore today 27-16, so no coin toss necessary when these two teams meet again in the playoffs next week. Houston lost the number 1 overall draft pick. They scored late and converted a 2-point conversion to beat Indianapolis 32-31. They ended 3-13-1. Indy at 4-12-1. Carolina got a field goal from Eddie Pinheiro's time expired to beat New Orleans 10-7, and it was Denver over the Chargers by a score of 31-28 today. Chargers had already been locked into their playoff spot. So next week, Kansas City on the bye in the AFC. Miami will be at Buffalo, Baltimore at Cincinnati, and the Chargers at Jacksonville. This has been the Sunday Night Football Halftime Report on Westwood One, sponsored by Jack Links. Our savory protein friends at Jack Links want to remind you, if you want to wear team-colored face paint while watching the game at home, Jack Links is good with it. Pick up Jack Links at a store near you. Our halftime score, Green Bay 9, Detroit 6. When we return, Ryan Radke and Mike Golick have the second half kickoff. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
With a Peppermint Frosty, time to enjoy yourself is built in. You're welcome. They're so rich and creamy, a straw just won't cut it. And finishing one, it's not something you could speed through. So check your watch. Is it Frosty time yet? And by that, we mean, is it time for a moment with just you and your Frosty kicking back and doing whatever goes best with the chillest treat of the season? These Peppermint Frosty treats are going fast, so when it's time for Frosty time, choose wisely, choose Wendy's.
Ryan Radke, Mike Golick back at Lambeau Field in Green Bay, where the Packers lead the Lions by a score of 9-6. Let's check the halftime stats, sponsored by Indeed. We get it. A single hire can make or break everything. Indeed lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from one place. Start at Indeed.com/credit. Well, the stats in the first half pretty even. Each team ran 30 plays. Packers with 138 yards. The Lions with 135. Aaron Rodgers 9-12 for 103 yards. Jared Goff 13-21. He had 115 yards in that first half. Mason Crosby, 3 Packer field goals. He was good from 22, 49, and 48. Michael Badgley made from 37 and 33. He missed from 46. And Mike, I don't know about you, but this is not what I saw coming here tonight, was a field goal fest between these two teams.
I didn't either. I thought that Detroit would struggle more, and they have. We have a missed field goal out of them because the Green Bay defense had been playing so well. We've talked a lot about the rookies on the Detroit defense that have been stepping up, but still statistically overall, the defense hasn't been that great, but they've been playing pretty well tonight. Again, bending but not breaking and just holding an Aaron Rodgers-led offense to field goals.
Time for the start of the second half, sponsored by Prilosec OTC. Try Prilosec OTC with just one pill each morning. Experience a full 24 hours of zero heartburn. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief. Lions won the toss and deferred, so the Packers will kick it away. From left to right, Mason Crosby will send it deep to Justin Jackson. Packers in the green tops, gold pants, gold helmets. Lions in the white jerseys, white pants, and the silver helmets. 9-6 our score. Packers win. They're in the playoffs. Lions win. Seahawks go into the postseason. And Mason Crosby with an end-over-end kick. Jackson running up. It's going to be taken by Zylstra instead of the 5 to the 10, now the 15, across the 20, and out across the 25-yard line. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood One, your home for Sunday Night Football.
We're bringing the pop and sizzle with me, Adam Shine, on Shine on Sports every weekday from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern on SiriusXM Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82. Along with Mike Golick and the rest of our great Westwood One crew, Ryan Radke here at Lambeau Field in Green Bay.
Game number 271, final game of the regular season. Packers lead 9-6. Lions will start the second half at their own 26-yard line, moving right to left. Ball is on the far side, right hash. Lions will go with receivers left and right. Goff is under center. Jamal Williams is the single back. Goff takes the snap, fakes the handoff, looking, throws over the middle, sliding catch, incomplete. Trying to get it to DJ Chark at about the 40-yard line, and Chark unable to secure it. And that'll bring up 2nd and 10. If you were not with us at the end of the first half, the Packers were driving. They were well into Mason Crosby field goal range, but Aaron Jones fumbled. Lions recovered and then turned that into a field goal after the weird play involving Rasul Douglas.
It was a long field goal attempt for Detroit, and then Rasul Douglas gives him 15 yards on a personal foul to make it more of a chippy.
2nd down and 10. Goff in the gun with Swift to his right. 2 receivers left, single man to the right. Goff takes the snap. He's back to pass. Goff looking, pumps, pulls it down, rolling right. Goff still looking, going to tuck it and run across the 30, and he slides down. Began that slide around the 31-yard line. That's where they're going to mark it. And so 3rd down coming up for the Lions now. Gain of about 5 by Goff on the scramble.
So I'll be interested to see where Detroit goes this half. It hasn't been too high-flying, and it's been a high-flying offense. Ben Johnson, the offensive coordinator, who was a holdover from the Matt Patricia year here with Dan Campbell. He and Dan were together in Miami. Dan calls Ben Johnson a rock star, as offensive coordinator. So I want to see what changes this half.
Lions 3 of 7 on 3rd down tonight. 3rd down, about 5.5. Goff back in the shotgun. Trips left, single man right. Goff gets the snap. Back to pass. Rush coming. Goff throws short over the middle, and a tumbling catch by Chark. Yes, but shy of the 1st down. He's got it at the 34. Douglas in coverage, 2 yards shy of the 1st down, and with no hesitation, the field goal team is coming out. Or the punt team is coming out.
Goff is giving his receivers no chances. I mean, his passes are just off. You have a receiver that's running a route that's about 1 or 2 yards short of the sticks. You've got to lead him so he can catch it and just turn up the field and get the 1st down. But the passes have been off the mark.
I'll tell you, I'm not sure that Chark actually caught that. No. Matt LaFleur looking at the replay, but is deciding not to challenge since the Lions are punting. Detroit does run a lot of fakes. Packers will be on alert here. Snap to Jack Fox. Here comes the kick. High spiraling kick. Nixon backing up. He's got it at his own 16. Straight ahead to the 20. Bouncing outside left to the 25. And he's wrapped up around the ankles right there. So the Lions able to get down on special teams. C.J. Moore makes the tackle. And the Packers will have it around their own 25-26 after a 50-yard punt when we return. 13-13 to go in the 3rd quarter. Packers 9, Lions 6. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Oh my goodness, a little showtime.
The greatest tournament in all of sports is coming back.
What a shot! From ruin to redemption.
Every dunk.
He will slam it with one hand.
Every upset.
Count it!
Every buzzer beater.
The ultimate upset has happened.
From the first 4 on March 18th till they cut the nets on April 5th.
Got it! Got it! Got it!
March Madness lives on Sirius XM. Sirius XM.
There are no rules for the Pat McAfee Show.
This is potentially going to lead you on a path of destruction of yourself.
He's outrageous.
Get your asses back in those Zoom classes and get off the call. Damn it!
Yet relatable.
That's exactly why you have a lot of fans, too, though. So, hey, live by the sword, die by the sword.
And he's on Sirius XM. Catch Pat McAfee and his friends.
Ladies and gentlemen, Aaron Rodgers. Barry Sanders.
Weekdays at noon Eastern on Mad Dog Sports Radio, Sirius XM 82. And on Amazon Alexa, Google Assistant, or however you stream in your house.
The college football season is over.
Alabama does it. National championship number 18.
Where will the top college players take the field next season?
We're the first pick in the NFL draft.
Join Rhett Lewis Thursday night at 7 Eastern as he talks to the top prospects and NFL draft experts.
He's still raw. He's a special guy. You cannot teach that finish.
Not very twitchy.
The guy can get open.
On ESPNU Radio, Sirius XM 84, and streaming on the Sirius XM app. Free to most subscribers.
Oh my goodness, a little showtime.
The greatest tournament in all of sports is coming back.
What a shot! From ruin to redemption.
Every dunk.
He will slam it with one hand.
Every upset.
Count it!
Every buzzer beater.
The ultimate upset has happened.
From the first 4 on March 18th till they cut the nets on April 5th.
Got it! Got it! Got it!
March Madness lives on Sirius XM. Sirius XM.
Ryan Radke, Mike Golick here in the Grainger broadcast booth at Lambeau Field. Field position is everything, and with over 250 Grainger branch locations, the right supplies and solutions for your industry are always right where you need them. Call, click, or stop by Grainger today. 13-13 to go third quarter. 9-6 Packers on top. Green Bay with its first drive of this third quarter, starting at their own 25-yard line after the 50-yard punt by Jack Fox and a 9-yard return from Keyshawn Nixon. Aaron Rodgers 9 of 12 for 103 yards. Aaron Jones 6 carries, 22 yards. He is the single back. Rodgers under center, 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. Packers moving left to right here in the third quarter. Rodgers has the snap, back on a play fake, rolling to his right, has time, surveys. Now he's going to tuck it and run to the near sideline, and he scampers out of bounds up across the 30 at the 31. Jerry Jacobs ran him out of bounds. It's a run of 6 for Aaron Rodgers, and that'll bring up second down at 4.
We saw the switch in the second quarter. Zach Tom is now at right tackle for Josh Nijman, who was beaten by Hutchinson a couple times on sacks in the first half. So, as you said, everybody's wearing a jacket. We can't tell where Nijman is if he's where he is on the sideline.
2 receivers to the left, single man right. Second down and 4 Green Bay at their own 31. Rodgers in the gun, takes the snap, handed off to Aaron Jones, running along the right hash, spins out of a tackle. He's across the 40, still going 45, and an ankle tackle brings him down up at the 48. Oh, for just a second, it looked like Aaron Jones might be off to the races, but Kirby Joseph finally able to wrestle him down after a gain of 17.
Yeah, hasn't really gotten free a whole lot tonight, except on that play, but his last 4 games against Detroit, over 470 scrimmage yards and 7 touchdowns, so he certainly has had success against this team.
And Aaron Jones over 1,000 yards rushing this year. He now has a new career high in rushing yards this year. 2 receivers left, single man right. Rodgers under center, takes the snap, give it to Jones again. Hit in the backfield, and he gets dropped right at the line of scrimmage. Alim McNeil that time came knifing through. No gain on the play. And that'll bring up second down and 10 with the clock moving. 11 minutes, 45 seconds to go third quarter. 9-6. Packers lead the Lions.
Aaron Glenn, one of, I believe, 6 or 7 former NFL players on Dan Campbell's staff. And Dan knows he's probably not going to be able to hang on to all these assistants. That the guys are going to get chances to be head coaches.
That Go Pack Go chant begins, and immediately the Packers players say, hey, calm down. I'm trying to run our offense here. From the 48-yard line, second down and 10. Ball is on the far side left hash. Rodgers in the gun. Jones to his right. 2 receivers right, 1 left. Now DeGuara, the tight end, motions from right to left. Here's the snap. Rodgers back. Blitz coming. Rodgers throws left side. Caught by Lazard. Turns it up across the 40. And he's down to about the Detroit 36. Derek Barnes made the tackle. They'll mark him down at the Lion 37-yard line. A catch and run of 15 for Alan Lazard.
Aaron Rodgers had some time, and then the time ended. He got hit pretty good after that play, but still enough time to throw. And you see the difference right there when he hits his receivers. He's so accurate. These guys can catch the ball and just keep going. They barely have to reach for it.
Well, Mike, you mentioned the 2 sacks that Hutchinson has had tonight. Other than that, though, Rodgers has really had a lot of time to survey the field tonight. In the gun here, first down and 10 from the Lions 37. 2 receivers stacked to the right, 2 tight ends left. Watson in motion from the right. Rodgers in the gun, takes the snap. He'll pitch it out to Jones, racing left, trying to get to the edge, and he can't really do it. He goes airborne, picks up a couple of yards, down to about the 45-yard line. Tackle made by Hutchinson out there. Call it a gain of 3 on the run by Jones. It'll bring up second down and 7.
Boy, Hutchinson is so active. As we said, 7.5 sacks coming in to tonight. Has 2 tonight. 48 tackles on the year. 7 tackles for losses. 3 interceptions. 3 interceptions, and he is just 100 miles an hour all the time.
First player since 2002 to have 7 sacks and 3 picks in the same year. Joey Porter of the Steelers, the last to do it. Trips right, 2 receivers left. Second down, 7 yards to go. Ball just inside the 35. Shotgun snap to Rodgers. Back to pass. Looks going right side. Aaron Jones, and it's knocked away, incomplete. Kirby Joseph saved the touchdown. Aaron Jones was running down the sideline. Rodgers put it in the air, and Joseph on a full sprint came over, left his feet, and knocked it away.
Again, one of those contributing rookies that I talked about, rookie out of Illinois. Really been playing well, again, for Detroit. Just as guys just getting their feet wet in the league. So, as I said, when these guys start to get, grow their teeth a little bit, it's going to be pretty impressive what this defense does.
Packers just 1 of 6 on third down tonight. Third down and 7. 2 receivers right, 2 to the left. Shotgun snap to Rodgers. Back to pass. Quick throw right side dropped. Romeo Doubs, he had room to run. That pass went right off his hands, and that's happened way too much for the Packers tonight. This looks like the Packers early in the season. And on fourth down, Mason Crosby's coming out for another long field goal attempt. But, boy, Mike, we saw a drop from Lazard. We saw a drop from Dillon, and now from the youngster Doubs. And if he catches that one, he could have been running for a while.
And, I mean, these are throws that these receivers don't have to do much to catch. They're right there. And they're just not concentrating enough and catching it.
This is going to be a 53-yard attempt for Mason Crosby. His season-long 56 came a week ago. Here's the snap. Ball down. The kick is on the way. End over end. It is no good. It hit the crossbar, bounced in the air, and then came back into the end zone. Crosby needed just that much more, but the Packers are denied again. 9:32 to go third quarter. Still Green Bay 9 and Detroit 6. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood 1.
Football season is underway, so now is the perfect time to download FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Because right now, new customers get a no-sweat first bet up to $1,000. That's free bets back. If your first bet doesn't win, just sign up with the promo code WIN. FanDuel has all your favorite bets from the money line to point spreads to player props. So sign up today with promo code WIN for your no-sweat first bet. Make every moment more this season with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL.
Must be present in state where lawful to wager. 21 plus in select states. First online real money wager only. Refund issued as non-withdrawable free bets that expire in 14 days. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Visit fanduel.com/RG. Colorado, Iowa, Michigan, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Illinois, Virginia. 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT-STEP to 53342. Arizona 1-800-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org/chat. Connecticut 1-800-9-WITH-IT. Indiana, Kansas 1-800-522-4700 or visit ksgamblinghhelp.com. Louisiana 1-877-770-STOP. New York 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. Tennessee Redline 1-800-889-9789. Wyoming, West Virginia 1-800-522-4700 or visit 1-800-GAMBLER.net.
Getting a tattoo of your team's mascot on your arm and your back and your face. Who's the mascot now? Jack Lynx is good with it. Pick up Jack Lynx at a store near you.
Feeling great starts with a great shave, and a great shave starts with Barbasol Shaving Cream. That's Barbasol Shaving Cream, an American classic for over 100 years. You're looking good, America. You're shaving with Barbasol.
Barbasol. A reminder, you can hear Westwood One's coverage of every NFL postseason game streamed live for free. Catch all the action on the NFL app via Westwood One station streams on WestwoodOneSports.com or by asking Alexa to open Westwood One Sports. All sponsored by AutoZone. Free battery testing, free battery charging, and replacement batteries that fit your needs. That's what makes AutoZone America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Well, last week, Mason Crosby had a field goal hit the crossbar and bounced through. This one hit the crossbar, comes back into the end zone, his first miss tonight, and it's still a 9-6 game.
Well, I mean, we knew we were pushing his limits, right, with the 49-yarder in the first half that just barely cleared, so we were right in that area of could he get a little more oomph into it, and that what he couldn't for a guy who's at, 257 consecutive games, a franchise record. I mean, he's been doing it a long time, but just not enough leg on that last one.
12th in the NFL in scoring. Packers have added a couple of kickers to their practice squad in the last couple of weeks. I think that's really more for kickoffs versus field goals, but Mason Crosby just not able to get that one through. So now the Lions have good field position starting at their own 43, 1st and 10 with 9:32 to go in the third quarter. Goff under center, takes the snap, hands it off. Jamal Williams running right across the 45, now to the 50, and he's submarined by Amos in Packer territory at the 44-yard line. So Jamal Williams with a run of 13. The former Packer picks up a Lions first down.
Best run of the night for Detroit on that one, who have not been running the ball too well tonight, but kind of a two-headed monster just like the Green Bay Packers have, and that was a big run.
Clock moving, 9 minutes, 2 seconds to go in quarter number 3. Receivers left and right, offset eye behind Goff, who's under center. St. Brown, who had been wide to the right, comes in motion to the left. Goff puts his hands under center, gets the snap, back on a play fake, rolling to his left, flips his hips, going deep, back across the field, right side, Raymond open, makes the catch, inside the 5, and down at the 1. Khalif Raymond made the catch, tumbling down. It'll be 1st and goal, Detroit.
We have seen this play more and more this year on the play fake boot to the one side and then the throwback. And the key is you've got to be able to get outside. So you've got to be able to pin the end rusher, which is exactly what's done. Kabinda does exactly that, steps to the outside, invites the outside rusher to come inside of him, just hooks him so his quarterback can get outside and set up for the throw back.
This is Jamal Williams' territory. He is the lone back. First and goal from the 1. Goff takes the snap, handoff Williams, running right, walks into the end zone. Touchdown Lions. A 1-yard touchdown run for Jamal Williams, his league-leading 16th of the year. It ties a Lions single-season record, and it gives Detroit a 12-9 lead.
Well, I asked last series what Ben Johnson's going to have up his sleeve in this second half, and what a great play call on the boot throwback. And then, once you get Jamal Williams in that red zone right by the goal line of what's happening, it's been pretty automatic.
9 of his 16 touchdown runs this year have come from exactly 1 yard out. He ties Barry Sanders' Lions single-season record. Barry had 16 back in 91. And now Badgley for the extra point. His kick is up, and it is good. And the Detroit Lions have the lead with 8:05 to go in the third quarter. It's the Lions 13, the Packers 9. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I'm asking about Prevnar 20 because there's a chance pneumococcal pneumonia could put me in the hospital. Age 65 or older, you may be at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just 1 dose. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. The most commonly reported side effect was pain at the injection site. For additional common side effects and full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I want to be able to keep my plans. So I'm asking my doctor about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
Did you know Nissan EVs have traveled 8 billion miles? Just a quick trip to Pluto and back. And what did we learn along the way? Well, that an EV can take on the world, like the Nissan Leaf. It can move racing forward and take your breath away, like the all-new Nissan Ariya. We learned to make EVs that electrify. 8 billion miles driven by Leaf owners globally since 2010. Ariya not yet available for purchase. Expected availability late fall, subject to change.
The NFL playoffs are here, and it all starts next Saturday. 12 teams, 6 games, 3 days, and 1 epic weekend. Super Wildcard Weekend, presented by Verizon, Saturday through Monday. Visit NFL.com/schedule later for full details. Well, the Lions have their first lead of the night after the long pass to Khalif Raymond. Jamal Williams with a 1-yard touchdown run, and the Lions have a 13-9 lead.
So I'll continue to say it's the little things that make a play work. And when you're looking at that play on SportsCenter, a top 10 highlight or something like that, watch the fullback Jason Kabinda. I mean, it's a little thing. When you see him pass block, he steps to the outside. He invites the outside rusher to say, oh, I've got an inside lane. And he's doing that on purpose. He needs that guy to go inside, and he just turns and walls him because Goff has to get to the outside to set up for the throwback, and it worked to perfection.
Boy, and Jared Goff put about everything he had in his body into that throw, and it was perfect to Khalif Raymond, who almost got into the end zone, had to wait and see, and they said he was down just shy of the goal line. But again, that's where Jamal Williams has made a living this year.
And now his name is right there with Barry Sanders.
Boy,
How about that?
You said it earlier. When your name is mentioned next to Barry Sanders in anything, that's big time. Jack Fox will kick it away. Keyshawn Nixon standing at the goal line. Fox on the approach. Here's the kick. End over end boot. Nixon moving to his left. Gets behind it. Comes up. Has it at the 3. Across the 10. Out of the 15. Cuts right side. Trying to get out to the numbers and can't do it. Got just outside the hash marks and was brought down at around the 17-yard line. Excellent kick coverage by the Lions. Derek Barnes on the tackle. And the Packers will start inside their 20, trailing by 4.
So remember early on I said, boy, if Green Bay could jump on and get a couple of scores up, you know, maybe that could chill out Detroit to say, well, okay, we're not going anywhere. That hasn't happened, and now Detroit has all the momentum. They're cheering in Detroit. They're cheering here. They're cheering in Seattle for sure now that the Lions have the lead.
First down and 10 for the Packers, moving left to right. Ball is on the near side right hash. Rodgers will line up in the shotgun. He's got Dillon to his right. Two receivers stacked to the left, including the tight end DeGuara, who now motions into the backfield. Rodgers takes the snap. Rodgers fakes to Dillon, looking over the middle, under pressure, being chased, and throws it away incomplete. Aleem McNeil was bearing down on Aaron Rodgers, and he threw that one down at the feet of Dillon to avoid the sack. It'll be 2nd down and 10.
Yeah, smart play, just throwing it away. I mean, Aaron's going to make those smart plays to just make sure you get rid of the ball, and it's 2nd and 10, not 2nd and 16. But this D-line has been doing a nice job on the run. We've seen a couple of sacks by Hutchinson, and you mentioned it, though. He's had time in straight dropbacks for the most part, save for those couple of sacks. This wasn't a straight dropback and took a little too much time.
2nd down and 10. Packers out of the huddle. Will send Lazard out to the left side with DeGuara. Watson is the single man to the right. DeGuara goes in motion now from left to right. Rodgers under center. Dillon is the single back. Here's the snap. Rodgers back to pass. Looking, steps up in the pocket, throws short right. Caught by Lazard. Diving. He's going to be shy of the first down. Got out to about the 24-yard line. That'll leave the Packers 3 yards short. Jerry Jacobs on the stop. Gain of 7. It'll be 3rd and 3.
You know, we talked about, we just said how Aaron has had some time in the first half. That's starting to end. He's getting flushed to the inside, and it was, I believe, Aleem McNeil again, who was right there. Benito Jones, I'm sorry, it's Benito Jones. They're starting to put some pressure on Aaron.
Quick snap to Rodgers. Back to pass. Throws over the middle. Caught by Lazard at the 30-yard line, and that'll be a 1st down. So the Packers got to the line. Rodgers snapped it quickly and hits Lazard up at the 30. That'll be a gain of 6. Mike Hughes in coverage made the tackle. 1st down, Green Bay.
You start to hope that the guys hang on to the ball, right? With the drops tonight, you're hitting them right in the hands. You're like, okay, just catch it. You got a 1st down.
Now, Rodgers, 12 of 18. He's had at least 3 drops by wide receivers tonight on passes that, could not have been any better, hitting him right in the hands. And I'll tell you, the drop on that last drive might turn out to be really costly because, again, not only was that a drop by Dobbs, but it looked like he had about 10, 15 more yards to run. 2 receivers left, 2 tight ends right. 1st and 10, shotgun snap to Rodgers, back to pass, looking left, throws left side, caught by Aaron Jones, and an ankle tackle brings him down up close to the 35. Jerry Jacobs on the stop. They'll mark it at the 34-yard line, so it's a gain of 4. And that'll bring up 2nd down at 6. You know, Mike, this was a topic of conversation this week, and we talked about it earlier. Was it fair to Seattle to have this game? Because, boy, if the Seahawks win, then maybe the Lions just pack it in.
Right.
I'll tell you, the Lions' effort tonight has been awesome. And I think you and I both thought, no matter what, the Lions were going to play hard tonight.
Yeah.
And they have.
And it's a reflection of their coach, Dan Campbell, and his personality on this team.
2 receivers to the right. Here's a toss to Jones, running right. Jones cuts it up along the numbers, and he's out to about the 40-yard line. If he gets the 40, it'll be good enough for a 1st down. Let's see where they're going to put it. The official picking up the ball.
Just short. Oh, no, right on the 40.
Yeah, they've got the nose of the ball on the 40-yard line.
Oh, he just moved it back.
Oh, now it's going to be short.
He put it on the line and then picked it up and moved it back, and now so it's 3rd now and short.
It's a 5-yard gain. You're right. He put that ball down on the 40, and all the fans saw it, and then he picked it up and moved it back. Matt LaFleur, I think he was calling a 1st and 10 play and then had to change it. So it's 3rd and the nose of the ball. Dillon is the back. Rodgers under center. 2 tight ends right. Lazard split to the left, and Rodgers will sneak this time straight ahead for a 1st down. He doesn't do that much anymore, but he drives this one out across the 40 to the 41-yard line.
You know, early on when they had a 4th and 1 and they ran a jet sweep, if you looked at the formation, he had room to run a quarterback sneak then. But as you mentioned, he does not do it often, even though we've seen the big thing now in the NFL is a quarterback run the sneak and the running back push him, or a tight end pushes from behind to help him get the extra yard.
Gain of 2 on that run by Rodgers. 1st and 10, Green Bay. Clock moving. 4:45 to go, 3rd quarter. Lions have the lead, up 13-9. 2 receivers stacked left. Single man Watson to the right. DeGuara, who had been wide to the left, motions into the backfield. He'll stop as a fullback. Rodgers takes the snap. Back on a play fake. Sets his feet. Looks. Going deep. Right side. Trying to find Christian Watson. And he's got it inside the 15. Penalty flag is down. Watson with a tumbling grab. Amani Oruwariye was in coverage. The flag is against the Lions. It's a gain of 45.
Yeah, it's against Oruwariye.
It's also the play as a completed pass. Pass interference, number 24. That penalty has declined. 1st down.
It looked like he was there and then fell behind him and grabbed an arm and then grabbed him around the waist, but what great concentration by Christian Watson to make that catch.
Watson reaching out with his right hand, cradled it against his body. It was awfully close to going through his hands as he went to the ground. But again, it's not worth a challenge because even if they said it's incomplete, the pass interference would have it right there anyway.
That's exactly right.
So 1st and 10 for the Packers at the Lions 14. Aaron Jones single back, 2 receivers left, 1 right. That's Dobbs. Rodgers under center, changing something at the line of scrimmage. Play clock at 3. Now at 2. Now at 1. Rodgers has the snap. Handoff. This is Jones off the left side, running just outside the hash marks. And he's down to about the 12, a 2-yard gain. Benito Jones with the stop. It'll be 2nd down and 8 for Green Bay.
You hear that kill call a lot of times. There's a couple plays called going to the line of scrimmage. Kill usually takes it to the running play of the 2 plays that are called.
Aaron Jones, again, he's been limping a little bit tonight. He's coming to the sideline again with a little hitch in his get-along. Trainers are standing right there waiting for him as he comes off. A.J. Dillon back in. Jones is walking away from the trainers like, I don't want to talk to you. Receivers left and right. 2nd down and 8. Rodgers takes the snap. He's going to fake the handoff. Back to pass. Has time. Looking. Throws back in the end zone. It is caught. Touchdown Green Bay. Alan Lazard running the back of the end zone. Beat Jerry Jacobs. It's a 12-yard touchdown catch. And the Packers have the lead. Green Bay 15. Detroit 13. 3:17 to go in the 3rd quarter. And the extra point try is coming up.
Boy, such a great job by Aaron Rodgers and what he did here. Because he had the time in just waiting for him to be able to clear first Kirby Joseph and then had the room on Jacobs and just wait and drop it right in there. What a great job, again, because he had the time.
6th touchdown catch of the year for Lazard. Extra point try from Mason Crosby is up, and it is good. So the Packers answer the Lions touchdown with one of their own. 3:17 to go in quarter number 3. It's the Packers 16, the Lions 13. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Oh, want better visibility to get you through the winter? A new pair of premium wipers can help. Right now, you can earn a $10 bonus reward when you buy a pair of Rain X Quantum wiper blades. See better and stay safe on the road all winter long. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Offer available to AutoZone Rewards members.
The NFL playoffs are here, and it all starts with Super Wildcard Weekend. 12 teams, 6 games, 3 days, and one epic weekend that kicks off with a Saturday doubleheader, followed by a Sunday tripleheader, and ends with a 2nd annual Wildcard Monday.
That's big time there.
The road to Super Bowl 57 starts now. Super Wildcard Weekend, presented by Verizon, Saturday through Monday. Visit NFL.com/schedule for the full schedule.
Looking for a perfect post-holiday pick-me-up? Well, treat yourself to a $5 pot pie from KFC. For a limited time, pot pies at Kentucky Fried Chicken are now just $5. Each KFC pot pie is made with a delicious mix of tender chicken, savory sauce, perfectly cooked veggies, and topped with a golden flaky crust. It really is the ultimate $5 comfort meal. Only at KFC. That's finger-licking good. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Tax extra.
Ryan Radke, Mike Golick here in the Grainger broadcast booth at Lambeau Field. Just like football, your business wins with speed. Grainger's fast delivery means industrial supplies and solutions get to you with the speed you need. Call, click Grainger.com, or stop by. Career touchdown pass number 475 for the great Aaron Rodgers. Caps a 9-play, 83-yard drive, and the Packers now lead the Lions 16-13 with 3:17 to go here in the 3rd quarter.
So all field goals in the first half, and then we've seen a touchdown by each team. Both set up by long passes for Detroit to Khalif Raymond and then to Christian Watson for Green Bay that set up both these touchdowns. So the ball getting aired out just a little more this half.
Rodgers 5 of 6 on the drive, 74 yards and the touchdown pass. 26th touchdown of the season for Aaron Rodgers. Has not thrown a pick tonight. He threw 3 in that first game against the Lions, 2 of which were red zone picks, and more than red zone picks, almost goal line picks. And then threw another that came from just outside the red zone in a game that the Packers lost 15-9.
And that helped the Packers be in the position. They have 4 red zone turnovers that leads the NFL, and a couple against, as you mentioned, Aaron Rodgers.
And the Lions have 4 red zone takeaways aided by that game. Mason Crosby ready to kick it off. Justin Jackson waiting at the goal line. Crosby with an end-over-end kick. Jackson moving left. He's going to give way to Zylstra again, who's got it at the 6. Across the 10 to the 15, out of the 20, 25-yard line. And Zylstra able to collapse forward across the 30-yard line. And the Lions will have good field position to start this drive. Every Westwood One football broadcast this season now available on all Alexa-enabled devices. Just say Open Westwood One Sports and you'll be taken straight to the action. That's Open Westwood One Sports to listen on Alexa. Lions will start this drive at their own 32. 1st and 10. Jared Goff, 50-24, 160 yards in the game tonight. Jamal Williams, 6 carries, 29 yards, and a touchdown. Offset eye behind Goff, who's under center. 1st down and 10. Now Goff changing something at the line of scrimmage. Kabinda, who had been offset to the left, moves to the right. Goff takes the snap. He will hand it off. Williams running outside the hash across the 35. And he's out to about the 36-yard line. TJ Slayton, the second-year man out of Florida on the tackle. Gain of 40 yards, and that'll bring up 2nd down and 6.
Definitely seeing a little more offense, a little more movement by both these teams in the second half. The defense has really dominated the first half.
2nd down coming up, about 5.5 here for the Lions. Out of the huddle, they'll go with receivers left and right. They'll stay in the offset eye. Kabinda the fullback. Williams is the tailback. Goff puts his hands under center, takes the snap, back on a play fake, sets his feet, has time, throws right side, incomplete. Off the hands of Jamison Williams. Boy, and Goff, he had some troubles earlier, Mike, but that was a pretty good throw, and Jamison Williams just let that one bounce right off his chest.
Yeah, that was a good timing out. Little comeback route. Goff put it right where it needed to be, and Williams got to make that catch. Got to make it.
So now it'll be 3rd down. It's officially 3rd and 5. Ball sitting in between the 36 and 37-yard line. Lions in the ball game tonight, 3 of 8 on 3rd down. Goff in the shotgun, trips left, single man right. Now Swift, one of those guys to the left, motions into the backfield. He'll stop on Goff's right hip. Play clock down to 4. It's at 3. Goff gets the snap. Blitz coming up the middle. Goff looking left, looking right. Hit as he throws, incomplete. Tried to get that one out of there in the area of Zylstra at about the 40-yard line, but with the pressure coming, the throw was at his feet, and the Lions will punt.
Yeah, normally when you're getting that double blitz and they're kind of splitting the A gaps, kind of crossing, that ball's got to come out a little quicker. But give the Packers credit, you're going to be a little bit of man coverage behind that, and they did a good job. And Goff had nowhere to go on the blitz.
So it was Quay Walker that got his hands on Jared Goff as he was releasing that ball. So Jack Fox on to punt. Keyshawn Nixon waiting just inside his 25-yard line. Here's the snap to Fox, and the kick. This one is a twisting kick, sending Nixon to his right on the sprint. Has it at the 20-yard line, avoids one tackle, cuts left across the 25, takes a big hit, ball is out, and the Packers dive on it at the 24. Boy, Keyshawn Nixon absolutely got rocked, and that ball popped up in the air. Packers lucky they had people there to secure it. They will have it at the 24-yard line. Boy, yes. Nixon taking a shot from Kabinda.
Yeah, Corey Ballantyne ended up catching it out of the air. That was huge.
43-yard punt, a 40-yard return. And the Packers with the lead at 16-13, 2:18 to go in the third. Will start 1st and 10 at their own 24.
Well, you wonder if that's what this game is going to hinge on, a play like that going the other way. You know, that big turnover has only been 1 tonight.
Yeah, and that was a costly one for the Packers. Denied them points at the end of the first half and turned into Lions points. Officials look like they're trying to get the ball spotted.
Yeah.
One official standing at the 26.
Down at the 26-yard line. It's 1st down.
So they're saying that Nixon's knee was down before the ball came out. So the Packers will have it at the 26. 1st and 10. 2 receivers left, single man to the right. Jones is the single back. Rodgers under center, brings DeGuara in motion from wide left into the backfield, stops as a fullback. Rodgers takes the snap, toss it to Jones, running left outside the hash, cuts it up, finds a lane across the 30, pulled down from behind with flags all over the place. Up at about the 32. Derek Barnes with the tackle. It's a 6-yard run.
Could be a horse collar tackle. Oh, no. I'm sorry.
Number 69.
Wow.
10-yard penalty. 1st down.
I thought he got it by the horse collar there. Bakhtiari gets called for the hold.
Now the fans were all with you when they saw the flags, but it's Bakhtiari, the left tackle, with a hold against Kaminsky.
Yeah, you see that jersey start to pull out, and the rest, that's an easy tell for them. But No, he didn't have him. He had him in the middle of the back, the jersey. So good non-call there. Bakhtiari, 10 starts this year. I think they're surprised they got as many starts out of him this year as they did. He's had such knee troubles over the last couple of years.
I'll tell you what, this officiating crew is having so much trouble spotting the ball.
Really are.
They just moved that one back to almost the 14, then had to walk ahead to the 16. First down and 20. Trips left, 2 receivers to the right. Rodgers back in the shotgun, hands in that hand warmer at his belt. Now a slight bend forward, takes the snap, back to pass, looking, has time, deep left side. Jones is open, it's intercepted. Picked off by Joseph. Back down the far sideline of the 30 to the 25, and he's run out of bounds by Mercedes Lewis. There's a penalty flag down, back by where Rodgers released the ball. The Packers are saying it's against Detroit.
Wow. We just talked about the big possibility of a big turnover there, and that would have been one huge for Detroit. Now, there seems to be a discussion here.
Yeah, again, it's the Packers saying it's against Detroit, but the officials have not concurred with that assessment yet. They're having a very long discussion.
And there's one official that looks very adamant talking to the referee.
Brad Rodgers, the referee, he's going to clue us in.
Illegal use of hands to the face. Defense, number 79. 5-yard penalty and automatic first down.
Oh, my gosh, does that take away a monster play?
Yeah, so that's against Kaminsky. It takes away the interception, and remember the Packers were 1st and 20. It's a 5-yard penalty and a free first down.
And he catches him. He does have his hand right under the face mask of Bakhtiari, who had gotten called for the hold, and now one comes back on him. That ball just hung for Aaron Rodgers. Kirby Joseph did a great job just kind of waiting and making a last-minute move toward the ball.
That's the second time the Packers have run that route. Remember the first time Joseph came over and batted it down, and that time he picked it off. Would have been his 4th interception of the year. Instead, the Packers have it at their own 21, 1st and 10. 2 receivers right, 1 left. Rodgers in the gun, takes the snap. He'll hand it off. This is Dillon running just outside the right hash, carrying tacklers out to the 30-yard line. Anzalone and Kaminsky got taken for a ride. They'll mark him down right around the 30, gain of 9 for A.J. Dillon. That'll bring up 2nd down and 1 with 90 seconds to go in the 3rd quarter. Packers 16, Lions 13. Packers win. They're in the playoffs, going to San Francisco next week. Lions win, Seahawks in the postseason.
And if it's a tie, the Seahawks are going to the postseason.
2 receivers left, 2 tight ends right. 2nd down and a yard for Green Bay. Rodgers in the gun. He's got Dillon to his right. Rodgers points out to his left. Takes the shotgun snap, handed off. A.J. Dillon straight ahead, and Dillon able to get out of an ankle tackle just for a moment and fall forward to the 32-yard line. So he needed a yard. He got 2. Deshaun Elliott on the stop, and the Packers move the sticks.
Yeah, no matter where he gets hit, he's tough to get stopped behind the line. Just has such leg power to go forward.
Clock moving here down to 42 seconds to go in the 3rd quarter. Packers changing personnel. Rodgers has him in the huddle, brings him out to the line of scrimmage. Christian Watson will go wide to the left outside the numbers. Romeo Doubs is wide to the right. 2 tight ends left. Rodgers under center with Dillon the lone back. Ball to Green Bay 32, 1st down and 10. Play clock down to 2. Now at 1, Rodgers has the snap. He'll hand it off to Dillon, angles toward the left hash. He's across the 35 and out to the 36-yard line. 4-yard run for A.J. Dillon on 1st down. And now a 2nd down and 6 coming up. Romeo Okwara on the stop. And the Packers are going to begin walking towards the other end of the field. And we have reached the end of 3 here at Lambeau with the score. The Packers 16, the Lions 13. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
This is it. The putt to win the tournament. If you sink it, the championship is yours. But on your backswing, your hat falls over your eyes. Is this how you're running your business? Poor visibility because you're relying on spreadsheets and outdated finance software? To see the full picture, you need to upgrade to NetSuite by Oracle. NetSuite is the #1 cloud financial system to power your growth. With visibility and control of your financials, inventory, HR, planning, budgeting, and more. NetSuite is everything you need to grow all in one place. With NetSuite, you can automate your processes and close your books in no time while staying well ahead of your competition. 93% of surveyed businesses increase their visibility and control after upgrading to NetSuite. Over 32,000 businesses already use NetSuite. For the new year, NetSuite is a new financing program for those ready to upgrade at netsuite.com/touchdown. Head to netsuite.com/touchdown for this special one-of-a-kind financing offer on the #1 financial system for growing businesses. netsuite.com/touchdown.
The Venture X card from Capital One gives you premium travel benefits, perfect for seeing Taylor Swift the Eras Tour. Presented by Capital One. Oh, I do love her. Earn 5 times miles on flights and 10 times miles on hotels through Capital One Travel.
Enjoy your stay in Suite 13.
Whoa, 13? That's Taylor's lucky number. The Venture X card from Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Welcome back to Lambeau Field in chilly Green Bay, Wisconsin, along with Mike Golick. I'm Ryan Radke. Our score after 3 quarters, the Packers 16, the Lions 13. Start of the 4th quarter is sponsored by Oral-B. Oral-B's round brush head cleans 100% better than a regular brush, so you can get that purifying, clean feeling like you just left the dentist. Oral-B, brush like a pro. Now the Packers will start the 4th quarter, 2nd and 6 at their own 36-yard line. Leading 16-13, field goal fest in the first half, 9-6 Green Bay at the break. Lions got a 1-yard touchdown run from Jamal Williams to briefly take the lead. Packers answered. 12-yard touchdown pass from Aaron Rodgers to Allen Lazard. And now 15 minutes left to decide if it'll be the Green Bay Packers or the Seattle Seahawks going to San Francisco next week.
I think you'll see some power running by the Packers here to kind of control the clock, but it's not like they have a huge lead here, so they can't be too careful. So it still wouldn't shock me if Aaron does a little play fake and takes a shot over the top. But they have 2 excellent running backs, a great short passing game because of that. So I think you'll see a lot of that and keep that clock moving, and you'll see that play clock running down to 3, 2, and 1 a whole lot when the clock is running after a play.
If you haven't been with us tonight, a couple of big penalties have hurt the Lions. Jamison Williams had a 60-plus yard touchdown reception negated by penalty, and then Kirby Joseph, an interception taken away by a penalty. Packers 2nd down and 6 at their own 36. Shotgun snap to Rodgers. Looks right, throws right down the sideline for Dobbs. Incomplete. Jerry Jacobs running stride for stride. Might have got a hand in there. We'll have to look at the replay. It'll be 3rd and 6.
Well, there's that shot they're going to take because it's not a commanding lead. Aaron tries to put it right on the money, and it is there. But, boy, so is Jacobs.
Packers quickly out of the huddle. Rodgers in the shotgun, 3 receivers to the right. Now Green Bay substituted, so Brad Rodgers is going to hold the snap. He backs out of there quickly. Rodgers goes to that hard count. Lions don't jump. He got him 1 time on that earlier. Play clock at 9. Rodgers walking up towards the line, changing something. Dillon is the back. He's off to Rodgers' left. Play clock now at 3, at 2, at 1. Here's the snap. Rodgers back, looking left, looks right, steps up in the pocket, moving left, pumps, hit from behind, and Rodgers will go down at about the 38-yard line. James Houston got him. It was beyond the line of scrimmage, so no sack, but the Packers will have to punt it away, and the Lions defense comes up with another stop.
No, a little bit of pushing and shoving there. Now, he wanted Dillon to the outside as Dillon came out of the backfield. Did not have him look quickly downfield and then decided to try and get it himself, and he wasn't getting there. Then it was a bit of a mosh pit, and Rodgers wasn't real happy being at the bottom of that one.
3-yard run for Rodgers. Pat O'Donnell comes on to punt. Khalif Raymond standing back just outside the 10-yard line to return. Number 1 in the NFL in punt returns this year, better than 13 yards per. O'Donnell hits an end-over-end punch short. Raymond is going to let this bounce at the 25. It checks up. It sits right there, and the Packers will down it. So O'Donnell was hoping to get a bounce, didn't get one. Just a 36-yard punt and no return. Every Westwood One NFL broadcast this season is being streamed for free. From now until Super Bowl 57 in February, you can listen to our coverage of every primetime game via the NFL's official app on WestwoodOneSports.com or by asking your Alexa-enabled device to open Westwood One Sports.
So Detroit with the ball, 3 points down. In the 4th quarter, they scored 132 points, which is 3rd in the NFL. So they can put some points on the board, just need a field goal to tie it up.
Goff will line up in the shotgun. 2 receivers left, 2 receivers to the right. Jamal Williams is the single back. Play clock at 13. Fans making noise. Here's the snap. Goff back to throw, looking, throws over the middle, caught by St. Brown over the 35, and he's tackled by Quay Walker up close to the 40-yard line. Preston Smith came flying off the edge. The Lions picked him up. Jared Goff stands in and hits his receiver, Amon-Ra St. Brown, for a gain of 14.
Green Bay brought 6 on that one, so when that happens and you pick it up, which they did, somebody is going to be pretty open. St. Brown was, and that was a nice throw to let him run after it.
Lions receivers left and right. Offset eye, Cabinda the fullback, Williams the tailback. 1st and 10 for the 39. Goff will give it to Williams, running left, big lane across the 45, and he's out to midfield. That's going to be a first down for Jamal Williams. He rips off 11. Savage and Walker combine on the stop. Lions out to midfield, 1st and 10. They trail by 3 with 13:09 remaining.
Big hole there from the O-line, and then Brock Wright, the tight end, did a really nice job in the second level of getting in the way of Quay Walker to help Williams get those extra yards.
Packers bring an extra defensive back in. 1st and 10 Detroit from midfield. Ball is on the left hash. 2 receivers left, 1 right. Goff in the gun. Puts his hands up to the side of his helmet, now walks toward the line of scrimmage. Falls back into the shotgun. Goff left foot in front of right, slight bend at the waist, has the snap, going to hand it off. Jamal Williams starts to his right, cuts left, avoids a tackle across the 45, running in between the hash marks and down to the 42. Rudy Ford on the tackle. That's going to be an 8-yard run. 2nd down and 2. Devondre Campbell was the first guy that hit him, and Jamal Williams able to bounce off and pick up 8.
And Green Bay should have been able to stop that. They showed blitz, and they showed it early. So Detroit knew it was coming, and Williams was able to break that tackle, and then there was nobody there in the second level because they were blitzing.
Lions have an extra offensive lineman in the game. 1st and 10 from the 42. DeAndre Swift is the single back. Receivers left and right. Goff puts his hands under center, takes the snap, back on a play fake, rolling right, throws back left to Swift, makes the catch at the 50, ahead to the 45, breaks a tackle, 40, bouncing out to the left sideline, 35, and he's run out of bounds. DeAndre Swift catching that ball, turning it up, and he's out of bounds at the Packers' 33-yard line.
Boy, Jonah Jackson was out there, the left guard for Detroit, and just got enough of a defender to give him that outside. He got enough of Preston Smith just to break the running back DeAndre Swift open there to gain those extra yards.
9-yard catch and run by Swift. He caught it 8 yards behind the line of scrimmage and gains 9. 1st and 10 Detroit. They've got it at the Packers 33. Swift is the single back, 3 receivers bunch left. Goff under center, takes the snap, handoff. Swift running right, hit, gets away from the first man, but not the second. Wrapped up by TJ Slayton. They'll bring him down right around the line of scrimmage. Kenny Clark had the penetration, made the first contact. And they'll say no gain on the play. 2nd down and 10.
Well, you're right about Kenny Clark. He is a terror inside there. Uses his hands well. Gets rid of the block. Penei Sewell makes Swift have to cut back, and his line mate is right there in Slayton.
Clark, 2-time Pro Bowler, 1st-round pick back in 2016 out of UCLA. 2 receivers go to the right, 2 receivers left. Goff in the gun with Swift to his left. 2nd and 10 from the Packers' 33-yard line. Here's the snap. Goff back to throw, swings it out left side, caught by Swift. Running outside the numbers, trying to hurdle a man, and he gets brought down by Jair Alexander. Swift went airborne. Alexander said, "We will have none of that." It's a gain of a couple, about 2 yards to the 31. It'll be 3rd and 8.
It looks great when you get over the top of them. When it doesn't, you just kind of wince and just hope that
I'll tell you
things
this,
don't
too.
happen.
DeAndre Swift is wincing because he got hit in a very sensitive area right there.
Yep.
Oof.
Needed to jump about a foot higher.
Lions 3 and 9 on 3rd down. This is 3rd and 8. They are in field goal range. 2 receivers right, single man left. Goff back in the shotgun. Play clock is at 7. Goff wants the snap. He's got it. Going to hand it off to Swift. Bouncing outside left, running outside the numbers. He's brought down by Adrian Amos. Campbell was there as well, down to about the 25. This would be 4th and 2, and the Lions are going to go for it.
Wow, very interesting. I thought they might just try and tie it up, but you know the offenses had been moving a little bit more in this half, so this is probably a reason why you want to take this shot right here. And boy, this is a monster play of the game right here.
Lions 18 of 35 on 4th down this year. Packers opponents 9 of 17. 2 receivers right, 2 to the left. Here's the shotgun snap. Goff, quick pass left side, caught right at the sticks. That'll be a first down. It was DJ Chark that made the catch and tumbled down at the 22. He needed 2. He got 3, and the Lions convert.
Well, I tell you what, a lot of Lions fans are probably holding their breath because we've seen Goff be off a little bit tonight, and that's a throw that needs to be right on to be able to get that first down, and it was.
So DJ Chark, the free agent from Jacksonville, with the catch. Lions have it at the Packers 22. 8:45 to go in the game. 3 receivers left. Goff under center. Swift is the back. Goff pointing out to his left side. Brings a receiver in motion. That's Raymond. He'll pitch it out to Swift. High pitch handled by Swift. Racing to the sideline. Breaks through a tackle to the 20. Down to the 15. And finally bumped out of bounds around the 10. Devondre Campbell with the tackle. But the Lions with another big run. And they're going to have it right around the 10-yard line. It's a run of 12 yards. They're going to mark him actually at the 11, so it will be 1st and 10.
And boy, I tell you what, Goff put that pitch up high, too. Swift just was able to pull it in, get to the outside of Preston Smith, who could only get a hand on him for the big game.
I was having flashbacks to that pitch that we saw Christmas night in Arizona from the Cardinals that went awry. 2 receivers right, single man left, ball at the 11, 1st and 10. Goff in the gun, play clock at 2, takes the snap. Goff back, swings it out left side to Swift, looking for a block, cuts back inside, and he's hit hard just inside the 10-yard line. Boy, he was being pulled down by Devondre Campbell, and then Jaron Reed went running by him. He smacked him, and Swift is down. Looked like that hit was right up in the head of DeAndre Swift. And the Lions trainers are coming out. Penei Sewell is lobbying for a flag, and now one went down.
Oh, was it elbow that caught Swift? I mean, square in the face.
Well, Penei's
by Jaron Reed, I mean, just absolutely hit him right square in the face with his forearm.
We'll see about the flag. Swift is up. They're walking him off the field. The flag came way after the play. Penei Sewell was talking to the official. Then some pushing and shoving started. Brad Rogers has it all sorted out.
After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct, number 7 of the defense. Half the distance to the goal, automatic first down.
Wow.
Well, that's Quay Walker. And Mike, we were talking about him earlier, how good he's been. One thing he's got to change. We saw this earlier in the year. Remember the game in Buffalo he got ejected from the game.
He did.
He's got to bring the temperature down a little bit.
Well, and that's a rookie doing that, and every now and then the emotion gets high on them. It's still a mistake. We saw in the first half Rasul Douglas, right at the end of the first half, get a 15-yarder. And this was after, and boy, oh boy. And it was really just talking. I mean, not a whole lot was going on.
He shoved somebody. Remember when he got ejected in Buffalo, he got ejected for shoving somebody on the sideline.
Right.
I think he might have actually made contact with another non-uniform
He might have, because
personnel.
It was non-uniform on the sideline, you're right, when he got kicked out in Buffalo.
So the ball resting just inside the 5. This is the 11th play of the Lions drive, 1st and goal. And now we've got a stoppage in play.
So you're exactly right. The trainers that came in to look at DeAndre Swift, that's who Quay Walker pushed, one of them.
Is there a chance that they saw this upstairs and Walker's going to get ejected?
Number 7's unsportsmanlike conduct is disqualified.
Wow.
Mike, this is the second highly unintelligent penalty the Packers have committed tonight.
So again, the trainers were coming in to look at Swift, and Quay Walker was almost leaning over him. And to Quay's side of it, I'm sure this trainer or whoever was running in put his hand on Quay Walker to move him aside so he could get to DeAndre Swift, and Quay Walker shoved him in the back. But I mean, you just can't do it. I mean, it's just I mean, such a mental mistake.
So Walker's done. Second time this year he's been kicked out of a game. Lions have it 1st and goal just inside the 5. Receivers left and right. Goff is in the gun. Jamal Williams the back to his left. Here's the snap. Goff will hand it off. Williams straight ahead. Grabbed from behind by Devondre Campbell. And ridden down after a gain of a yard. And that'll bring up 2nd down and goal. Boy, at the end of the first half, it was Rasul Douglas. As the Packers called timeout, the Lions were lining up for a field goal. Douglas walked in between the line, grabbed the ball, and then shoved the Lion. And now it's Quay Walker shoving a trainer after the play. By the way, it was McDuffie, not Campbell, that made that last tackle. 2nd down and goal from the 4. Single receiver to the right. Goff under center, takes the snap, handoff, Williams straight ahead, powering to the goal line, trying to get in, both sides shoving, no signal yet. They're going to mark him just short. They've got him inside the 1, but not into the end zone. It'll be 3rd and goal.
That turned into a mosh pit, like in rugby. They're just trying to push the pile one way or the other. He was driving. Oh, wow. His helmet was certainly over the goal line, but it all depends on where the ball was, and you'll never be able to tell that in a replay. So you're living here, but this is his world right here again.
And Jamal Williams already with a 1-yard touchdown run. He will line up as the back. 2 receivers stacked left. Goff under center. Williams directly behind him, and Goff's going to take a timeout. So the Lions call time with 5:57 remaining in the ball game. And we'll pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood One, your home for Sunday Night Football.
This is JT the Brick. Join me on Brick at Night every Sunday night at 11 p.m. Eastern as we are the first to react to the weekend in sports. Sirius XM Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82.
Along with Mike Golick and the rest of our great Westwood One crew, Ryan Radke here at Lambeau Field in Green Bay with 5:57 to go. Packers lead the Lions 16-13. Detroit is on the doorstep inside the Packers 1-yard line. Just saw a shot on our monitors of Quay Walker walking to the locker room with tears in his eyes. 2nd time this year he has been ejected for making contact with non-uniform personnel. Goff in the gun. Williams to his right. 2 receivers stacked to the left. 2 tight ends right. Goff takes the snap. Handed off. Williams straight ahead into the end zone. Touchdown Lions. 2nd touchdown run of the game for Jamal Williams, his 17th of the year. It's a new Lions single-season record, and Detroit has the lead again with 5:55 to go. 19-16 Lions.
With nothing on the line but knocking your division rival out of the playoffs, which can be a pretty good chip to go ahead and play. When you need it the most, you pull out a 13-play, 75-yard drive and score a touchdown to go ahead.
Michael Badgley's extra point try is up, and it is good. 5:55 remaining in the game, and the Detroit Lions battling have a 4-point lead. It's the Lions 20 and the Packers 16. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
There are no rules for the Pat McAfee Show.
This is potentially going to lead you on a path of destruction of yourself.
He's outrageous.
Get your asses back in those Zoom classes and get off the call.
Damn it! Yet relatable.
That's exactly why you have a lot of fans too, though. So hey, live by the sword, die by the sword.
And he's on Sirius XM. Catch Pat McAfee and his friends.
Ladies and gentlemen, Aaron Rodgers, Barry Sanders.
Weekdays at noon Eastern on Mad Dog Sports Radio, Sirius XM 82. And on Amazon Alexa, Google Assistant, or however you stream in your house.
The college football season is over.
Alabama does it. National championship number 18.
Where will the top college players take the field next season?
We're the first pick in the NFL draft.
Join Rhett Lewis Thursday night at 7 Eastern as he talks to the top prospects and NFL draft experts.
He's still raw. He's a special guy. You cannot teach that finish.
Not very twitchy.
The guy can get open.
On ESPNU Radio, Sirius XM 84, and streaming on the Sirius XM app. Free to most subscribers.
Oh my goodness, a little showtime.
The greatest tournament in all of sports is coming back.
What a shot! From ruin to redemption.
Every dunk.
He will slam it with one hand.
Every upset.
Count it!
Every buzzer beater.
The ultimate upset has happened.
From the first 4 on March 18th till they cut the nets on April 5th.
Got it! Got it! Got it!
March Madness lives on Sirius XM. Sirius XM.
There are no rules for the Pat McAfee Show.
This is potentially going to lead you on a path of destruction of yourself.
He's outrageous.
Get your asses back in those Zoom classes and get off the call.
Damn it!
Yet relatable.
That's exactly why you have a lot of fans too, though. So hey, live by the sword, die by the sword.
And he's on Sirius XM. Catch Pat McAfee and his friends.
Ladies and gentlemen, Aaron Rodgers, Barry Sanders.
Weekdays at noon Eastern on Mad Dog Sports Radio, Sirius XM 82. And on Amazon Alexa, Google Assistant, or however you stream in your house.
Ryan Radke, Mike Golick, you're in the Grainger broadcast booth at Lambeau Field. For all the jobs you do, count on Grainger for supplies and solutions that help you get more done. Call, click Grainger.com, or stop by one of over 250 Grainger branch locations. 5:55 to go. Lions 20, Packers 16. Jamal Williams' second touchdown run of the night, 17th of the year, gives the Lions the lead. Jamal Williams breaks Barry Sanders' record, Lions team record for rushing touchdowns in a season. He had 16 in 1991. Williams with 17 now this year. And Detroit up 4 as Jack Fox gets set to kick it away to Keyshawn Nixon. Fox on the approach. Here comes the kickoff, end over end. Nixon running to his left. He's got it a couple of yards deep, and he's coming out. Across the 5, now to the 10, 15-yard line, avoids a tackle at the 20, and then is banged down at about the 21-yard line. Later on, we'll select the Defender of the Game, sponsored by Navy Federal Credit Union, proudly serving the armed forces, the DoD, veterans, and their families. Learn more at NavyFederal.org.
Listen, we still have 6 minutes to go in the game about there. Aaron Rodgers is a quarterback for the Packers, and they're down 4, so there's still a lot of hope there. But if this game were to end with a Detroit win, I'd be very interested to see what the Seattle fans will send the Detroit players as gifts, because you know that's going to happen.
Yeah, well, apparently the Seahawks Twitter account is already tweeting out their support for the Lions. They've got pictures of the Seahawk mascot holding up a lion, a la the Lion King. First down and 10 from the 21. 2 receivers left, 1 right. Rodgers under center, takes the snap. He's back. He's going to fake the handoff, plants his feet, has time, throws short left, caught by Jones, out to the sideline across the 25, ducks under a tackler, and he dives out to about the 29-yard line. Amani Oruwariye gets the stop. It's a gain of 8, and that'll bring up second down and 2. Mike, let's go back to the Quay Walker ejection. No doubt, very, very unintelligent play by Walker. However, there was one point you wanted to make.
You just can't do that. But the trainer did come in and kind of push Quay Walker out of the way. Now, you want him to be able to get to the player, but he did put hands on Quay Walker. Again, no excuse, Quay Walker. That's the rule. You get thrown out. I just thought that was interesting.
Shotgun snap, handoff Jones running off the left side. He's not going to get there. Got back to the line of scrimmage. Isaiah Buggs, who was involved early for the Lions, leading the charge. No gain on the play. 3rd and 2 now. A big third down for the Packers. With the clock moving, 4:54 to go. Detroit 20, Green Bay 16. Packers playoff berth on the line.
Well, I tell you what, we've mentioned Buggs, we've mentioned Jones, we've mentioned McNeil, obviously Hutchinson on that D-line.
Trips to the right, Rodgers in the gun, Dillon to his left. 3rd down and 2, they need their own 31 for a first down. Rodgers goes to the hard count, Lions don't jump. Play clock now at 6. Rodgers gets the snap, quick throw, right side, caught by Watson, turns it up, has the first down. He'll be tackled around the 33-yard line. Well, that quick throw to Watson, he continued towards the sideline, didn't turn up right away, but was able to find enough to pick up the first down.
Yeah, I got a little worried there. I mean, when you need short yardage, you're catching that outside throw. You just want to plant and get up the field. But, you know, at 6'4", about 210, he's got the size to be able to do that on the defensive backs.
Alan Lazard is the man that held his block long enough for Watson to get outside. 5 catches, 104 yards for Christian Watson tonight. Packers 1st and 10 at their own 33. Clock moving, 3:49 to go in the game. Rodgers in the gun, Dillon to his left. Watson goes in motion from right to left. Here's the snap. Rodgers fakes the toss left, throws deep left for the sideline. Lazard can't get it. It's over his head. It sails out of bounds. It'll be 2nd down and 10 with 3:41 to go.
Boy, and that's where he wanted to go, but Tunyon was he open in the middle of the field. That was a little fake pitch, and 3 guys were running down the field, and he had Tunyon on the inside toward the hash mark, wide open on that one.
2nd down and 10 now for the Packers. Aaron Rodgers tonight, 17 of 24, 205 yards, 1 touchdown. Rodgers has gone 20 straight starts without a 300-yard game, 4 straight without multiple touchdown passes. Both of those the longest streaks of his soon-to-be Hall of Fame career. Twin receivers left and right, 2nd and 10. Shotgun snap, Rodgers back, looks left, looks right, throws short right, incomplete. Kaminsky was in the face of Rodgers as he tried to get rid of it to Dillon. Rodgers ends up on his backside. It'll be 3rd and 10.
That was a great rush, a great job there by that D-line, getting pressure straight up the gut so Aaron really couldn't get enough on the ball. And, you know, you mentioned those numbers about Aaron Rodgers. That just shows this is a running team this year. They're going, it's Dillon and Jones. That's what they're basing this offense on and their defense.
Got to be a passing team now on 3rd down and 10 with 3:37 to go. 20-16 Detroit. Rodgers in the gun, slot left, single man right. Dillon in the backfield to Rodgers right. Here's the snap. Blitz coming. Rodgers back, looking, going deep down the right sideline for Watson. It's intercepted by Kirby Joseph. Down the far sideline, 45-50. Knocked out of bounds. Joseph has the pick. Lions will take over. With 3:27 remaining in the game, Kirby Joseph has his 4th INT of the year, and the Detroit Lions will have the ball with 3:27 remaining, and the Seattle Seahawks cheering loudly right now, feeling like maybe, just maybe, they are on the brink of the playoffs. We'll step aside. Lions have a 4-point lead. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Football season is underway, so now is the perfect time to download FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Because right now, new customers get a no-sweat first bet up to $1,000. That's free bets back. If your first bet doesn't win, just sign up with the promo code WIN. FanDuel has all your favorite bets from the money line to point spreads to player props. So sign up today with promo code WIN for your no-sweat first bet. Make every moment more this season with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL.
Must be present in state where lawful to wager. 21 plus in select states. First online real money wager only. Refund issued as non-withdrawable free bets that expire in 14 days. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Visit fanduel.com/RG. Colorado, Iowa, Michigan, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Illinois, Virginia. 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT-STEP to 53342. Arizona, 1-800-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org/chat. Connecticut, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. Indiana, Kansas, 1-800-522-4700 or visit ksgamblinghelp.com. Louisiana, 1-877-770-STOP. New York, 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. Tennessee Redline, 1-800-889-9789. Wyoming, West Virginia, 1-800-522-4700 or visit 1-800-GAMBLER.net.
Scott Graham from our Westwood One studios. Look at the Week 18 scoreboard. Seattle kept their postseason hopes alive and maybe a little bit more. A field goal in overtime and a 19-16 win over the Rams. Meantime, the Eagles wrap up the 1 seed in the NFC, beat the New York Giants 22-16. San Francisco wins their 10th in a row, beat Arizona 38-13. It was Minnesota 29, Chicago 13. Meanwhile, Atlanta on top of Tampa Bay 30-17. Washington beat Dallas 26-6. Buffalo beat New England, knocked them out of the playoffs 35-23, the final in Buffalo today. Pittsburgh knocked off Cleveland 28-14, but was knocked out when Miami beat the New York Jets 11-6 as the Dolphins get into the playoff field. Cincinnati knocked off Baltimore 27-16 in the final. Houston beat Indianapolis today 32-31. The reports from NFL Network's Ian Rappaport tonight that Lovie Smith has been relieved of his duties as the head coach of the Houston Texans after a 3-13-1 year. Carolina field goal as time expires to beat New Orleans 10-7, and it was Denver over the Chargers 31-28. We will have all the details and the schedule for Super Wild Card Weekend coming up when this one is done. Let's get back to Lambeau, Ryan and Mike.
All right, Scott, thanks very much. 3:27 to go. Kirby Joseph's interception has given the Lions the ball at the Green Bay 45, 1st and 10. Mike, the 12th interception thrown this year by Aaron Rodgers.
That was, I'll explain after this play what was going on that one.
Jared Goff under center, receivers left and right. Williams is the back. 1st down and 10. Here's the snap. Goff back on a play fake. Sets his feet. Looking. Has time. Throws left side. And that is incomplete. Amon-Ra St. Brown unable to bring it in as he went to the ground. It'll be 2nd and 10. Back to the pick, Mike.
Well, that was an excellent throw right there real quick by Goff that St. Brown needs to hang on to. So Aaron wanted to throw a 50-50 ball and just take that shot there. But it wasn't a 50-50 ball because Kirby Joseph was just playing center field and he had pressure straight up the gut on him. So he was never really able to step into the ball. As we're looking at this play again, Amon-Ra St. Brown looked like he may have had that ball between his shin and thigh.
Yeah, they have changed it to a catch.
Yeah, he definitely hung it. That ball never hit the ground.
And that came from upstairs. They looked at it. They have changed this to a catch. So it's a 1st down for the Lions at the Green Bay 34, and the clock is running with 2:41 to go.
Matt LaFleur is holding the red flag in his hand, but does not throw it.
Single receiver to the left. Here's the snap. Goff will hand it off. Williams straight ahead across the 30. Williams to the 25, and he is brought down there.
Again, this game isn't over, but you can't tip your cap more to this Detroit Lion team, which is playing for nothing right now, and the way they have played this game tonight.
Matt LaFleur called timeout after that play. It's the Packers' first timeout. They've got 2 left. There's 2:26 to go. It'll be 2nd and 1 for Detroit. The copyright of tonight's broadcast of Sunday Night Football on Westwood One is owned by the NFL on behalf of its member clubs. All rights to this broadcast are reserved, and any rebroadcast, recording, retransmission, or any other use of this broadcast without the express written permission of the National Football League is strictly prohibited.
So again, in that Kirby Joseph interception, he did that earlier. Same thing, and the penalty negated that, just playing center field. And now Green Bay desperately needs to hold Detroit to a field goal attempt here. If they get a field goal, they're still just a one-score touchdown away from a tie ball game.
Packers have 2 timeouts, and they'll get the 2-minute warning to stop it. 2nd down and 1. Lions in the eye. Williams is the tailback. Single receiver right, and the Packers jumped. The Packers jumped. It was Devontae Wyatt that came storming through the offensive line.
Neutral zone infraction, number 95, defense. 5-yard penalty. Results.
I don't even know what would have made him jump. It didn't look like Goff did any kind of a hard count at all. And he just went racing across the line.
Well, it still will be 2nd down.
Wait, what happened now? They have not moved the ball. They still have it at the 25.
All right, I have no idea what happened there.
All right, that was different. So it's still 2nd and 1. The ball is at the 25. Here's the snap. Goff will hand it off to Jamal Williams running outside the right hash, wrapped up by Preston Smith, but I think he got the first down. He only needed a yard. It looks like he's got it. Packers call timeout with 2:21 to go, but it's going to be a first down for the Lions.
So 1 timeout left and the 2-minute warning.
Yeah, so 1 more timeout for the Packers. The official stats say the Lions declined that offside penalty. I don't know. That would be a new one. Anyway, that's first down. A reminder to stay with us for the Sunday Night Football postgame report. We'll recap the highlights and stats from tonight's game. Plus, you'll hear from a member of the winning team, and Scott Graham will once again have scores and highlights from around the league. That's all coming up after the game. So the ball is at the 24 of Green Bay. It is 1st and 10, 2:22 to go. And the Packers cannot afford to give up another first down. Goff in the gun, 2 receivers left. Williams is the running back off to Jared Goff's right. Here's the snap. Goff hands it off. Williams dancing in the backfield, gets between the hash marks and makes his way forward for a couple. Matt LaFleur will take his final timeout. Chris Barnes on the stop. And the Packers will have 1 timeout remaining. We'll step aside with 2:17 to go. Lions on top 20-16. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
By now, you know that sound. It's the sound of the Home Depot. But what about that sound? You're listening to a set of GE appliances, complete with all you need to keep food fresh, dishes clean, and everything else stress-free. Making this the sound of savings on top brand appliances. The Home Depot. How doers get more done. Get up to 25% off select GE appliances right now. Offer valid January 5th through January 25th, 2023. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
2nd down and 7 Detroit with 2:17 to go. Ball is on the 21-yard line. 3 receivers left. Jared Goff in the gun. Jamal Williams to his left. Goff gets the snap, looking to throw, fires left side, caught by St. Brown, running across the 20-yard line. Flag is down as St. Brown is taken down at the 19. Devondre Campbell with the tackle, and the indication is this is going to be a hold against the Lions.
Holding. Offense. Number 82. 10-yard penalty. 2nd down.
So that'll go against James Mitchell, the rookie tight end. It'll move him back 10 yards. Would have been a 2-yard gain. Hold against Darnell Savage out there on the outside. So now that'll take it back to the 31-yard line.
I was trying to think why they would decline that offsides penalty, but it was 2nd down, knowing then they would get a first down because they just needed a yard. It would give them that extra play to keep the clock running.
Well, that stops the clock with that penalty.
Yes, that does.
2nd down, 17, 2:12 remaining. 2 receivers right, 1 left. Jared Goff is in the shotgun. DeAndre Swift to his right. Goff gets the snap. Blitz coming up the middle. Quick pass to St. Brown. Pitches it back to Swift. Running right side across the 25. Spinning inside the 20. And he's finally brought down around the 17. How about that play? The quick pass to Amon-Ra St. Brown, who tossed it back to DeAndre Swift and takes it down to the 17-yard line. The tackle made by Jaron Reed, and we have reached the 2-minute warning. With the score, the Lions 20, the Packers 16. It'll be a 3rd and short for Detroit coming up. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Changing your oil. You know, an oil change is a great way to get more MPGs. Right now, you can enter for a daily chance to win a $200 AutoZone gift card when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 Full Synthetic and an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $38.99. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
No purchase required.
The Venture X card from Capital One gives you premium travel benefits, perfect for seeing Taylor Swift the Eras Tour. Presented by Capital One. Ooh, I do love her. Earn 5 times miles on flights and 10 times miles on hotels through Capital One Travel.
Enjoy your stay in Suite 13.
Whoa, 13? That's Taylor's lucky number. The Venture X card from Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Getting a tattoo of your team's mascot on your arm and your back and your face. Who's the mascot now? Jack Lynx is good with it. Pick up Jack Lynx at a store near you.
To the Swift. 2 minutes remaining here at Lambeau Field. The Lions lead the Packers 20-16. The situation is this. It is 3rd down and 3. If the Lions convert, the Seattle Seahawks will be going to the playoffs. And, Mike, they get to a 3rd and 3 with a creative and gutsy call.
Ben Johnson just became the star of the game for me, the offensive coordinator, because it worked. I mean, he threw a quick pass, safe pass to St. Brown, but he was getting tackled right away when he went to pitch it to Swift. I mean, if the tackler were to hit his arms, who knows where that ball could have gone. But it worked, and that's all that matters. And they got themselves a 3rd and short. But talk about not expecting that call in that situation. This is why Dan Campbell calls Ben Johnson a rock star.
Ball is at the 17-yard line. The Packers are out of timeouts. They can no longer stop the clock. Lions are changing personnel here. They're bringing a heavy package into the game. Packers will respond. They will sub in. They're going to bring Devontae Wyatt back into the game. They're going to bring Chris Barnes back into the game. The Lions need the 14, just inside the 14 maybe for a 1st down. 3rd down and 3.
Let's all see who's eligible on this play, because remember a few weeks ago they made that pass to the tackle Penei Sewell for a big 1st down.
Goff under center. Williams is the single back. Here's the snap. Goff will hand it off. Williams right side. Bennett didn't get there. He got to the 15. It'll be 4th and 1. The Packers cannot stop the clock. 149, 148, 147. And now if you're Dan Campbell, what do? So you kick the field goal, it would put you up 7, or do you go for it?
Well, the first thing you do is you run the clock down all the way and take your time out, and then decide what you're going to do. So here are the options. Obviously, you kick the field goal, you're up 7. You're giving Aaron Rodgers time to score a touchdown, and then they could possibly go for 2 to try and win the game. Or you go for it and end the game here. I have a feeling Dan Campbell is going to try and end the game here.
You think Pete Carroll is calling the Lions coach's box?
Got him on speed dial?
Yeah, check in with his opinion. The Lions take their timeout with 1:15 to go. It does feel like a Dan Campbell thing to say, we're going for it, we're going to try to end it.
And you know what, if Pete Carroll called, you know what they'd say back? Hey, you should have given the ball to beast mode, not thrown the pass. We'll handle it from here. How about that?
Opening up old wounds.
Uh-huh.
Wow. So 1:15 to go. The offense is staying out there. Now, we talked about Jamal Williams earlier. 17 touchdown runs this season. 10 of them have come from 1 yard out. This wouldn't be a touchdown, but this would be a 1st down.
So
that could give this game to the Lions.
He needs to visualize here and make it like the 14-yard line is the goal line, and then he'll be just fine.
Ball is on the near side right hash. Everybody at Lambeau is on their feet. It is 4th down and 1. The Lions try to secure a win. It would be their first at Lambeau since 2018. Goff is in the shotgun. 2 receivers left and right. Here's the snap, back to pass. Throws, caught inside the 10. Shark made the catch down at the 6. The Lions are going to win, and the Seahawks are going to the playoffs. Jared Goff on 4th and 1 hit DJ Chark on a quick pass. The Packers can't stop it. The Lions are jumping around and celebrating, and the Seahawks are going to get in. They're going to San Francisco.
It's 4th and 1. You have Jamal Williams, who could fall forward for a yard, not even on the field. You go empty formation and throw for it and get the first down. Incredible.
Jared Goff lines up under center in the victory formation, drops to his right knee, and that is the final snap. The Detroit Lions, with nothing but pride to play for, come to Lambeau Field. They beat the Green Bay Packers 20-16. Detroit sweeps the season series. They will finish over 500 on the year. The Packers miss a chance to go to the playoffs. They will end up at 8-9, and the Seattle Seahawks will be the 7 seed. They will go to San Francisco on Super Wildcard Weekend. What a game. What an effort by the Detroit Lions.
Absolutely incredible. The Packers had it all right there. Winning, you're in. That's a scenario every player wants to be in. Detroit had nothing to play for, but they have a coach who I can't wait to talk to, where we're going to talk to down here, to say, what did Dan say to you before the game? And one guarantee I can make, that post-game locker room talk, Dan Campbell will cry. No doubt about it.
Well, he has every right to be emotional. What his team did tonight, absolutely remarkable. They knew before the game they were out. They could not get in. And yet they came out and they played like everything was on the line. The Lions beat the Packers at Lambeau Field 20-16. Detroit finishes at 9-8. The Packers finish at 8-9. And the Detroit Lions, they won't be in the postseason, but what a building block for this team going forward. Aaron Rodgers down there in an embrace with his former teammate Jamal Williams. Williams had 16 carries, 72 yards, couple of touchdowns tonight. Jared Goff, 23 of 34, 224 yards in the game. Khalif Raymond was the leading receiver, 4 catches and 66 yards in the contest. And the Detroit Lions with a 4-point win. They got the ball back and ran the clock out on the road here at Lambeau Field. They won earlier this year 15-9 in Detroit, and they win tonight 20-16. There are a lot of Lions fans that made the trip. They were hoping to see their team get in the postseason. They're disappointed about that, but they will celebrate this win tonight. They should be very, very proud of this group.
Listen, at the end of the day, tomorrow they're all cleaning out their lockers. Their season is over, but what a way to go out, and what they have to build on from the offensive side of the way the year went, and the young players on the defensive side. It is such arrow up for this team and what they can look forward to next year.
So the Detroit Lions with the victory tonight, and we are going to head down to the field, and we will chat with a member of the winning team. It is Lions wide receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown that joins us. Amon-Ra, congratulations on the win tonight. You guys knew before you took the field your playoff hopes were done, and yet you came out, you gave this effort, you won the game. How did you guys summon the guts to win this game tonight?
Man, it was a tough game throughout. I would say it was a defensive game to start. We couldn't get really anything going. Our defense was playing great. It was back and forth. We put up field goals and whatnot. But we had a lot of 3-and-outs early on. But we knew as an offense, if we just stuck with it, get a few explosive runs, get some passes, down the field, which we got with Khalif Raymond, which opened up our first score, just opened up our offense. And we got rolling, we stuck to the script, and then just played our game.
Take us back before the game. I'm sure when you watched it, you saw that you were not going to be in the playoffs when Seattle won. What was Dan Campbell's message to you guys before the game?
You know what? He didn't even have a message to us. He talked to us, last night, and this morning he talked to us, but he didn't talk to us like that, before the game. It was just, Jared Goff talked to us, broke us down, but we knew what the deal was. We wanted to come in here. We wanted to win. We wanted to do it for Detroit, for the city, for the whole organization, for everyone that, that's a Detroit fan, for our team. Just moving forward, how big this win is for us.
Take us through that last drive when you secure the win of what was happening in the huddle.
Yeah, it went back and forth. We early on I caught a pass with my legs. That was crazy. I should have caught the first time. We were moving, got a penalty, backed us up. We caught a little hook and ladder, which, we kind of called it. It wasn't a premier look. The guy was pressed on me. I was like, oh, no, this is not good. All I had to do was give him a little step. Jared threw it. I barely got the ball out to Swift and got us to a third and manageable. They stopped us on third and short, and we said, you know what? We can't make it to the playoffs. Why not go for it right now? And let's end the game here. And, Coach Campbell has those guts. We love him for it, and we got it done.
Amon-Ra, we'll get you out of here on this. I know you're disappointed you're not going to the playoffs, but what does a win like this mean to cap off this season as a building block for you guys going forward?
Man, it means everything for us. To finish with a winning record, we finished last year 3-13-1, and to be 9-8 now at the end of the season, after starting, I think 1-5 or what we were, it's huge for this organization, huge for this team, for the players, just moving forward. And I can't wait to see what we do next year.
Amon-Ra St. Brown, congratulations on the win. And I'll tell you this, you're popular in Detroit. You might be more popular in Seattle tonight.
Thank you.
Amon-Ra St. Brown down on the field, 6 catches, 49 yards tonight. And the Detroit Lions with a road win. They sweep the season series from the Green Bay Packers. 20-16 the final score. It'll be the Seattle Seahawks as the number 7 seed in the playoffs. And the Green Bay Packers denied a postseason bid here tonight.
Just a blueprint for how to end a season when you have nothing to play for, but you go out and play your heart out anyway, play your guts out anyway, and take out a division foe and knock them out of the playoffs. They're even though, as you mentioned, no playoffs, there is going to be monster celebration for this team on their way home when they're cleaning out their lockers as they go into the offseason of what they have to look forward to when those offseason workouts start.
The final score, the Detroit Lions 20 and the Green Bay Packers 16. When we return, Scott Graham rejoins us from our Progressive Insurance Studios with the postgame report. Drivers who switch and save with Progressive save nearly $700 on average. Call or click today. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
New Jack Link's Barbecue Pork Tender Bites. A mouth-watering, sweet and savory bite-sized barbecue snack. Because if barbecue wants to be a flavor and a patio appliance, Jack Link's is good with it. Available at a store near you.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had 2 challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to kansascitysteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEBNOW1. That's 877-WEBNOW1.
Did you know Nissan EVs have traveled 8 billion miles? Just a quick trip to Pluto and back. And what did we learn along the way? Well, that an EV can take on the world, like the Nissan Leaf. It can move racing forward and take your breath away, like the all-new Nissan Ariya. We learned to make EVs that electrify. 8 billion miles driven by Leaf owners globally since 2010. Ariya not yet available for purchase. Expected availability late fall, subject to change.
Looking for a perfect post-holiday pick-me-up? Well, treat yourself to a $5 pot pie from KFC. For a limited time, pot pies at Kentucky Fried Chicken are now just $5. Each KFC pot pie is made with a delicious mix of tender chicken, savory sauce, perfectly cooked veggies, and topped with a golden flaky crust. It really is the ultimate $5 comfort meal. Only at KFC. That's finger-licking good. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Tax extra.
Scott Graham from our Westwood One studios following Sunday Night Football, the final game of the regular season and the final playoff spot up for grabs this evening. Green Bay Packers in a win and they're in game. Aaron Rodgers in his career 5-0 in those games, including one of them against the Lions back in 2020. The Lions, unfortunately for them, had already been eliminated from playoff competition, and Seattle was waiting all the way out in the Pacific Northwest. If Detroit could come up with a win in this ball game, Seattle would be the 7th seed and the final team in the field in the NFC. This game did not start with any kind of offensive flourish at all. As a matter of fact, it was a battle of kickers throughout the entire of the first half. Mason Crosby hitting on 3 field goals, a 22-yarder, a 49-yarder, and a 48-yarder in the first half. On the other side, Michael Badgley hit on a 37-yarder, missed on a 46-yarder, and then on the final play of the first half, hit on a 33-yard field goal. So, again, with a lot of drama, a lot of cold weather, and a playoff spot on the line, we got to halftime with field goals only and a 9-6 game with Green Bay on top in this one. As it turned out, ironically enough, it was a field goal that started out the run that the third quarter became, and it was a field goal that was no good for Mason Crosby. So Detroit took over on their side of the field, and they made fairly short work of it. On the second play in after the missed field goal, a team that had not had a big play all night finally found one.
Goff puts his hands under center, gets the snap, back on a play fake, rolling to his left, flips his hips, going deep, back across the field, right side, Raymond open, makes the catch, inside the 5, and down at the 1. Khalif Raymond made the catch, tumbling down. It'll be 1st and goal, Detroit.
And so, just inside the 1-yard line after the Khalif Raymond play, and what a huge play it was for 43 yards, Detroit was knocking on the door. This year, when they're knocking on the door, there's really only one way they turn.
This is Jamal Williams' territory. He is the lone back. 1st and goal from the 1. Goff takes the snap. Handoff Williams. Running right. Walks into the end zone. Touchdown Lions. A 1-yard touchdown run for Jamal Williams. His league-leading 16th of the year. It ties a Lions single-season record, and it gives Detroit a 12-9 lead.
Now we had ourselves a ball game. The extra point from Michael Badgley was good. It was 13-9, and that seemed to wake up the offensive tendencies really in both teams, because when the Green Bay Packers got the ball back, they took over at their own 17-yard line and went on a 9-play drive of their own. The big play was Aaron Rodgers throw down the right sideline to Christian Watson, who was interfered with on the play and still somehow managed to catch the ball along the right sideline. That set him up, and Rodgers with a classic throw to give Green Bay the lead back.
Rodgers takes the snap. He's going to fake the handoff. Back to pass. Has time. Looking. Throws back to the end zone. It is caught. Touchdown Green Bay. Alan Lazard running the back of the end zone. Beat Jerry Jacobs. It's a 12-yard touchdown catch, and the Packers have the lead. Green Bay 15, Detroit 13, 3:17 to go in the third quarter, and the extra point try is coming up.
And the Mason Crosby extra point was good, so it was 16-13 late third. We extended into the early part of the fourth quarter, and that's when Detroit went on a drive that, well, it was really an interesting drive, and it was set up because of the fact that once again they took the ball away. Green Bay was moving downfield with an opportunity potentially to extend their lead in this ball game. That's when Aaron Rodgers got himself in some trouble. It's time for the Wrangler Jeans highlight of the game.
Rodgers in the gun, slot left, single man right. Dillon in the backfield to Rodgers right. Here's the snap. Blitz coming. Rodgers back, looking, going deep down the right sideline for Watson. It's intercepted by Kirby Joseph. Down the far sideline, 45-50. Knocked out of bounds. Joseph has the pick. Lions will take over. With 3:27 remaining in the game, Kirby Joseph has his 4th INT of the year, and the Detroit Lions will have the ball with 3:27 remaining, and the Seattle Seahawks cheering loudly right now, feeling like maybe, just maybe, they are on the brink of the playoffs.
Now that is the highlight of the game, sponsored by Wrangler. Wrangler has you covered this winter. Shop Wrangler.com for the best Sherpa line jackets, warm flannel, and durable, stylish jeans. Wrangler for the ride of life. However, I got a little bit excited and jumped the gun because that came after the long drive from the Detroit Lions that ultimately put them in front of this ball game. A 13-play, 75-yard drive that took more than 8 minutes off the clock. In the middle of all of this, on a play to DeAndre Swift inside the red zone, he was knocked down. A trainer came out on the field to look at him, and the trainer kind of put his hand on Quay Walker to get into the injured player. Walker turned around and shoved back. Ultimately, there was a penalty call that got Detroit closer to the goal line, and ultimately, Quay Walker got thrown out of the game for the second time this year for making contact with non-uniform personnel. Well, ultimately, it was an opportunity for the Green Bay Packers to try to come up with a defensive stop, but they were trying to stop a guy who has done something for the Lions this year more than anybody, including Barry Sanders.
Goff in the gun. Williams to his right. 2 receivers stacked to the left. Two tight ends right. Goff takes the snap. Handed off. Williams straight ahead into the end zone. Touchdown Lions. Second touchdown run of the game for Jamal Williams. His 17th of the year. It's a new Lions single season record. And Detroit has the lead again with 5:55 to go. 19-16 Lions.
20-16 after the extra point, but still plenty of time for Aaron Rodgers. Now, spoiler alert, I already ruined it for you. The interception ultimately ended up giving the Detroit Lions the ball back again. And they had an opportunity to try to put this game away by holding onto the football. Green Bay was running out of timeouts, and Detroit was moving the ball deep into Green Bay territory. It came down to a hook and ladder play, which got the offense going, and then a fourth down play at 4th and 1. They had wound the clock down to 1 minute and 15 seconds left to go in the game. You make the first down. If you decide to go for it, the ball game's over. You could also kick a field goal and extend it to a 7-point game. You know what Dan Campbell has been all year long? He was going for it to try to put it away on 4th down.
Everybody at Lambeau is on their feet. It is 4th down and 1. The Lions try to secure a win. It would be their first at Lambeau since 2018. Goff is in the shotgun. Two receivers left and right. Here's the snap, back to pass. Throws, caught inside the 10. Chark made the catch down at the 6. The Lions are going to win, and the Seahawks are going to the playoffs. Jared Goff on 4th and 1 hit DJ Chark on a quick pass. The Packers can't stop it. The Lions are jumping around and celebrating, and the Seahawks are going to get in. They're going to San Francisco.
Mentioned the name of Jared Goff. He didn't throw a touchdown pass all night tonight. Didn't throw an interception. Wins for the first time at Lambeau Field and disappoints the Lambeau crowd as Detroit gets the victory on the road tonight, 20-16. They play the spoiler. They knock the Green Bay Packers out of the postseason contention, and they make a lot of celebration go on in Seattle right now as the Seahawks are in as the number 7 seed in the NFC. With more on tonight's game, let's go back to Lambeau, rejoin Ryan Radke and Mike Golick. Guys?
All right, Scott, thanks very much. An exciting game tonight. You hope it's exciting coming down the last game of the season. It was tonight. And, Mike, again, all credit goes to the Detroit Lions, who very easily could have come out tonight and rolled over and just said, we have nothing to play for. This has nothing to do with us. Sorry, Seattle, but that's the way it is. Instead, they played like they had everything on the line, and they found a way to win. Some gutsy calls down the stretch. Great performance by their team. They earned the win tonight.
They absolutely did. And listen, they're not the first team to do this. That's not going to go to the playoffs and knocks off a team to not go to the playoffs. So, teams have played hard at the end of the year. But, to find out, minutes before the game that you're not going to the playoffs, just the deflation that has to be there, and then have to, within that time frame, redirect it and say, okay, the goals have now changed. And as I said, a lot of times you take on the personality of your coach, and I think these players, I know they do, they love Dan Campbell and what he's about. They have bought in to the way he coaches this team. And you could just see the fire in this team, and the momentum just kept going. And Green Bay really did nothing to take them out of the game. Field goal after field goal wasn't going to do it. So Detroit stayed in this game. And as I said, the offensive coordinator, Ben Johnson, is getting a huge star for me as player of the game for some of the calls that went on in the second half that was working for Detroit to help pull out this win.
And along those lines, talking about Ben Johnson and what he's done this season, we mentioned this very early in the game. It's been kind of a career renaissance for Jared Goff, Mike. The Rams traded him. He really struggled. Looked like maybe, Jared Goff had just kind of hit a malaise that he wasn't going to get out of. He ends the season going 9 straight games and 324 pass attempts without throwing an interception. Scott mentioned no touchdowns tonight, but he was great for this team, a huge part of their success.
Well, absolutely. And I think after last year and then going into this year, the thought was, well, we'll see how Jared does, but we're probably, while we like our team, we may be going in a different quarterback position. I mentioned it earlier in the game. Stafford goes from Detroit to L.A., wins a Super Bowl. Goff goes to L.A., Detroit, and they have a horrible year. And then, this year, while Detroit didn't go to the playoffs, Goff has a monster year and Stafford doesn't. So all of a sudden, if you can have this quarterback and you can keep building on that and not have to change and get used to a new quarterback, that helps so much. They have everything in place to continue to improve in this division next year.
All right, let's flip it over to the other side of the ball. Let's talk about our Navy Federal Credit Union defender of the game.
Well, I'm going to go with Aiden Hutchinson. He had 2 sacks in this game. I mean, ends up with a 9.5 on the year. And I'll say this for the whole group now. Because of that, the rookies for Detroit's defense ended up with 20.5 sacks. That is a new NFL record. The old record was 1999. Tennessee Titans had 19 sacks. So Hutchinson ends up with 9.5 of those sacks, and he had 4 other tackles. We saw him running sideline to sideline, making plays down the field. His motor is 100 miles an hour, a great young pass rusher for this team to go along with other great young defenders on this team. So, as I said, arrows up, and when you draft a guy that high, there's a lot of pressure to perform. He, without question, exceeded that talent.
Aiden Hutchinson, our defender of the game, sponsored by Navy Federal Credit Union, proudly serving the armed forces, the DoD, veterans and their families. You can learn more at NavyFederal.org. Meanwhile, for the Green Bay Packers, it's kind of a mess of a season, Mike. They got blasted early on, then started to turn things around, it seemed like, but then went through the long losing streak. They were 4-8 at one point, won 4 straight to get here, felt like they were playing their best football, had the home game in the cold on Sunday night. Couldn't get it done. They finished 8-9 and out of the playoffs.
Yeah, there was just a big hole they dug for themselves that a lot of us didn't think they were going to pull themselves out of, and they did to the point where they controlled their destiny tonight. So you thought they still weren't a great team by any stretch, but they were playing well enough to put themselves in the position to get to the postseason, and that's all that matters. Just get there, because then it doesn't matter what your record is, and we've seen wild card teams win Super Bowls before. But what's going to happen in the future here? We know Aaron Rodgers isn't going to play for another 10 years. So what's the future there? We like the 2 running backs. Let's see what happens in the offseason. The defense played extremely well in the 4-game winning streak. They seem to have the pieces there again to do something, but what a flat way to end when you're playing against a team that has nothing to play for. You have everything to play for, and you come up short.
I'm sure Aaron Rodgers is being asked about it right now, what his plans are in the future coming back. One thing I will say, the Packers went into this year thinking defense was going to be a huge strength. It was in the last 4 games. It was not, though, for most of the season. They got to figure some things out on that side of the ball. Let's check the final stats, sponsored by KFC. For a limited time, KFC's pot pies are just $5. That really is the ultimate $5 comfort meal, only at KFC. That's finger licking good. Well, the final numbers tonight, the Lions with 323 yards of total offense to 291 for Green Bay. Lions with 104 on the ground. And the Packers 103. Jared Goff finishes the game 23 of 34, 224 yards. Jamal Williams had 16 carries, 72 yards, 2 touchdowns. You heard it in the highlight. Lions single-season record, 17 rushing touchdowns. Khalif Raymond had 4 catches, 66 yards. DeAndre Swift, 7 catches, 61 yards. Aaron Rodgers, 17 of 27, 205 yards, a touchdown and a pick. Aaron Jones, 12 carries, 48 yards. Christian Watson, 5 receptions for 104 yards. Alan Lazard had the touchdown catch. 2 huge turnovers committed by Green Bay tonight. The fumble by Aaron Jones at the end of the first half, and, of course, the pick thrown by Aaron Rodgers late. So the playoff bracket is set. Scott's going to have the schedule for you coming up. In the NFC, Philadelphia, the 1 seed, has the bye. It'll be Seattle, the 7 seed, playing at the 2 seed San Francisco. The Giants are the 6 seed, going to the 3rd seed Minnesota. And the 5th seed Dallas will be at the 4th seed Tampa Bay. Meanwhile, on the AFC side, Kansas City, the top seed, gets the bye. 7 seed Miami will be at the 2nd seed Buffalo. Number 6 Baltimore will be at the 3rd seed Cincinnati, and the 5th seeded Chargers will be at the 4th seed Jacksonville. Anything that jumps out at you among those scheduled games?
It's always interesting when you're playing back-to-back games, especially within your division now. Cincinnati and Baltimore just played, and now they're going to play again. The big question there is going to be Lamar Jackson, because you can throw out everything else if Lamar is playing to the difference the game would be that went on today as opposed to what would go on in the playoff next week. So I think that's one of the biggest things to keep an eye on this week.
Mike, it has been a fantastic regular season, and looking forward to the playoffs starting next week. Should be fun postseason coming up.
Can't wait. Let's do it.
Scott Graham's got the postseason schedule and more coming up as we send it back to him now in our Westwood One studios. Scott?
All right, thank you very much, guys. And we do have the schedule finalized for Super Wildcard Weekend next week. It begins on Saturday. Our coverage starts at 4 p.m. Eastern Time here on Westwood One. Game number 1 has Seattle at San Francisco. That will be followed by the second game of our doubleheader coverage, the LA Chargers at Jacksonville. On Sunday, we've got triple header action beginning at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time here on Westwood 1. Miami will be at Buffalo. That is followed by the New York Giants at Minnesota, and then Baltimore at Cincinnati. And then Super Wild Card Weekend wraps up on Monday night when the Dallas Cowboys visit the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Our coverage for the final game of Super Wild Card Weekend here on Westwood 1 begins at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We come back, we're going to run down all the scores and highlights and how we got to that schedule from today's NFL action. This is Westwood 1's coverage of the National Football League.
The college football season is over.
Alabama does it. National championship number 18.
Where will the top college players take the field next season?
We're the first pick in the NFL draft.
Join Rhett Lewis Thursday night at 7 Eastern as he talks to the top prospects and NFL draft experts.
He's still raw. He's a special guy. You cannot teach that finish.
Not very twitchy.
The guy can get open.
On ESPNU Radio, Sirius XM 84, and streaming on the Sirius XM app. Free to most subscribers.
Oh my goodness, a little showtime.
The greatest tournament in all of sports is coming back.
What a shot! From ruin to redemption.
Every dunk.
He will slam it with one hand.
Every upset.
Count it!
Every buzzer beater.
The ultimate upset has happened.
From the first four on March 18th till they cut the nets on April 5th.
Got it! Got it! Got it!
March Madness lives on Sirius XM. Sirius XM.
There are no rules for the Pat McAfee Show.
This is potentially going to lead you on a path of destruction of yourself.
He's outrageous.
Get your asses back in those Zoom classes and get off the call. Damn it!
Yet relatable.
That's exactly why you have a lot of fans too, though. So hey, live by the sword, die by the sword.
And he's on Sirius XM. Catch Pat McAfee and his friends.
Ladies and gentlemen, Aaron Rodgers, Barry Sanders.
Weekdays at noon Eastern on Mad Dog Sports Radio, Sirius XM 82. And on Amazon Alexa, Google Assistant, or however you stream in your house.
The college football season is over.
Alabama does it. National championship number 18.
Where will the top college players take the field next season?
We're the first pick in the NFL draft.
Join Rhett Lewis Thursday night at 7 Eastern as he talks to the top prospects and NFL draft experts.
He's still raw. He's a special guy. You cannot teach that finish.
Not very twitchy.
The guy can get open.
On ESPNU Radio, Sirius XM 84, and streaming on the Sirius XM app. Free to most subscribers.
Welcome back to the Sunday Night Football postgame show following Detroit's win at Lambeau Field over the Green Bay Packers. What did that mean tonight? Well, it was all going to come down to what actually happened at Lumen Field earlier in the day today, because Seattle was playing for their playoff lives against the LA Rams, their rival from the NFC West. This was a tight game and well fought throughout. As it turned out, Seattle had a great opportunity late in regulation to win the ball game, but Jason Myers hit a 46-yard field goal off the right upright, and it fell to the ground. No good. Overtime in Seattle, with the game tied at 16. Now, Baker Mayfield, who was 13 for 26 for 147 yards on the day, decided to take a deep shot in the extra period. He got intercepted. So when Seattle got the ball back, all they needed to do was score to win the game. Geno Smith methodically moved his team downfield with help from Kenneth Walker III, and they gave Jason Myers another opportunity to keep the season alive.
Can Myers win this one in overtime for the Seahawks? There's the snap. There's the spot. The kick is away. And the kick is good! The Seahawks win the game! The final regular season game of the year. They win it at home against the Rams. And now the playoff chances still live for the Seahawks. The final score, Seattle 19, the Rams 16. A hard-fought battle, and Jason Myers wins it with a field goal in overtime.
So 9-8 for Seattle. They had to watch the results from what happened this evening. You know by now what did. Geno Smith threw for 213 yards and a touchdown on the day today. Breaks Russell Wilson's team record for single-season passing yards with 4,282. Kenneth Walker ran for $114 in the ball game, and Seattle gets the victory for their head coach Pete Carroll, who, again, had to wait for Sunday Night Football to be done, but figured at that point at least they'd done their part.
Well, we did everything we could to make the season last as long as possible. We squeezed every drop out of it. It was a really good finish to the season for our guys, and get some wins and get something going here and feel good about it and doing the things we had to do to give us, with what we were faced with. This win is an important win for everybody on our team. We put everything we had into it. We treated this game like it's the biggest game we could ever play, and if we get a chance, we'll do that with the next week too. But the guys rose to that thought, and really everybody battled.
And so with tonight's result at Lambeau Field, they become the last team in and also the first team playing on Saturday next week as they take on the Niners in Santa Clara. One note, the Niners swept Seattle in the regular season in 2 games this year. Rams finished their season at 5-12, 1 year removed from being Super Bowl champions. Philly was playing at home today, and it had been a while. They had tried to wrap up the NFC East a couple weeks in a row. A loss at Dallas, a loss at home to New Orleans, but today they had Jalen Hurts back. We're going up against the New York Giants team they had beaten once. The Giants, locked into the 6th seed in the NFC, sat their regulars. Davis Webb made his first start ever at quarterback, throwing his first NFL pass. Jalen Hurts was back from a shoulder injury, and he threw for 229 yards today, but no touchdowns and was picked off. This was not an offensive masterpiece by any stretch for Philly, but they had a 16-0 lead at halftime. Giants threw a scare into them, putting up 13 fourth-quarter points, and Philly actually had to recover an onside kick with 1:38 to go to secure the win. But when they did, 22-16. With that, Philadelphia wins the NFC East and the number 1 overall seed. Last time the Eagles were the number 1 seed, they won Super Bowl 52. In fact, they're the last number 1 seed in the NFL to win a Super Bowl. Jalen Hurts says he's happy to win the division, but they're looking for more.
We just accomplished a great goal of ours. It's something that we set out to do for us. This year we set out to do that, and that's something that we did. And, my whole thing moving forward is, let's prepare to play our best ball. It's been a great ride this year, but the job isn't finished.
Philly ends the season at 14-3. The Giants at 9-7-1. The Giants will take on Minnesota next Sunday. Philly will sit back and watch as they wait for the divisional round. San Francisco had an opportunity at the number 1 seed. If Philly lost today, they had to take care of their own business at home against Arizona, and that's all San Francisco does these days. They had won 9 in a row coming in, and their young quarterback, who nobody is calling Mr. Irrelevant anymore, just continues to roll for San Francisco.
McCaffrey runs the route in the middle. Purdy going to throw, and it is Kittle in the back of the end zone. Touchdown! San Francisco! What a catch by George Kittle to toe tap it there up against the baseline. His 10th touchdown of the year.
Greg Pop of the 49ers radio flagship, KNBR 680 in San Francisco. He caught 2. Purdy threw 3 on the day. Brock Purdy, what a start he has had to his NFL career. He was 15 for 20 today for 178 yards. San Francisco rolls to the win, 38-13. After the game, Kyle Shanahan was talking about the quarterback who has had to step in and try to save his team.
I think he's playing consistent, and he's making some good decisions with the ball, has avoided some bad turnovers, and has done a good job getting some good players the ball who've done a good job making some plays, and he's hung in there on 3rd down, made some key throws. It's nice to get a run game going too, but just overall, the guys play real well.
Now it gets real. Next Saturday afternoon, Purdy does something that no Niners rookie quarterback has ever done before. Start a playoff game. And by the way, no rookie quarterback drafted outside the first 5 rounds has started a playoff game in the NFL since at least 1950. On the other side for Arizona, not a whole lot to it this season that brought them a whole lot of smiles. They end up at 4-13 on the year. David Blau was 14 for 18. Trace McSorley was 6 for 9 in the game. A.J. Green had 91 yards receiving, but J.J. Watt, in his final game, the 3-time NFL Defensive Player of the Year, had 2 sacks. And obviously a little bit of a smile as he walked off the field for the final time.
I said I wanted to go out playing good ball, and I'm playing good ball. So I know I still can. I'm just choosing not to. That's all.
And so J.J. Watt's career comes to an end today on the field at Levi Stadium. Dallas had an opportunity today, at least going into the day. They were the 5 seed, but they could have gotten as high as 2 or even 1 and won the division and had home field advantage throughout. A lot of things had to break their way, and as it turned out, if you were wearing the star today, almost nothing broke your way.
Prescott, quick throw to the far side. That one is picked off by Fuller at the 20. He's going to walk in. Pick 6. Touchdown. Touchdown, Washington.
Bram Weinstein, the Team 980 Washington Commanders radio network. They're laughing at this point. Washington had a 13-0 lead. They coast home to a 26-6 win. Sam Howell, his first pass in the NFL, was a touchdown pass. He also had a rushing touchdown in this one as Washington ends their season at 8-1. For Dallas, that high-powered offense completely turned off today. Dak Prescott did throw a touchdown pass to CeeDee Lamb, but that was really about it. Cooper Rush entered the game in the fourth quarter for the Cowboys. They ended 12-5. They will start their playoff journey on Super Wildcard Weekend next Monday. They'll be doing it in Tampa Bay against the Buccaneers. That's because Tampa Bay had already locked up the division in the NFC South. They went into today in Atlanta trying to avoid the first losing season in Tom Brady's career. They did not. Brady left the game at halftime with a 17-10 lead, but Atlanta put up 20 points in the second half of this one, and they win by a score of 30-17 in the finale. Desmond Ridder, his first 2 career touchdowns for the Falcons, who finished the season at 7-10, and Tyler Algier, 24 carries for 135 yards. Drake London at 120 receiving for Atlanta. Brady, 84 yards passing today and a touchdown. He breaks his own record from last year in terms of completed passes. And Chris Godwin, by the way, tip of the cap for a guy who's had a terrific 6-year career. This is his first 100-catch season. But Tampa Bay ends with an 8-9 record. They go into the playoffs as a division champion with a losing record as they host Dallas next Monday at the end of Super Wildcard Weekend. Minnesota beat Chicago today by a score of 29-13. This was a game in which got the division champions in Minnesota and the number 3 seed. They could have moved up to 2, but they weren't likely to move up to 2. And ultimately, Kirk Cousins exited the game at halftime in this one. He was 17 for 20 for 225 and a touchdown. Alexander Mattison had a couple of touchdowns in this game. Justin Jefferson wins the receiving title in the NFL, but just 4 catches for 38 yards. Jefferson just 53 yards over the course of the last 2 games. Minnesota gets ready for a return matchup with the New York Giants next week. For Chicago, Nathan Peterman was your quarterback today. He was 11 for 19 as Justin Fields sat down for the day. Peterman did throw a touchdown in this one, but most importantly, the Chicago Bears end the season at 3-14. Why is that important? Because there was a team that they could basically pass in a race. The race for what? The race for the number 1 draft pick. Houston has had that title all year long, but playing at Indy today, they ran out to a lead, lost the lead, and then in the fourth quarter, if they lost the ball game, they would keep the number 1 pick. They drove downfield and went for it anyway.
Empty backfield after motion. 4th and 20 at the Colts 28. Mills all alone in the backfield. Here's the snap. Davis looking. He scrambles out to the right. Got to get rid of it. Throws it to the end zone and caught it. Jordan Akins. My goodness. On 4th and 20. Akins with the catch.
Mark Vandermeer, Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610 in Houston. My goodness, indeed. It was 4th and 20. The ball was so high in the air, and yet Akins makes the catch. Now you're within 1. Do you force overtime? Remember what I said about going for it before? Lovie Smith just put his foot down on the accelerator.
Here we go. Texans going for the deuce and the lead. Mills, shotgun, Dari in the backfield with him. Bunch formation, wide side right, Moore, short side left. Here's the snap. Davis looking, throwing to the end zone. Caught and converted. Jordan Akins comes up big again, wide open as the Texans grab a 1-point lead with 50 seconds to go, 32-31.
That's your final score. Houston ends 3-13-1 as they knock off Indianapolis, who ends at 4-12-1. Of course, the most obvious question in this one is Houston lost the number 1 overall pick to fall to 2 in the draft order coming up in the spring to Lovie Smith was, why'd you go for the win?
This is the option that I had. So you're saying, hey guys, playing this last game, you know, all that you've been working for all your life, you play to win, forget that, lose the game on purpose. I think that would be a hard one to get by. They wouldn't expect me to say that. I didn't. Well, we work each week. Our game plan has been to win the game. Kind of simple as that. And that's what we followed through on today.
So Lovie Smith won 2 of his last 3 games, including today. And this evening we found out that Lovie Smith has been relieved of his duties as the head coach by the Houston Texans. One thing to keep in mind, they do have 5 picks in the first 3 rounds this year and 2 first-round picks next year. So there's a lot ahead for the Houston Texans. Still to come, more scores, highlights, and post-game reaction. You're listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.
This is it. The putt to win the tournament.
If you sink it, the championship is yours. But on your backswing, your hat falls over your eyes. Is this how you're running your business? Poor visibility because you're relying on spreadsheets and outdated finance software? To see the full picture, you need to upgrade to NetSuite by Oracle. NetSuite is the #1 cloud financial system to power your growth. With visibility and control of your financials, inventory, HR, planning, budgeting, and more. NetSuite is everything you need to grow all in one place. With NetSuite, you can automate your processes and close your books in no time while staying well ahead of your competition. 93% of surveyed businesses increase their visibility and control after upgrading to NetSuite. Over 32,000 businesses already use NetSuite. For the new year, NetSuite is a new financing program for those ready to upgrade at netsuite.com/touchdown. Head to netsuite.com/touchdown for this special one-of-a-kind financing offer on the #1 financial system for growing businesses. netsuite.com/touchdown.
By now, you know that sound. It's the sound of the Home Depot. But what about that sound? You're listening to a set of GE appliances, complete with all you need to keep food fresh, dishes clean, and everything else stress-free. Making this the sound of savings on top brand appliances. The Home Depot. How doers get more done. Get up to 25% off select GE appliances right now. Offer valid January 5th through January 25th, 2023. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
With a Peppermint Frosty, time to enjoy yourself is built in. You're welcome. They're so rich and creamy, a straw just won't cut it. And finishing one, it's not something you can speed through. So check your watch. Is it Frosty time yet? And by that, we mean, is it time for a moment with just you and your Frosty kicking back and doing whatever goes best with the chillest treat of the season? These Peppermint Frosty treats are going fast, so when it's time for Frosty time, choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood One, your home for Sunday Night Football.
Tune to SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 all year long to hear expert opinions and analysis from former players, coaches, and executives.
Welcome back to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One from the Progressive Insurance Studios. I'm Scott Graham. Drivers who switch and save with Progressive save nearly $700 on average. Call or click today to find out if Progressive could save you hundreds on your car insurance. Following Sunday Night Football tonight at Lambeau Field, where the Detroit Lions beat the Packers and knocked Green Bay out of the playoffs. We continue our look back at what happened earlier in the day, and in this case, earlier in the week this week. You got to remember that most of the focus of the National Football League, rightfully so for the entire of the week, was on Damar Hamlin, Buffalo Bills safety who suffered cardiac arrest on the field on Monday night in Cincinnati. As we all rooted for his recovery and watched him improve during the course of the week, the National Football League paid tribute to him and his spirit all week long and all weekend long. The Buffalo Bills did exactly that as they ran out onto the field as one today, with numbers 3 on hats, on jerseys, on flags being waved by the captains. It was a beautiful scene. Now, if you write a Hollywood script and you submit what happened next, they would probably reject it, saying there's no way that possibly could have happened. But trust me, on the opening kickoff, it did.
Folk puts his foot into the ball. It's going to be short. Fielded at the 4 by Hines. Coming straight up the middle to the 20. Cuts it back at the 25. He's got an alley down the right sideline to the 40. 50. Down to the 40. 35. 30. 20. 15. 10. 5. Touchdown. Nyheim Hines. 96 yards. Run as fast as you can. You're not catching Hines. He's your end zone man.
Are you kidding me, Chris? They showed Josh Allen his arms on his head on the sideline. Sean McDermott, it appears, has tears rolling down his face. What a tribute to Damar. This special teams unit, this kickoff return unit set the tone for what today is going to be, and that's a celebration of number 3, Damar Hamlin. And they started off just like that, running the opening kickoff 96 yards to the house.
Chris Brown and Eric Wood on WGR Sports Radio 550 in Buffalo, and Eric could not have been more right about the way this turned out. And they're going up against a Patriots team that's got a good special teams unit and a Patriots team with a terrific defense. And oh, by the way, a Patriots team with a win and they're in situation coming in. But an opening kickoff brought back for a score in a moment like that? Here's what Josh Allen had to say afterwards.
I can't remember a play that touched me like that, I don't think, in my life. it was just spiritual, man. I was going around and I was going around my team and saying, God's real. Like, you can't draw that one up, write that one up any better. And I was just told by Kevin Kearns, it's been 3 years and 3 months. Since the last kickoff return, so it's pretty cool.
Amazing. You can't write it. Amazing stuff. By the way, Josh Allen threw 3 touchdown passes today. Stephon Diggs had 104 yards, and Nyheim Hines brought a second kickback for a touchdown from 101 yards in the third quarter. First player since Leon Washington back in 2010 with 2 kick return touchdowns in the same game. Buffalo gets the victory 35-23. They seal the number 2 spot and slot in the AFC, and they knock the New England Patriots out of the playoffs. Buffalo ends the regular season at 13-3. New England, well, they had it in front of them today, but they end up at 8-9, and Matthew Slater, their Pro Bowl special teamer, was clearly disappointed afterwards.
It's hard to process. Been playing this game a long time, and never been a part of anything like that. So it's obviously very, very disappointing. And as a captain of that unit, I feel like we cost the team the game. So it's very difficult.
Patriots missed the playoffs for just the 5th time in Bill Belichick's 23 seasons as a head coach. Buffalo will start things off against who next week? Well, they're going to be starting off against the team that got a late field goal in a defensive battle in South Florida today that punched their ticket to the postseason.
4th down and 3, tied at 6, 23 seconds on the clock. A win here and a Bills win would give the Dogs the playoffs. It's up, and it is good!
Wow, biggest kick of the year for Jason Sanders, and he comes through.
With 18 seconds left, the Dolphins lead at 9-6.
What a big kick for Jason Sanders. Wow.
Jimmy Cefalo, Joe Rose, WQAM Dolphins Radio Network. Miami got a safety on the final play of the game as the Jets were trying to lateral it back and forth and figure out a way to get a game-ending touchdown. So the final score in this one was 11-6. Most importantly, Miami's going to the playoffs now at 9-8. They take on Buffalo in the first of our triple header here next Sunday afternoon. Skylar Thompson started at quarterback, threw for 152 yards in the game. Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle were held to 67 yards combined, and Tyreek Hill was dealing with an ankle injury throughout the game today. Once again, all of that gets swept aside when you're a first-year head coach, Mike McDaniel, and your team makes the playoffs.
I'm very, very happy with the entire locker room, the entire building, and I feel they wanted no part of this season being over, and it's not. So now they get another opportunity to play together, which they really hold dear to their heart, and I think that goes to show by the way that they've really put their best foot forward through some games that haven't turned out the way you'd want them to.
Joe Flacco threw for 153 yards for the Jets. Their season ends at 7-10. If you like watching the Baltimore Ravens and the Cincinnati Bengals get together, get used to it. Settle in, because they faced off today at Paycor Stadium for the second time this year. You knew about the coin flip that they talked about in the league because Cincinnati playing one fewer game than Baltimore. If they had the opportunity to drop this game today to Baltimore, was still going to be the AFC North champion. And if they were to meet next weekend, a coin flip was going to decide who had home field advantage. One way the Bengals could avoid that problem was going out today and winning.
Joe catches the shotgun snap. He throws it deep down the left sideline. A leaping catch in the end zone. Jamar Chase hauls it in, and the Bengals have scored again. Chase beating Worley, and with that throw, Joe Burrow has set the new single-season record for touchdown passes in a season, breaking the mark that he set last year. It's his 35th of the year.
Dan Hort, Dave Lapham, Cincinnati's ESPN 1530 and the Bengals Radio Network. Bengals scored 21 points off the Ravens in the first half, the most the Ravens have allowed in the first half since 2007. From then on in, it was time to coast home, and Cincinnati did just that. 27-16 the final. Joe Mixon ran for just 27 yards on the day today. Jamar Chase had that touchdown. Cincinnati wraps up at 12-4, and as division champs, They draw Baltimore again next week, but the game is going to be right back where this one was at Paycor Stadium. Their head coach, Zach Taylor, thinks it's good to finish the regular season on a high note.
Today was just about finishing off the regular season and being back-to-back divisional champs, first time in franchise history. So again, that's something to celebrate. These guys have worked their tails off to be in this position. Anything less, and we wouldn't be in this position right now. If we'd done anything less in these last 8 games. And so just really proud of the way these guys have focused every single week. That's so hard in this league. There's not another team that's won the last 8 games in a row, or maybe San Francisco. But, it's just really proud of the way these guys have been able to focus and find different ways to win.
Baltimore ends up losing back-to-back games in 3 out of their last 4 to end the season at 10-7. Question, of course, is about Lamar Jackson and his health and if he would be back for a playoff game next week. Anthony Brown threw for 286, no touchdowns and 2 interceptions today. And Gus Edwards was knocked out of this game with a head injury. These 2 teams right back at it again next week as the final game of our Sunday triple header on Super Wildcard Weekend. The Pittsburgh Steelers tried. They had to get a victory in this ball game, and they needed New England and Miami to lose. Well, 2 out of the 3 things did happen. Pittsburgh did win today at home against Cleveland, 28-14. Kenny Pickett throws for a touchdown in this game, and Pittsburgh now 19 straight seasons at 500 or better. Their head coach, Mike Tomlin, 16 straight seasons to start his career without a losing record. Pittsburgh ends the season at 9-8. They do not advance to the postseason. Cleveland ends their year at 7-10. Their new quarterback, Deshaun Watson, threw for 230 and a couple of scores, but also a couple of interceptions. Nick Chubb needed 206 yards to beat Josh Jacobs for the rushing title. He only ended up with 77 on the day today as Cleveland ends at 7-10. Denver got a win today, and that's big news for the Denver Broncos in what has been a tremendously frustrating year. Russell Wilson and company knocked off the Chargers today 31-28. Wilson threw 3 touchdown passes on the day and for 283 yards. And remember, Russell Wilson, 10 combined wins as a starter going into today over the last 2 years. And he wins a big win as Denver wraps up their season at 5-12. Now, the Chargers knew what their seeding was going into this game. The Chargers take on Jacksonville as the 5 seed next week in the second game of our Saturday doubleheader. And yet, Brandon Staley decided to play his regulars deep into this game. Justin Herbert played the first 3 quarters, threw for 275 and a couple of scores in this one. Mike Williams left in the second quarter of this game with a back injury. Joey Bosa got nicked up in this game as well. The Chargers will go into Jacksonville with some question marks at the end of their 10-7 season as they start their postseason journey next week. And it came down to the wire today at Caesars Superdome. In fact, the final play of the game. Carolina played really well for their interim head coach Steve Wilks. Got a game-winning 42-yard field goal from Eddie Pinheiro as time expired, and they beat New Orleans by a score of 10-7. Sam Darnold, who had been marvelous of late, was 5 for 15 for 43 yards and 2 interceptions. So still some questions there. The Panthers in line for a top 10 pick, and they haven't drafted a quarterback in the first round since Cam Newton. We'll see which way that one goes. They end up at 7-10. Andy Dalton, 171 yards passing today and a touchdown. That touchdown, by the way, coming to Chris Olave. He went past the 1,000-yard mark for the season as New Orleans wrapped up their year at 7-10 as well. And we're going to wrap things up when we return. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Oh my goodness, a little showtime.
The greatest tournament in all of sports is coming back.
What a shot! From ruin to redemption.
Every dunk.
He will slam it with one hand.
Every upset.
Count it!
Every buzzer beater.
The ultimate upset has happened.
From the first 4 on March 18th till they cut the nets on April 5th.
Got it! Got it! Got it!
March Madness lives on Sirius XM. Sirius XM.
There are no rules for the Pat McAfee Show.
This is potentially going to lead you on a path of destruction of yourself.
He's outrageous.
Get your asses back in those Zoom classes and get off the call. Damn it!
Yet relatable.
That's exactly why you have a lot of fans too, though. So hey, live by the sword, die by the sword.
And he's on Sirius XM. Catch Pat McAfee and his friends.
Ladies and gentlemen, Aaron Rodgers, Barry Sanders.
Weekdays at noon Eastern on Mad Dog Sports Radio, Sirius XM 82. And on Amazon Alexa, Google Assistant, or however you stream in your house.
The college football season is over.
Alabama does it. National championship number 18.
Where will the top college players take the field next season?
With the first pick in the NFL draft,
Join Rhett Lewis Thursday night at 7 Eastern as he talks to the top prospects and NFL draft experts.
He's still raw. He's a special guy. You cannot teach that finish.
Not very twitchy.
The guy can get open.
On ESPNU Radio, Sirius XM 84, and streaming on the Sirius XM app. Free to most subscribers.
Oh my goodness, a little showtime.
The greatest tournament in all of sports is coming back.
What a shot! From ruin to redemption.
Every dunk.
He will slam it with one hand.
Every upset.
Count it!
Every buzzer beater.
The ultimate upset has happened.
From the first four on March 18th till they cut the nets on April 5th.
Got it! Got it! Got it!
March Madness lives on Sirius XM. Sirius XM.
Final score, Detroit 20, Green Bay 16. You've been listening to Westwood One's coverage of Sunday Night Football. Tonight's broadcast has been sponsored by Bounty Paper Towels, by Barbasol Shaving Cream, by Progressive Insurance, by AutoZone, by Jack Links, by Navy Federal Credit Union, and by NFL.com. I want to thank our crew for this evening. Studio coordinator Art Martinez. Our production assistance this evening provided by Lance Lozenegger. Our statistician John Stangler. Our spotter Jeff Salmon. Our engineer Dan Robotham. Producer Brian Dansell. Production supervisors Aaron Cummins and Brian Finkelstein. Coordinating producer Mike Eby. And the executive producer of Westwood One Sports is Howard Deneroff. The regular season is now in the books. The postseason begins, and it begins with 6 games next weekend on Wild Card, Super Wild Card Weekend. Join us next Saturday for the NFL playoff doubleheader. The Seattle Seahawks take on the San Francisco 49ers, followed by the Chargers at the Jacksonville Jaguars. Our coverage begins at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. Super Wild Card Weekend continues with a tripleheader on Sunday when Miami takes on Buffalo. The New York Giants visit Minnesota, and Baltimore is at Cincinnati. Our coverage on Sunday begins at 12:30 Eastern. And on Monday night, Wild Card Weekend continues when Dallas is at Tampa Bay. Our coverage starts at 7:30 Eastern Time. Catch those games in every NFL playoff game all the way to Super Bowl 57 right here on many of these same stations on the NFL app or stream live for free on our website, westwoodonesports.com. Once again, our final score from Lambeau Field, Detroit 20, Green Bay 16. Now for Ryan Rackey and Mike Golick, I'm Scott Graham. Thanks for joining us all year long. You've been listening to Sunday Night Football on Westwood One.